Science, Internationalism, and War. Science against War. J.D. Bernal. Science against War. Introduction. The plan of this article is to deal in the first section with the long-term aspects of the economic and political situation of the world as it affects science, bringing out the special roles of the United States as a center of world capitalism and the Soviet Union as a center of world socialism. The second section considers the short-term aspects of the crisis of capitalism involving the Marshall Plan, the building up of German and Japanese industry, the danger of war, the politics and strategy of atom bomb warfare, and the political and economic effects of these on Britain. These two sections form the general background. The third section deals with specific effects of these factors on science in Britain and throughout the world, with the diversion of science to private profit and military research, and with the effect of these both on the individual scientific workers and on scientific activity as a whole. The fourth section deals with the responsibilities of the scientist to take action with regard to these developments and to secure cooperation with other progressive forces so that science can be used for social welfare and peace. The problems of science could never be solved at any time without reference to the current political and economic situation. That was true even when science could be effectively used only in a very small sphere of human enterprise. Now that there is a scientific aspect to every major economic, political, and military question, it is more than ever necessary for the scientists to take stock of the world's situation and to recognize the interactions between that situation and their own work. The world we live in is changing rapidly, often more rapidly than our ideas can adapt to it. At the same time, the current political changes are only surreptitious of much longer-term trends which must be understood before these changes can be seen in their true perspective. The major underlying factor is the general crisis of capitalism. This began to show itself at the turn of the century after imperialism had shown its inability to cope with the results of overproduction. It has run through 2 world wars and major economic crises, and has seen in the Soviet Union, in the new democracies, and in China, the first appearance and the subsequent growth of socialism as a stable alternative to capitalism. Our present difficulties mark one phase of the transition from capitalism to socialism, a haze in which the forces of reaction, after suffering the defeat of their fascist storm troops, are attempting to reorganize and reopen the conflict. At the same time, the war itself and its social and economic effects have not only enlarged the areas free from capitalism, but also have enormously weakened it and increased its internal contradictions. The major contradiction, the central feature of the general crisis of capitalism, is that between the gigantic development of the powers of production, principally in the United States, and the poverty of the working classes throughout the world, especially in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. The impossibility of finding an outlet for productive capacity that is at the same time useful and profitable is the prime economic cause of imperialism and war. Britain is placed in a particularly vulnerable position in relation to the threatening economic crisis because of the technical backwardness of British industry arising from the old parasitic imperialist character of British economy. For the same reason she remains extremely dependent on overseas supplies, and now that she has lost her overseas investments, a process accelerated though not caused by the war, she is in a most unfavorable position, particularly relative to the USA in competition for a limited world market. The Labour government is doing nothing to minimize these dangers. On the contrary, in the hope of buying temporary alleviation, it is pursuing a policy which is certain to lead to their aggravation. This policy, which is the traditional policy of British capitalists, is one of restriction of working-class consumption, not for the purpose of building up the basic industries on which the future prosperity of the country depends, but only to produce the maximum of goods for immediate export. At the same time, it is attempting to intensify the effective exploitation of colonial areas. 4. Crushing popular independence movements so far as it is able and supporting reactionary elements where, as in India, Burma, and the Near East, it has been unable to check movements of national independence. This continuation of old British imperialist policy has been far beyond the means of the country. It has necessarily involved reliance on continuing and ever-increasing provision of aid from the United States. As a result, Britain has effectively lost its national independence and is being subordinated economically and politically to the policy of American big business, one of hostility to the Soviet Union and the new democracies. The role of Britain is that of furnishing an advance base in a Third World War involving a rearmament program which would itself make the economic recovery of the country impossible. Scientific workers are specially liable to be affected by these developments. As workers, they must inevitably suffer from the general attack on living standards which is being made now and face the ultimate threat of catastrophic reductions when these policies lead to the inevitable economic collapse. It is as scientists, however, that they are more specially concerned, for the present trends are leading to a distortion and limitation of science, in using it for military objectives and to palliate the intrinsic inefficiency of a scarcely modified capitalist system. All the time a greater and greater proportion of scientific effort is being diverted from the service of human welfare and devoted to the preparation of ever more horrible and militarily futile weapons of mass destruction such as the atomic bomb and radioactive and bacterial poisons. The scientific worker is made, therefore, to collaborate with human exploitation in peace and with human destruction in war. Insofar as he will not do so, he is being subjected to ever-increasing political pressure which, in the United States and already in this country, is taking a more and more open form of persecution. There is no hope for science under such a regime. Only by a radical change towards a real socialist economic policy, checking instead of abetting the power of capitalism, only by a policy of solidarity with the colonial peoples and of international cooperation instead of a Cold War against the Soviet Union and the new democracies is there any hope of building an effective international science that can operate for the benefit of humanity. 5. Background to the war danger. The rise of American imperialism. The thesis outlined above is a general one and it needs much elaboration and concrete detail to be fully effective as a guide to action. It is not possible here to do this, but at least some indication can be given of the more significant details both of the underlying factors and their present-day manifestations, viewed in relation to the role of science. The major feature underlying the present phase of the decay of capitalism is the extremely rapid growth of productive capacity in the United States together with the intrinsic inability of a capitalist economy to share out the benefits that would normally accrue. In 1948 the industrial production of the United States was roughly 60% of the total world production, while the population of the United States, 140 million, is about 7% of the world population. Nor is the value of this enormous production of goods evenly shared among the American people themselves, some 33% going to 10% of the population. 1/4 of the population get less than half the average income. Thus the major beneficiaries are a small group of American capitalists while the control of the whole vast machine of production is in the hands of 8 financial monopoly groups. The reasons for the present location of concentration and control in the United States are partly geographical and partly political. American capitalism has hitherto been isolated from, or more strictly has been able to pass on, those most violent effects of the contradictions of capitalism that by now have made more than half of Europe socialist and have gone far to awaken and liberate the semi-colonial countries of Asia. This is shown in a striking way if we examine the comparative productivity of America and Europe over the last 100 years. As an index we may take that key factor in productivity, steel production. The trend of steel production over this period is shown in Figure 1. This graph is an eloquent witness to the effects of economic crises and war in the development and use of man's productive powers. It can be seen how much these purely economic and political consequences of capitalism, the intrinsic law of its uneven development, have prevented the utilization of technical capacity. Here, however, what is most relevant is that while in the early days of the century Europe's production slightly exceeded American, a lead was gained by the latter during the First World War which destroyed a good part of European productive capacity while creating new productive capacity in the United States. The Great Crisis of 1931, which brought American steel production below the European figure, showed how capitalism could quite easily wipe out its own gains. But the situation was saved for the United States, first, by the preparation for a Second World War, and then to a larger extent by the war itself, which drove American production to enormous heights while physically crippling much of the production of Europe. The Second Industrial Revolution. The United States now occupies, with regard to the rest of the capitalist world, much the position that Britain occupied with regard to the whole of the world in the 19th century. Just as Britain was able to benefit, on account of its security from invasion and its progressive economic structure, freed from feudal restrictions, from the results of the Industrial Revolution, so the United States has been able to make use of the Second Industrial Revolution of our days. This revolution differs from the first in that it is based, not on the applications of mechanics to handicraft industries, but on the extensive application of science to mechanical, electrical, and chemical industries. It is a revolution exemplified most conspicuously by the atomic bomb, radar, and penicillin, but it is actually something much greater than these. It is the application of science to formulating and solving production and organizational problems. The Second Industrial Revolution cannot, however, fully get underway even in the most developed capitalist economy, any more than could the first under feudal conditions. It requires as a 7. necessary initial condition a scientific, conscious, fully integrated and planned economy essentially incompatible with capitalism. Of course, even the first industrial revolution, as Marx pointed out, was in the long run incompatible with capitalism, but it could flourish for a time. The second can now only be fully exemplified, as at Oak Ridge, in a distorted form devoted to that one reliable investment of decaying capitalism, war. Even the partial and piecemeal use of science and the well-capitalized introduction of new industrial techniques has, however, made possible in the United States a rate of productivity of labor far higher than that of the rest of the capitalist world. This, together with the availability of ample and cheap raw materials, the stimulus of war production and the immunity from war damage, has led to a total production of goods on an unprecedented scale. The search for raw materials, oil. One important effect of the scale of American production combined with the extremely wasteful nature of American economy has been the rapid using up of current as well as permanent sources inside the United States. This has not only dried up the former exports of food and raw materials but has led American capitalism to reach out for sources of supply outside the United States. The wastefulness of American economy is due primarily to the 9. capitalist nature of its exploitation. It is not an intrinsic feature of the scientific transformation of industry, quite the contrary. A fully scientific economy would be much more economical in the use of materials, both by reducing the amounts required for any purpose and by a planned system of recovery and reuse. The effects of this aspect of American economy are shown most clearly in the case of oil, which is a characteristic consumption commodity of the modern industry, just as steel is its characteristic production commodity. The total consumption of oil products in the United States is shown in Table I, in comparison with European consumption. It will be seen first of all that the consumption in the United States per capita is of an altogether different order from that of the rest of the world, roughly 6 times as much per head as in Great Britain, 10 to 50 times as much as most countries in Europe, and 100 times as much as that of the less developed countries. Secondly, as can be seen, this disparity has been growing greater and greater in recent years and is actually one of the major technical factors in retarding the development of less industrialized countries. The rapacity of the United States oil interests in buying up available oil fields is one of the most effective ways of denying oil to the rest of the world. The Standard Oil Company of New Jersey, for instance, extracts 25 million tons of such products from foreign sources annually, more than the consumption of several European countries put together. Another factor is the artificially high price charged by American oil interests for oil products, especially for fuel oil, which has increased by 3 times its price since 1940. It is this combined with the relatively extremely low extraction cost of oil, as of other raw materials such as rubber, thanks to the use of underpaid colonial labor, that more than anything else drives American monopolists to ransack the world for profit. Capital investment, exporting the crisis. All these aspects combine to increase the disparity of capitalist development between the United States and the rest of the world, and at the same time the dominating power of its ruling class. The enormous productivity of the U.S., however, fails under capitalist conditions to provide either stability or security. Quite the contrary. It is the major cause of insecurity in the world today. The trend in American internal economy has been for the last 10 years one of price increases which have, since the war, more than caught up with wage increases. This is the classical character of a capitalist boom where sooner or later the purchasing power of the bulk of the population is unable to absorb the products of industry and the markets crash. Under present world conditions it is, however, possible to avert the slump for a while by exporting it. The accumulation of profits in 1948, an all-time record of $20,000 million which cannot be shared with the American people, is being made the basis of an expansion of American investments, sales, and influence of a pronounced and classical imperialist character. In the first place, capital is being exported at an unprecedented rate. In 1947, foreign investments amounted to $744 million, mostly in direct investment by large corporations. In 1948, the figure must have been much larger. The facilities for American investments, given their dominating economic position in the world, are unlimited. The heaviest investments are in Germany and Japan, but France, Italy, and Spain are, though smaller, also open fields, and the possibilities in Britain are not negligible. Indeed, this type of exploitation seems to be welcomed by conservatives and labor alike, as the government's four-year plan actually invites such investments as a way of removing the $300 million deficit still anticipated for 1953. It is estimated that this can be covered by gold production and dollar earnings of the rest of the sterling area together with the United States investment in the United Kingdom and the rest of the sterling area. It is also, however, necessary to absorb broad consumption as well as production goods, hence the pressure of the maintenance of American exports by the scarcely concealed dumping tactics of the Marshall Plan. Point 2 American monopolies are now almost openly out for economic world domination, seeking to force all other countries to take expensive American goods and supply America with cheap raw materials. It is a policy of exporting the slump, market restriction through high prices at home being balanced by expansion through dumping abroad. The picture of the world in the American century, as it appears to those in control in the United States, is one of an economically prosperous United States secured by a belt of poor white Europe whose low-wage industries would form a valuable corrective to the wage claims of American workers. Both would depend increasingly on the products of the slave black empire taken over, though still managed for the time being by the older imperialisms of Europe. But the policy of capital export and dumping is not capable even of countering the dangers to capitalism from impending slump. The internal position of American capitalism is none too secure either economically or, as the recent election has shown, politically. American imperialism, moreover, cannot hope to solve either its political or its economic difficulties by economic means alone. It is now no longer possible, as it was in the early days of the 20th century, to carry out imperialist exploitation with little or no resistance from the victims. Whole areas of the world, such as Eastern Europe, are now closed to such exploitation, and in further areas, such as China and Southeast Asia, there is a better organized and more successful resistance than has hitherto been known. Further, although there are no rival imperialist countries against which it is necessary to arm, American capitalists see their nemesis in the growth of a strong and economically stable Soviet Union. The world of socialism. As the century advances, the focus of interest in human affairs is shifting from the last stages of decay of capitalism to the first stages of the growth of an alternative political and economic system. The Russian Revolution of 1917 was a portent. The Soviet Union of 1948 is a power which must be increasingly taken into account in every problem of contemporary economics and politics, and now the Soviet Union does not stand alone. Around it are grouped an increasing number of peoples which were formerly the outer, neglected, and oppressed fringe of the capitalist world and who now 12. Have, largely as a result of the war, turned to the Soviet Union for inspiration in their own reconstruction and protection from the permanent danger of capitalist penetration and subjection. In the people's governments of Eastern Europe we have seen already in the 3 years since the end of the war an achievement of reconstruction unparalleled in the rest of the world. But far more significant than any material achievement is the effective creation of new peoples, aiming by their own efforts at reaching an ever-increasing standard of material well-being and social culture. Movements of liberation. There is all the difference in the world between these plans inspired and carried out by the people whom they benefit, and the paternalistic and hypocritical plans of the Western powers for the improvements of backward peoples, whether these are directly under imperialist control, as in the colonies, or indirectly, as in the semi-colonial countries. In many areas of the world, notably China, Vietnam, and Greece, the emerging national movements are engaged in a relentless and increasingly successful military struggle against the forces of local reaction which are amply and openly supported by imperialist governments. There is no country under capitalist control which is today without hope of liberation. The knowledge of this, and of the example of successfully liberated countries, is one of the major causes of the increasing reactionary tendency of the old and new imperialists. The basic impetus for liberation, however, is necessarily from within, arising from the intrinsic inability of imperialism to provide for the real needs and aspirations of the peoples of undeveloped countries. It marks an immediate reaction to the impact of a new wave of economic exploitation, aimed at extracting the largest amount of mineral and vegetable raw materials from their territory for the benefit of the big monopoly interests to meet the insatiable demands of American economy and to provide the so-called strategic materials for war preparation. The movement of liberation is not confined to the undeveloped or colonial countries. It is just as real in the imperialist countries themselves, though it takes different forms according to their economic structure and recent political history. In all the countries which were subjected to German occupation, the raison d'etre of the resistance movements did not disappear with the end of hostilities. Men and women did not risk torture and death in order to recreate a form of society which had betrayed them to the Nazis and which was ruled, and is still ruled, by collaborationists. In France and Italy, although foreign threats and bribes have secured governments of reactionaries supported by subservient social democrats, popular resistance is still active and will prevent any reliable alignment of these countries with a military intervention against the Soviet Union. In the smaller countries of Europe it is more difficult to resist economic absorption by American capitalism, especially where, as in the case of Belgium and Holland, they are also imperialist countries whose hold on their colonial possessions is entirely dependent on American goodwill, but even here resistance exists and will grow as the crisis deepens. The position of Britain, however, is altogether a special one. In the capitalist world Britain is, after the United States, far the most important industrial country, and it carries with it both the experience and the prestige of her former position as a dominating imperialist country. Although as the result of war coupled with a disastrous economic policy that position has been lost and the country has become economically dependent on the United States, nevertheless, for reasons of interest as well as of sentiment, it pays the United States to conceal that dependence as much as possible and thus not to risk raising the great and effective opposition which the British people would undoubtedly exert once they realized where they were being driven. The drive to war. That direction is towards war, for the very size and extent of their interests is a source of danger to the capitalists. It becomes all the more necessary for them to protect their interests against the reactions of the exploited peoples of the world provoked by their own depredations. There was a time when this protection could be exercised by unacknowledged agents, of which the most conspicuous were the Italian fascists, German Nazis, and the Japanese imperialists. These agents, it was hoped, could be counted on to keep their own peoples in order and to contain and ultimately to destroy the one focus of resistance to capitalism in the Soviet Union. They did not turn out to be so reliable. In the first place, they found it more convenient to attack the weaker capitalist countries, and then when they attacked the Soviet Union, the peoples of the capitalist countries themselves forced their rulers, unwillingly and grudgingly, to assist the Soviet Union in the destruction of fascism. The United States as the center of reaction. Now, with open fascism out of the way, the capitalism of the United States has to take on far more openly its role as a center of military and political reaction in the world. It is a new responsibility. Hitherto the United States has been a relatively peaceful nation, but its rulers are driving it into a frantic militarism, one which can play on the capitalists' real fears of the growth of genuine socialism, and on the fears, cleverly stimulated in the rest of the population, of the horrors of modern war. There are, of course, other and more positive reasons for the growth of militarism in the United States. The war brought into being an enormous new caste of military officers largely drawn from and closely linked with heavy industry. These have a vested interest in maintaining the country on a war footing. Even more important are the economic rewards and justifications for large armaments. The American aircraft industry, for instance, would have been bankrupt many years ago if their lobbying had not been so successful in building up an enormous fighting force. Again, however, even this degree of production wasted in war preparations will not in itself be sufficient to avert the crisis of overproduction. Only war itself can ensure sufficient outlets and adequate profits to keep the capitalist industrial machine working at full capacity. Hence the drive to war itself, a drive restrained for the time being by the only too well-founded doubts of the militarists themselves about the success of such a war, and ultimately by the reactions of the peoples of the United States and its allies. As long, however, as the United States remains in the control of monopoly capitalist interests, in spite of gestures and apparent concessions that have been made from time to popular insurgents, the danger of economic collapse and war will always be present. Within 3 years of the end of the Second World War, staff talks, alliances, rearmament, and general preparations for a Third World War are already being made, at a time when the capitalist countries are already either involved in or on the brink of a deep economic crisis. These immediate questions overshadow all others and are preventing any possibilities of long-term reconstruction. The most characteristic feature of the present situation is the DMVE to territorial and ideological splitting of the world, involving an increasing polarization of people driven to choose between capitalism and socialism, and the open admission of economic and political dependence of all capitalist countries on the United States. The policy built up by the Allies during the war, and which took its final form at Potsdam, has now been openly repudiated by its American and British signatories. That was a policy envisaging a common and operative move towards permanent peace reconstruction, particularly of the devastated countries of Europe and Asia, to be carried out through the assistance of the United Nations and directed in each country by governments representing all the popular elements that fought against Hitler and Mussolini. It then seemed that a beneficial evolution of the world, at least for decades, would be possible, with the different political and economic systems existing side by side. This has been, and still is, the aim of Soviet policy, but it has been increasingly repudiated in Britain and America as successively by Mr. Bevin and Mr. Truman in action as it is by Mr. Churchill and General de Gaulle in words. The Cold War. Instead, American-British policy has become one of pacts and unions of an increasingly military character, together with economic plans to secure their material basis and for general intensification of colonial exploitation. Most important and significant of all are the efforts now being made to reconstruct German and Japanese economy under the control of the most reactionary elements in these countries, recreating by doing zero the very danger which the Second World War was fought to avert. Also in line with this policy is the support of reactionary regimes everywhere, for support expressed by armed interference in Greece and China, and by economic and political support of the fascist regimes of Spain, Portugal, South America, and the Middle East. This policy has now acquired a name of its own, that of the Cold War on the Soviet Union, and this war is being conducted more and more along the lines of the old anti-Comintern axis of the fascist powers. The application of the term Cold War is now being twisted into a description of a war the Soviet Union is alleged to be waging against its former allies. In fact, it arose largely as the result of British instigation, expressed in Churchill's Fulton speech in 1946, as a policy of getting tough with the Russians enheartened by the possession of the atom bomb. The tendency that is now being clearly revealed is one of return. 17. So far as that is possible, to the pre-war capitalist world picture. Only the wilder imperialists, such as Mr. Churchill, would like to see the whole picture restored, including the reincorporation of India and Burma in the empire, and the restoration of the countries of Eastern Europe to the incompetent and tyrannical governments to which they were entrusted by the victorious allies of the First World War. Nor is it possible to carry reaction through under the same cynical terms that were acceptable in the interwar period. People have experienced enough to be aware of them. Instead, hypocrisy is now the rule. The same things are now being attempted under new names, those of the Marshall Plan for Economic Recovery, Western Union, and Atlantic Pacts for the Defense of Democracy. The advantage of these presentations is to secure wholehearted support from a great majority of honest people for these schemes who believe that they are intended by their sponsors to achieve, and in fact would achieve, economic prosperity and peace. To their more well-placed backers, particularly in America, these pretenses are usually apparent. They see well enough the real objectives of securing effective United States predominance in the world, containing the Soviet Union, and ultimately restoring the freedom of capitalism in every part of the world. The Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan is ostensibly one for securing the reconstruction of the economies of certain Western European countries to the state that within 5 years they should become wholly independent of any further exceptional external aid. Even if the European recovery program schemes were effective, and in view of recent experiences it would seem most surprising if they were, they would in fact leave Europe at the end of the time with an economy entirely dependent on that of the United States and with a political structure so organized as to ensure the predominance of reactionary capitalist elements. In the Labour Party pamphlet, Feet on the Ground, it is made clear that in every country receiving aid the right parties are in the majority. And the more Western Europe is united, particularly one they manage by using electoral figures to show that Labour is itself a minority in Britain and they use that to excuse their own subservience. 18. With the inclusion of a far from denazified Germany, the heavier will the predominance of reaction be. The result of these developments is that by restoring effective capitalist power throughout their area of operation, Europe is exposed once again to just those economic and political strains that brought them under fascism and the drive towards war. The economic basis of the Marshall Plan is in itself extremely unsound. As was pointed out in the 1948 report of the European Economic Commission, the tendency since the war has been for Western European countries to increase their imports from the Western Hemisphere and to decrease those from Eastern Europe, thus ensuring on account of lower productivity of Western Europe compared to the USA a condition of permanent trade unbalance. Increased trade with Eastern Europe, particularly during the Reconstruction period, in the exchange of capital goods from the more industrialist Western countries with food and raw materials from the Eastern, would be of immense mutual benefit and is the only way in which a really stable and progressive European economy can be built up. Europe as an American colony. One of the criteria by which the real intentions of the promoters of the Marshall Plan can be judged is their attitude towards improvement of productivity in Europe. The plan aims at restricting industrialization in Eastern Europe as much as possible. It has, for instance, already prevented effective trade between Poland and France, and the French government is made to take expensive German coal, payable at a high price in dollars, in preference to cheap Polish coal. Similar restrictions are placed on steel imports from Austria into Czechoslovakia. Further, the specific United States prohibition of types of goods likely to be of military value has been extended to cover so much machinery, particularly electrical machinery, that its intention is clearly as much economic as military. The proposal of the Soviet Union that the European Economic Commission should set up a committee to speed up the industrialization of war-devastated countries was defeated at the instance of the British and American governments. Further, serious industrialization in Western Europe except in the case of Germany is almost as severely frowned upon. For instance, the revised plan for France envisages the production of much more food and much less steel. In general, it would appear that the position of Europe under the plan would be one in which there would be no possibility of competition with major industries in the United States, but in which Europe could be permitted to produce food for itself and a certain amount of light industrial production and luxury goods made with cheap labor, thus exercising a valuable corrective on high wage rates in the United States. It is often claimed that the restriction of Marshall aid to Western Europe was imposed by the refusal of the eastern states to come into the Mars-Hawley plan. This refusal, however, was based on the very character of the plan itself, which is one of extending everywhere it operates the principles of normal capitalist exploitation under the guise of free economic intercourse. It was recognized even in the 19th century that free trade between a highly developed industrial nation and a poorly developed one simply meant subjection of the economy of the second to that of the first. That was why it was so popular in Victorian England, but also why it was resisted at that time in less developed countries by the creation of tariffs. Under the Marshall Plan, far from protection of the weaker countries, it is they who have to promise to facilitate one-way free trade. Much play is made of the generosity of Marshall terms, with its free gifts and loans. That is an old story, too, but in those days it was the bankers in imperialist countries of Europe who used to give loans and assistance to Turkish pashas or Chinese mandarins, and they were certainly not in business for their health. Western Europe is also beginning to experience the pleasures of being colonist. The troubles will not keep us waiting long. Those countries that have governments capable of defending them from such exploitation naturally could not accept the plan on these terms, but the reactionary or weak socialist governments of Western Europe preferred subjection to capitalist America to the sound economic development and independence of their own country. The Marshall Plan has also the convenience that opposition to any of its features could be put down to Cominform influence and rapidly equated with treason. Thus it is possible to shoot down strikers and pass anti-labor laws in France and Italy while holding in check the natural sympathy of their fellow workers in Britain and America. In those countries where things have not got so far, it is in the name of the Marshall Plan that wages are frozen while prices rise, and the traditional reactions of trade unionists are stifled by threatening them with the foreign devil of communism. Nevertheless, it is only with the fullest support of militant workers that any permanent increase in productivity can be achieved, and such support can never be given as long as a policy of cooperation with capitalists and repression of the working class is followed. 21. The operation of the Marshall Plan has in fact already had the effect of lessening the possibility of economic recovery of all the countries which it covers. Particularly is this the case in Britain, where the Cripps policy of all for export and of capital cuts has already lost precious time needed to achieve the productivity based on the application of science and techniques. The success of this export policy itself is in doubt. The apparent improvement in the balance of payments is largely due to windfalls, including £100 million for the sale of the Argentine railways. Production and export targets have both been scaled down, and the future possibilities of attaining these targets are very doubtful in view of the hardening of the market position, and will be even more so when German and Japanese goods produced through the agency of the Marshall Plan and American investments begin to compete with those of Britain. This is to ensure a market for the enormous surplus of American production on America's own terms, to compel the Marshallist countries to take such commodities as the American capitalist monopolies please, to restrict the development of the key industries of steel, engineering, and chemicals, which could lead to the Marshallist countries being able to stand on their own, assert their independence, and even compete with American production, and to maintain the Marshallist countries in a condition of permanent economic independence. By this means American capitalists evidently hope to avert the onset of the inevitable slump, the danger of which is quite apparent to them. This slump is actually in process of being exported from America to the Marshallist countries. The crisis is to be driven out from the center to the periphery. The economic provisions of the Marshall Plan, which lead to the restriction of the capital re-equipment of industries and to lowered standards of life, can only hasten the onset of capitalist economic crisis of the classical form in Britain, France, and other Western European countries. Military aspects of the Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan, it must be remembered, is only a second stage of American initiative which started with the so-called Truman Doctrine, a doctrine expressed as the willingness of the United 22 States government to support with money and arms all governments willing to repress communism internally or to carry out policies hostile to the Soviet Union. There was to be no nonsense about the democratic character of such governments or how far they contained collaborationist or fascist elements. What this meant was shown only too clearly by the first recipients of Truman Doctrine aid in Greece, Turkey, Persia, and China. All the countries were valued not primarily for economic reasons but because they furnish useful bases for military attack on the Soviet Union. The Marshall Plan is an extension of this policy to Western Europe with an appropriate camouflage because these countries are not yet under such dictatorial regimes as those of the Middle or Far East. This aspect of the Marshall Plan as a bulwark of capitalism against communism, is quite openly stressed in the United States. Indeed, it was a major factor in making it acceptable to Congress. President Truman, in his message to Congress, December 19, 1947, stated, "Our deepest concern with European recovery is that it is essential to the maintenance of the civilization in which the American way of life is rooted." Mr. Hoffman, the ECA administrator, put it more bluntly, prosperity through ERP is a powerful antidote to communism. Since then matters have moved much further. Its application proceeds in two stages, first of political and then of strategic preparation for war. The political objective is one of securing that all of the countries concerned have governments easily amenable to American strategic policy. This involves as a first step the breakup of democratic coalitions which included communists. In France and Italy it is the unstable and reactionary governments installed by American pressure, and not communist parties, which are disrupting the economies of their countries. While the latter remained in the government they cooperated loyally and indeed took the lead in the recovery and industrial productivity of their countries. Their crime was to insist that TBs should not be done to the disadvantage of the working classes. Their expulsion has been a signal for an attack on the working class's standard of life and for the emergence of a regime of corruption, black market, and inflation. The political objectives of the Marshall Plan stable, amenable. Capitalist governments have not been achieved, nor can they be. The contradictions of capitalism lie too deep. The only logical but still futile step is towards fascism. But the military stage cannot be delayed. The objectives are the provision of bases for United States bombers in Western Europe, and particularly in Britain. Secondly, the rearming of Western European countries to provide ground troops to hold these bases until reinforcement can arrive from America, and, thirdly, the development of such an industrial base in Germany as will provide equipment, labor force, and ultimately fighting men for an assault on the Soviet Union. Such plans have been openly discussed, not only in American journals, but in such responsible British periodicals as The Observer. That they make military nonsense is not the point. The peoples of Western Europe are neither able nor willing to act as a cushion for atomic warfare between the USA and the Soviet Union, as one frank official military commentator in the United States proposed. Nor does the fact that the Americans consider most of continental Europe expendable have any appeal to the local population. The war plans of Churchill from Fulton to Llandudno may be in fact as foolish as those that lured Hitler into the attack on the Soviet Union, but they are being proceeded with as energetically. If it were not for military preparation already embarked upon by the countries of Western Europe, most of their economic difficulties would not have occurred. In particular Britain, without the armed forces of 800,000 and its expenditure, direct or indirect, of some £1,000 million per annum for military purposes would have been able to meet her external payments without exceptional help from the United States. Marshall aid may in fact be regarded as a concealed subsidy to the states of Western Europe for military preparations against the Soviet Union, with the additional sting that here we are expected to refer to it as far-sighted generosity and idealistic contribution to world peace. This apparently is not yet enough. Neither Western Europe nor Germany are arming soldiers at the rate to suit the American tempo of the Cold War. Not only must military pacts of Western Union be entered into, not only must Joint Chiefs of Staff remain in existence, or be extended in function, but even further rearmament is required, and an Atlantic Pact involving Lend-Lease arrangements and the provision of American arms is forecast in the near future. If this happens, it will be difficult to maintain the pretense that Western Europe is anything but a collection of satellite buffer states whose populations exist to work and fight and die for their American benefactors. The atom bomb. Behind all the war preparations now so busily going forward under the guise of the defense of Western civilization, its latest products, the atomic bomb, radioactive poisons, and bacterial warfare, are busily being perfected and got ready for instant action. War, too, has become scientific, and the governments of the United States and Britain are spending many times more on research to produce these horrors than they are willing to spend for the health and welfare of their peoples. Pro.se or Blackite's timely book shows us how much more the atom bomb means as a psychological and political weapon than as a military one. The other types of scientific warfare, striking as they do innately at the civilian populations, which are much more difficult to protect than the military, only emphasize this point. Mass bombing of cities proved its futility as a means of winning the Second World War, though it was extremely useful in exalting the importance of independent strategic air force and of the industries that exist only by virtue of their building warplanes. The political value of the new terror weapons is, however, enormous. The news of the dropping of the atomic bomb produced, particularly among the American and to a certain extent among the British people, a great feeling of fear. The fear, which was natural enough, was exaggerated with the best intentions by naive scientists who wished to scare the world into abandoning this weapon. It was in fact skillfully used to produce the opposite effect of justifying the most lavish expenditure of public money on the production of even more horrible weapons as the only means of defense through retaliation. There was also, particularly in America, a deep sense of guilt at the wanton and horrible killing of hundreds of thousands of civilians in the demonstration of a new weapon at the very end of a war that was already won. As people come to realize that in fact the atom bomb was dropped as the opening of a Third World War against the Soviet Union, and that the Japanese were only the unwitting victims, a thesis amply documented in Blackett's book, the feeling of guilt will increase, but so will the attempts to evade it by building up the bogey of Soviet power to such an extent that any means will seem justifiable to crush it. The great military attractiveness of the atom bomb, sedulously propagated by the military clique in the United States and their backers, is that as long as the United States are the only power possessing it, war might be fought with the casualties practically all on the other side. That hope, although it is somewhat discredited, is still the basis for the propaganda for preventive war. Nothing stands between us today and complete subjugation to communist tyranny but the atom bomb in American possession, said Churchill in his notorious Llandudno speech. The veteran pacifist, Lord Russell, cannot wait for the attack but wants to drop the bomb at once. The essential and economic weakness of this popular view of atom bomb warfare is that it does not in itself justify either expenditure of money or the dragooning of soldiers necessary to maintain capitalist production at boom levels and suppress working class opposition. Hence the increasing emphasis on the need for other arms, ships, guns, tanks, and mass armies. The specter of militarism that two wars were fought to exorcise is marching again and will march as long as the dominance of 26. Capitalism that cannot long exist without militarism is allowed to persist. Militarism has been traditionally associated with reaction in politics and culture. When generals begin to aspire to political prominence, liberties soon disappear. It is not for nothing that the author of the Marshall Plan was a chief of staff, or that the aspirant to the dictatorship of France is General de Gaulle. Military and economic reaction are natural allies. Western Union. The militarism of this era, however, is not the multinational militarism, or even the imperialist militarism of the earlier decades of the century. It is effectively American imperialism and nothing else. The other armies will be no more independent than were those of Hungary or Romania under the Nazis. They will be armed by America, trained along American lines, operated under the control of American commanding officers. Some face must be preserved by the appointment of Allied commanders such as General Montgomery, and some pretense may be made that Western Union, plus the colonial empire, could be a third force of equal status to the United States of America and the Soviet Union. There is no doubt that if the countries of Western Europe could act together as one, their collective resources in population, industrial capacity, and raw materials would give them power in the world equal to either Russia or America. Actually, the countries of Western Union are being bound economically, politically, and militarily to the United States, and will be even more so by the end of the operation of the Marshall Plan than they were at the beginning. Only Britain and Germany are first-class industrial countries. The Marshall Plan, as it has already been pointed out, does not propose that Britain should develop its heavy industry to any extent, and insofar as German industry is permitted or helped to do so, it will be as a branch of American heavy industry. Without a heavy industrial base and without armament-producing industries for which Western Union has neither the manpower nor the machinery, there can be no independent military action, and the exploitation of the colonies, however hard-pressed, is unlikely to do more than provide Europe with food substitutes and the United States with strategic war materials. In fact, Western Union is a negation of the national dependence of the historic countries of Europe, a negation which has been accepted by their governments as a lesser evil than accepting popular democracy under the leadership of the working classes. It is besides an unnecessary and futile gesture, militarily and economically. On paper, it is true, the grouping together of 260 million people gives the appearance of numerical strength. But the strength of an alliance or a union can never be greater than that of its component units, and the countries of Europe under reactionary and corrupt governments by coming together are only multiplying their weakness and disagreements. Above all, they cannot carry with them the support of their peoples who, as events enlighten them as to the real objects of their governments, will move into ever more effective opposition. Britain under Marshall Aid. The internal effect of aligning Britain with the Marshall Plan and Western Union is to emphasize every negative and reactionary aspect of British politics. As conservative speakers have not been slow to point out, the more Britain is leagued with states of right and anti-communist governments, the more difficult it will be to have any socialist government in this country. Behind the facade of socialism, the capitalist economy of Britain is being effectively retained, in spite of, or even by means, of nationalization, including an altogether insupportable burden of rent, interest, and profit. The policy of holding up capital development means that industry cannot be equipped materially to achieve the high levels of productivity. These results drive towards harder work and longer hours, a process which is intended to be disguised by the use of psychological incentives. At the same time, higher prices impose lower real wages, and any effort to better them is put down to come-inform propaganda. Under these crippling restrictions, British economy has proved unable to recover from the effects of war and the loss of many of its imperial sources of income. Instead of attempting to change the whole basis of British productivity and use the magnificent equipment and manpower of Britain to reconstruct British economy, the Labour government has taken the disastrous course of dependence on American aid, and in return has been obliged to act as the agent of American interests in attempting to rebuild capitalism in Europe, and particularly in Germany, and re-establish imperialist control throughout the world. Effectively, the Labour government is making Britain safe for capitalism, or perhaps more accurately safe for American capitalism. The touchstone of British political and economic life is rapidly becoming how far it fits in the economic policy of the Marshall Plan or the militarization policy of Western Union. To question the wisdom of either is rapidly being taken as a proof of disloyalty or even treason. The drive for rearmament affords further excuses for reaction. It has already led to the purge of those even suspected of opposing official policy, and is spreading from the armaments ministries to the rest of the civil service, and from them to public and private employment. It has now even reached the trade unions. The drive to secure larger armed forces goes inevitably with propaganda against our former allies, and this propaganda becomes more and more indistinguishable as time goes on from that of our common enemies, Mussolini and Hitler. This means a closer and closer alliance between the Labour Party and most reactionary elements in the country, stretching to the fascists whose propaganda the Labour Home Secretary has taken such pains to protect. The ultimate aim is to promote an attitude of docility at home and aggressiveness abroad, as well as to make a new war possible even before the old has had time to be forgotten. The contradictions of the Marshall Plan. It is most important to realize that the Marshall Plan is, like the capitalism that engendered it, torn with multiple contradictions. The plans of the various receiving countries are irreconcilable, as each of them is attempting to cut down imports from each other at the same time as increasing exports to each other. A far more important contradiction is that the desires to combat communism and to ward off the American slump are fundamentally incompatible. The first implies the revival of an independent, competing, capitalist economy in Western Europe, and this is impossible to reconcile with immediate American economic interests. These contradictions will result in vacillations and compromises. It will probably be necessary, especially if the rearmament of Western Europe is to proceed fast enough, to allow for greater industrial development even in Britain than American industry would like. The effect of this, however, will be offset by heavy American investment and rapid recovery of German and Japanese industry, which, as it cannot all be turned to armaments at once, will increase the competitive difficulties of the other capitalist countries. In the last resort, however, it will be the dominant monopoly interests in America that will determine the character of Western European economy and politics, and whatever else it is, it will be reactionary and militaristic. To sum up, the fruits of the Marshall Plan for European countries and for Britain in particular are, economic and political dependence on the USA, restriction of basic industries, capital cuts and disruption of post-war recovery, perpetuation of the capitalist system, under USA tutelage, the onset of a new capitalist economic crisis, military preparations for war against the Soviet Union. This policy has not had the success in Britain or America, not to speak of France or Italy, that its sponsors had intended. The war-tired people show themselves allergic to recruiting drives or to extreme right politics. In the measure that political leaders began to advocate reaction more openly, they are being repudiated by the electors. Truman's real policy has been one of industrial suppression at home and war preparation abroad, but he won his election on a labor rights and peace platform. The feeling of the people throughout the world, and not least in America and Britain, is dead against the policies which their governments and their economic and military bosses are following. Before, however, that opposition can be effective in the face of a barrage of deceptive propaganda, people have to learn to distinguish between the peaceful professions and the warlike actions of their rulers. 33. How science is affected. Both the present operation and the future prospects of science are absolutely dependent on the developments in the economic and political fields that have just been discussed. In general, and with a time lag that is shortening with the years, the direction and intensity of scientific work is determined by those of the economy and politics of the country. Any important change of direction in policy immediately changes the type of work done by scientists or engineers operating or controlling production. After a short delay, it changes the direction of scientific development and research. On a long-term basis, it affects the training of scientists of the future. In the present situation, three general trends are observable in the utilization of science in Britain. Firstly, the trend towards predominant concentration on war research. Secondly, the trend towards an emphasis on immediate export production and away from long-term development in industry. And lastly, the trend towards increasing colonial research. In contrast, research for immediate human welfare, housing, health, and home agriculture are growing so much more slowly that they are relatively taking a smaller and smaller place in the national research programs. This picture, drawn for Britain, is repeated with characteristic variations in other capitalist countries. In many European countries, however, science is maintained on a much more meager budget, so small in fact that in spite of the work of a few brilliant individuals its continuance is in danger. French expenditure on civil scientific research and development is only about £8 million per annum, of which £1 million is for fundamental research, and the poor salaries of scientists discourage entry into that profession. Only in relatively sheltered countries, such as Switzerland and Sweden, is science in a healthy state. Dominance of United States science. Moreover, the absolute predominance in wealth of American science is already having a very depressing effect on science in the whole area. There is a tendency, particularly for scientists of repute 31 and promise, to be drawn by the better salaries offered in America to such an extent that this, combined with political and economic disturbance in Europe, has led to an exodus of probably more than half of the most brilliant scientists of Europe. It has been made clear in Britain, particularly by the Scientific Manpower Commission, that there is an existing shortage of scientists which is likely to become more acute unless the teaching of science is much extended. This has been brought home in a most striking way by the appeal for geologists from the United States for exploration in the British Empire, the supply of native geologists having been depressed for years by the poor prospects and employment that have previously been offered. There is probably no field of human effort in which the dominance of the United States over the rest of the capitalist world is so clear as in science, and this even more for applied and military science than for the older, more fundamental sciences. It is interesting to note, for example, that in a recent survey it was found that more American than British scientific literature was read by British scientists. Science in the Soviet Union and the new democracies. In contrast to these developments has been that of science in the Soviet Union and in the new democracies. In the former, a consistent policy has been followed from 1917 onwards of developing science in relation to the economic and social needs of the people. In fact, most of the schemes of scientific development now adopted in the United States, Britain, and France have been based on the Soviet experience, but they have lacked what the Soviet Union had: economic principles and a plan to which the scientific research could be positively linked. Naturally, there is war research in the Soviet Union enough to have provided the Nazis with some very unpleasant surprises, but it does not infiltrate and dominate the research of civil science as it is doing in Britain and the United States. Even during the war, civil science, which practically came to a standstill in the other countries, flourished and expanded in the Soviet Union. In the new democracies, the initial task has been very much harder than in any Western country on account of the initial poor development of science in those countries, because they were for years before the war subjected to German political and cultural domination, and because during the war the Nazis had a deliberate policy of massacring all intellectuals. Nevertheless, they have been able in a little over 3 years by heroic efforts to develop an organization and practice of science related to the problems of reconstruction, and to start the training of thousands of new scientists for the further raising of the economic and cultural levels of their peoples. Here, as in the Soviet Union, another great advantage has accrued: the ability to call on the whole of the people and not on an almost hereditary class of intelligentsia, civil servants, professional men, and teachers for the scientists of the future. Even in Britain and the United States, with their allegedly democratic traditions, this is by no means the case. It is estimated that only 20% of those coming from working-class families in Britain, and an even smaller proportion in the United States, actually benefit from university education. Science for war. The greatest and most dangerous distortion of science in Britain and the United States is that in the direction of preparation for war. This has 3 bad effects on science which reinforce each other. In the first place, the objective of destruction is increasingly becoming an objective of blind slaughter without even military excuse. This is foreign to the whole tradition of science, and inevitably demoralizes not only those engaged on war research but also the whole body of scientific workers who, through coming to accept this as a matter of course, tend to lose all sense of social responsibility and moral value in science. Further, it gives apparent justification to the non-scientific public to associate science with war in its most horrible aspects. All this in turn lends additional support to the popular tendency of dislike for and suspicion of science and of scientists. Military secrecy. In the second place, Though purely military research has of its very nature to be carried out in secrecy, this secrecy is extremely 33. Difficult to limit. The result of the great use of science in the war has been the spread of the atmosphere of secrecy far beyond the field of military science. Indeed, if the security officers had their way, there would be practically nothing in science that could not be classified as secret, either because it had already or might later have an application to some weapon or piece of equipment. As Sir Robert Watson Watt pointed out, the size of the Earth is a secret because it is necessary for the proper aiming of long-range rockets. On the same grounds, the position of the stars might become secret. In biology, every aspect of physiology and medicine might be turned into account for new forms of chemical or bacteriological warfare. If things have not proceeded to this length, they have already proceeded far enough. Large areas of new sciences vaguely known to exist are being kept out of the common pool. At the same time, the existence of secrecy and the fear of unwittingly revealing secrets destroys the free communication of scientists nationally and even more internationally, irrespective of whether their work is secret or not. The burden of military research. Thirdly, the concentration on military science drains off men, and, even more, material support from these branches of science, both fundamental and applied, which increase man's knowledge and control over his environment and would enable him to deal with the urgent and pressing needs of provision of food, increase of industrial productivity, and the preservation of health. It is still not sufficiently realized to what extent in Britain, and even more in America, science, the sensitive growing point of civilization, is being twisted into the service of war. Of the wealth of the country and its manpower, 10% is being employed on war or war preparations. This is bad enough, but over 60% of all expenditure on scientific research and development and some 80% of all government research is being devoted to war research, mainly weapon development, while a force of 2,836 scientific workers, which represents some 64% of those employed in government and some 20% of all scientific workers in applied science, are being for that purpose kept away from constructive tasks. It is officially argued that some of this, such as aerodynamic and turbine work, is also of civil use, but this is specious, since much civil research is also of use to the military, and in any case the aeroplane has been almost since its invention far more of military than of civil use. It would be perfectly possible to turn this scientific manpower, equipment, and experience to civil use. Detailed proposals for this purpose have already been put forward. This would undoubtedly lead to great and immediate increase in the tempo of industrial research and shorten by years the achievement of effective economic independence of Britain. Scientific weapons, atom bombs. The militarization of science is seen at its worst in the production of the new weapons of atomic and bacteriological warfare, those referred to so quaintly by General MacNaughton as quality weapons. It is here that the scientists, particularly the scientists of America, are brought face to face with their political and social responsibilities. The fact that they were able to organize and, to a limited extent, instruct the public as to the nature of these weapons and their implications, shows at least that scientists are capable of acquiring both political responsibility and a certain measure of power. But it equally remains a fact that in the end the militarization of atom research, and the failure to reach international agreement on its control has completely stultified the work of the scientists and has revealed in them a lack of political understanding. As Blackhead points out in his book, the Lilienthal Plan for international control of atomic energy was worked out with unconscious or deliberate disregard for political realities. The scientists responsible thought they had done a grand job and had laid the foundations of peace through the Atomic Development Agency. They were surprised and pained that this was taken up by the politicians and so modified that it became the most powerful argument for preventing any international agreement on atomic energy. The provisions of the Barrack Plan, which is essentially the same as that now accepted by the American-controlled majority of the Atomic Energy Commission of the United Nations, calls for inspection, the abolition of veto, and does not propose to consider the destruction of bombs till every other condition has been fulfilled. To accept it would mean admitting effective control by the United States government not only of atomic energy but of military offensive and defensive power throughout the world. Naturally, this is enthusiastically welcomed by those who wish the United States to have such power, including the man who gave it to them in the first place, Mr. Churchill. But many honest scientists fail to see that this means handing over the whole of the world to capitalism, an action which, not surprisingly, that part of the world which has had enough of capitalism will resist at all costs. The illusion of the world state. What had not been taken into account by the scientists is that the world is at present divided into two areas with economies based on entirely different principles, one planless and motivated by private profit, the other planned for the public benefit. Now, while it is possible for both to exist side by side without war, it is not possible for either to submit to an overriding external authority. This is the reason why the solution advocated by such American scientists as Einstein and Urey, that of escape from the danger of atomic warfare by the setting up of a world state, is even less possible or desirable than the control schemes over which so much fruitless discussion has ranged during the past few years. It is, of course, much pleasanter and easier to forget the existence of economic and political factors and make ideal plans for the reconstruction of the world on scientific lines. Thus, for instance, nearly all scientists recognize that the major problem facing the world today, as Sir John Boyd Orr has repeatedly pointed out, is the threat of the growing shortage of food, which may become catastrophic in a few years with the increase of population and the continuation of soil erosion. There have been calls to drop discussion of politics and to concentrate on the technical solution of this problem. Yet it remains obstinately a political one. The more conservative scientists see the danger as one of overpopulation and deprecate the introduction of health measures which would allow the population to grow. The more idealistic would like us to concentrate on plans for a world state which would organize rationally food production and population policy. The fact of the threat to the food situation in the world is a direct byproduct of capitalist economy. It is the pursuit of profit that has stripped the forests from the hills, snatched crops from the plains until the very soil has blown away and herded the former inhabitants of colonial territory into bad land reserves where their animals are bound to eat away what vegetation there is. Rational exploitation of natural resources is in fact impossible under capitalism and will not take place until capitalism is destroyed. It is the same with most other beneficent schemes envisaged and planned without regard for the political and economic factors. Industrial research. Industrial research in Britain, as in other capitalist countries, is mainly carried out by the great monopolies. 1. The government's contribution to industrial research, though rising, only represents some 15% of the expenditure of private industrial firms. It is too early yet to see what the contribution of nationalist industry to research will be. The major criticisms of industrial research in Britain today are that it is short-sighted, ill-balanced, chaotic, and almost totally unplanned. The economic policy of the government, far from remedying this state of affairs, has on the whole intensified it. The pressure on immediate production for export has turned most research departments in industry onto short-term developments, troubleshooting or testing problems to the detriment of long-term research leading to new lines. There has never been any rational balance in industrial research. Historic factors such as the growth of new industries based on science have led to the concentration of research into the electrical and chemical industries to the detriment of the others. In certain of the older industries, notably steel and cotton, some beginning in Central East research work has been made, but it is in just these industries that it is most difficult to get some of the research results applied. Working parties in the still older British industries such as those for wool, leather, and pottery have reported on the need for coordinated research in these industries, but little or no action has been taken as a result of it. If it were really desired to get the best out of British industry, the same effort would be made to concentrate scientific research and engineering development where they were most needed, taking into consideration the needs of the future as well as those of the present, and this would imply a general extensive redeployment of scientific manpower. The government has not chosen to do this, partly because of its general disinclination to interfere with private industry in any constructive way, but mainly because it would be quite impossible to redeploy a scientific force effectively except in relation to a general plan for industry. Such a plan does not exist, nor is there any intention of making one. So-called planning is simply a collection of targets drawn from sections of the industries themselves on what they can do on existing lines and immediate foreseeable developments. The characteristics of this kind of planning have been succinctly exposed in a letter by academician Strummelin to the Manchester Guardian. Asterisk. According to Mr. Morrison, this new British method of planning, unlike the old Soviet method under which the state plan is a law, binding on the entire country, consists in the fact that the plans are based on the tendencies of development and drawn up as forecasts for the future. As for their implementation or non-implementation, that is left entirely to the discrimination of the owners of the enterprises concerned. In substance, this method fully embodies the vaunted middle way between planning in words and lack of planning in fact. In a class society, like the one existing in Britain, the state plan merely recommends, say, that for a certain time not only wages should be pegged, but also prices and profit rates. But there is no doubt that under the conditions existing in your country, the employers will only carry out the first of these recommendations. The standard of living of the workers will drop, but the profit of the employers will keep on rising. It has long become an ABC of the science of planning that where the elemental tendencies of development of modern private capitalist economy are at work, only one forecast can be planned quite unmistakably, namely, that this economy is inevitably heading for its next crisis. Forecast plans are not really plans at all. Since they are not binding on anyone, they are doomed to failure from the outset. In a country in which compromise is the highest principle of statesmanship, where even the realization of socialism is not conceived without the active sympathy of the propertied class, and where the forces harnessed to the chariot of planning are pulling in different directions, in such a country the conditions for planning do not yet exist. The most perfect example of this type of planning is furnished by the prematurely published Memorandum on Economic Cooperation. Quite apart from the improbability of the Assumption 39 on which it rests, it represents merely a projection onto the future trends of production in Britain, together with a reliance on an enormously extended exploitation of colonial and semi-colonial countries. In the general table, while the deficit on visible trade is presumed to be reduced, between 1947 and 1953, by $1,112 million, depending on an export increase of nearly $3,000 million, the invisibles are expected to change by no less than $1,827 million, from a deficit of $774 million to a surplus of $1,053. This relatively enormous increase is largely dependent on an assumed output of over 100 million tons of oil products by 1953. Incidentally, this includes the products of the Royal Dutch Shell Group, which may explain our somewhat hesitating reaction to Dutch imperialist wars. The actual investment in home capital development is far less than would be required for any thoroughgoing reconstruction of our basic industries on modern lines: $600 million for coal, $1,000 million for steel, $800 million for chemicals over the 4-year period. Indeed, Sir George Paysh and others have argued that the investment program scarcely covers the normal wear and tear of existing plant, estimated at $4,000 million annually, and is certainly unable to cover the total loss of some $40,000 million of capital incurred in the war. Although in the memorandum some lip service is paid to scientific research and development, it is clearly not relied on for any serious contribution, and the indications are that what capital replacements are introduced will be effectively obsolete before they come into production. Industrial secrecy. The present setup, for it would be absurd to call it an organization, of industrial research in Britain is quite incompatible with any kind of planning. The use of research for profit leads to duplication and secrecy as bad in its effects as military secrecy, and even more futile, for most of the supposed secrets are known to many rival firms. The rapid growth of industrial research means that more and more knowledge, some of it fundamental, nearly all capable of leading to fundamental discoveries, is being locked away from the free market of scientific ideas. Further, What information is allowed out is published in a scientific and technical press with so little attention as to order and presentation that it becomes almost as difficult to find out whether something has been published about a topic as to do research on it directly. The necessary steps which would have to be taken before any planning of industrial research can be a reality are the pooling of technical knowledge and the setting up of an effective inter-industrial information service. It would also be necessary, if any rational scheme of utilization of science were decided on, to ensure that it was done in the interest of the nation and not that of private profit, for otherwise it would be very difficult to persuade scientific workers to put up with the risks and discomforts involved in shifting to other jobs. The urgency of research and development. The failure to utilize research is bad enough at present, but it is likely to be even more disastrous in the future. There is a considerable time lag even under the best conditions between scientific research and the development of working prototypes. There is a smaller lag between that development and full-scale operation. The industries of 15 years hence depend on the fundamental work that is being done now. Industry 5 years hence depends on the development that is going on now. Such major developments as the use of oxygen, continuous casting of steel, and electronic instrumentation are likely to come along so slowly that they will be in full use in other countries such as the Soviet Union and the United States before they have passed the development stage in this country. This state of affairs is fully recognized by responsible persons in industry and the government, but they do not for the most part choose to accept its obvious implications, or rather they take the obstacles to the carrying out and the applications of research as absolutely inherent factors in industry. Sir Henry Tizard in his address to the British Association stated, "My view is that it is not the general expansion of research in this country that is of first importance for the restoration of its industrial health, and certainly not the expansion of government research remote from the everyday problems of industry." X41. What is of first importance is to apply what is already known. The fact is that all really new developments of industry are the product of the work of very few men. In general, knowledge in the physical sciences now accumulates at a rate much faster than it is, or possibly than it can be, applied in industry. There is a vast amount of knowledge waiting to be used. No new discovery, in any field, is likely to have so quick and beneficial an effect on British industry as the application of what is already known. Sir Henry probably intended these remarks to stir British industry into some degree of receptivity of the results of research, but they have effectively been taken as discouragement to research itself. The claim that further physical research is unnecessary and useless would not be true even if no development of new devices and processes were undertaken. Experience, particularly war experience, has shown that existing knowledge is not something that can be just taken out of a report and applied straight away. Its application will, of course, always be wanted under circumstances slightly or sometimes significantly different from those in which the knowledge was originally obtained. To make full use of old knowledge, new research has to be carried out, and this new research in itself can only be turned to full account by using it for further developments. Without physical research and development, industry will stagnate technically and in a short period, especially if run at the present rate, will actually retrogress. Social research as a substitute. As long as the official view is that physical research is unlikely to produce results of immediate value to industry, there is every likelihood of this happening. The further implication is that, in the place of research and development leading to improved industrial plant, the best use of science is in social and psychological research leading to propaganda to persuade workers to produce more goods from the old plan without, of course, affecting in any way the wages or profits and industry. It is interesting to note that the social sciences, which have been for a long time the Cinderellas of science, come into prominence only when it is thought they can be of use to provide something for nothing for the employers. Instead of trying to use knowledge to patch up and make toler 42 able old abuses, there is plenty to be done even in the short term to raise British industry to a level which will make the country self-subsistent. Existing industry is almost as wasteful of materials as it is of men, but its very inefficiency makes it all the more easy to secure startling advances with the minimum of effort. If research were directed towards tackling the problem of waste with due regard to the priorities, Effective production could be increased by diminishing consumption of raw materials without any loss of useful function. Agricultural and medical research. The position in agriculture and medical research only differs from that of industrial research in that the effort directed to them is on an even less adequate scale. The amounts spent on them, £2,446,840 and £1,173,000, represent only 24.1% of the total research of the country and only 34% and 14% of that spent on military research. The neglect of agricultural and medical research in Britain is not accidental, there is in fact no big money in either. Under capitalism, governments, labor, or otherwise, are unwilling to step in and waste the taxpayers' money on such a vague object as the public interest. In these fields also the mere chaos of organization and lack of planning is even more apparent than in industry. In agriculture, the system of land tenure with its thousands of farmers with inadequate capital itself makes it impossible to ensure that research results are effectively applied and prevents any order generalist attack on the problem of finding which are the agricultural products that Britain should produce from her own land and which she should import. In medicine, although we have now administratively a National Health Service, there is as yet no real beginning of a direct health research program linked through properly equipped health centers with the lives of the people. Colonial research. It has been government policy since the war to try to make up for the deficiencies of the internal economy by tapping neglected sources in the colonies. This necessarily involves a fresh research effort, and here there should be the greatest possibility, working in 43. A relatively open field, for a combined attack on all problems, biological, agricultural, health, industrial, and social. But this is made impossible from the start by the character of the colonial policy aimed at the most rapid exploitation of the resources, in which native populations benefit only in so far as it makes them efficient laborers for operating the schemes. The full development of backward territories is only possible if the people of the territories themselves become the main agents as well as the main beneficiaries of those schemes, as the example of Soviet Central Asia has shown. The failure to utilize science. Overall, the picture is one of an inadequate scale of effort in research and development which is failing to achieve even its limited objectives owing to the distortion imposed on it by economic and political factors. In spite of the enormous experience that the war has brought, in spite of the considerable expenditure in scientific research that has occurred, the predominant feeling among scientific workers is still frustration mingled with a good deal more anxiety than they had before, even in the difficult days before the war. Here is an enormous potential source for human well-being, which is being misused and which is suffering from misuse. Many scientific workers projecting the lessons of the war into the tasks of peaceful reconstruction were able to see how science could be used. They were even able to plan in considerable detail the organization and progress of this utilization. Most of them are now in a state of disillusionment or cynicism. There was nothing wrong with the plans, they made no unreasonable demands on money or manpower, but they could not be used, they were revolutionary, they were totalitarian, they were perhaps merely premature. In any case, they were allowed to fade away. What we see now is that it is useless to consider the potentialities of science without taking economic and political factors into account, and that no goodwill or ability on the part of the scientific worker can be of any value unless as part of a larger planned effort completely divorced from monopoly capitalism, military preparations, or colonial exploitation. The fact that capitalism was never able to provide for the full utilization of science and in its present state of crisis and decay is using science more and more for destructive ends should not, for those who recognize it, lead to an apathetic acceptance of things as they are. Scientific workers have the responsibility to their tradition as well as to the people of considering and planning for the utilization of science, taking fully into account unfavorable economic and political atmosphere of the time. All scientists should be made to see in detail, as well as in general, the inherent capacities of science and should continue to demand that these should be used. Unless this theme is well and convincingly stressed, we will always be open to the charge that in fact science has very little of value to offer. This is the kind of lesson, for example, that is frequently drawn from Sir Henry Tizard's address quoted above. In fact, the future prosperity and well-being, even the existence of a large proportion of the people of this country, depends on the rational development and utilization of science. This can only be done by a planned approach linking science with the long-term needs of the people and not with the short-term exigencies of capitalist crises and political deals with America or other Western states. A healthy science requires to be linked through and through with popular and democratic forces at home and abroad. This means drawing the scientist of the future predominantly from working-class families as representing far the most numerous section of the population. It implies educating and training scientists not apart from the people but closely in touch with production and trade union activity. It implies an organization of science of a democratic character and the linking of scientific activity with general economic planning. The freedom of science, irresponsibility, and reaction. This positive attitude towards science is also an antidote to that which urges the withdrawal of scientific activity from social life altogether, the contracting out of society which would turn science from a lively discipline closely connected with every other human activity into a peaceful contemplation of the harmonies and perhaps more of the disharmonies of the universe. The passive and idealist gospel of the advocates of the freedom of science is, however, only a cover for their real obscurantist and reactionary tendencies. It is only too obvious that the leaders of the movement are more interested in blackening the Soviet Union and implicitly and explicitly urging war against it than in protecting science in their own country from effective interference by outside forces hostile to its spirit. They will protest vigorously only against any use of science for a beneficent purpose, claiming that science is the intrinsic pursuit of truth and must not be distorted to serve social ends, but they never complain about the use of science in monopoly enterprises for private profit or its use in the service of the state for the perfecting of weapons of destruction, even though both of these also involves the imposition of secrecy which is the antithesis of the spirit of free inquiry. Nor are they really interested in the discovery of truth itself except as an exercise of personal virtuosity. This has been found very recently in their public intervention to preserve the existing chaotic system of scientific literature, which not only wastes the time of scientists but effectively prevents them from finding out what their colleagues are doing. The attitude of the scientific worker. The bulk of scientific workers, particularly of senior scientific workers, in this country do not go to the full lengths of the advocates of freedom in science, but they are equally afraid of supporting any radical changes in scientific direction or scientific organization. The characteristic attitude of the scientific workers is attention to immediate business, an attitude which is very understandable on account of the almost intrinsic interest of almost any kind of scientific work, but which has, reinforced by the education of the scientist, left him outside his science rather more timid and conventional than any other kind of intellectual worker. There is a general willingness to accept frustration, to grumble but to rely on muddling through. In so far as he considers political questions, the scientific worker adheres to a vague patriotism which includes a general willingness to do whatever the government orders in the national interest, but never to criticize or initiate action himself. This attitude, however, is changing. The war itself, by bringing scientists away from their normal avocations, has created a much greater awareness of contemporary realities, and the very growth of the Association of Scientific Workers from 5,000 to nearly 20,000 during the war shows the new interest of the scientists, particularly the junior scientists, in economic and political issues. 46. The problems of the post-war era are far more serious for scientific workers, and they are also much more difficult to understand. With full employment and nominally good salaries, the scientific worker should be well off, but he actually suffers as acutely as the manual worker from the general rise in prices. The drive to immediate production for export turns him away from long-term development work and, though it keeps him busy, tends to sap his originality and imagination. Most of all, the lack of plan and directive makes it impossible for him to give of his best or even know what he would be best occupied in doing. The result is general frustration and a tendency to concentrate on the immediate job of getting a living. The Association of Scientific Workers will need to use all the energy and enthusiasm on which it can call to recreate an effective and universal sense of purpose among actual and potential members. Scientific workers are necessarily concerned with day-to-day issues, but they are also, more perhaps than any other professional workers, concerned with the future. Other professions such as law, the church, or medicine are maintained on a highly traditional basis. The prospects for an individual, given reasonable assiduity, are predictable, but science of its very nature cannot become a traditional profession. Either it grows and changes or it decays. The scientists have therefore a deep and personal interest in the future of science, though they may not always be very conscious of it. The outlook of the scientist is accordingly likely to be of a more long-term nature than that of the other workers, and further he will be more able to appreciate the general considerations of the prospects of science in this country and less likely to be carried away with exclusive concern of the immediate exigencies. The scientific worker can draw on his own experience to see that in fact science is not, and cannot be, fully used as long as the government continues in its present economic and political policy. He will be able to see that with the slowing down of capital development of this country and the increasing subservience to American business interests, the long-term future of science is becoming seriously compromised. He may therefore be more ready to see that his real interest as a scientist is closely linked up with the interests of the whole people and with the need to establish in this 47. country as soon as possible a forward-looking economy which would ensure its effective national independence. The need for international cooperation. In science, the scientific worker also differs from those in other professions because as a scientist he must have an international outlook. No profession has as many links both in writing and in personal contact with co-professionals abroad, and the tradition of internationalism in science is continually being reinforced by the day-to-day development of scientific experiment and theory. The scientific worker may depend for the whole success of his work on information which he cannot get himself and which he must draw from scientists in other countries. It is therefore all the more important that the links between scientists in different countries which were so seriously interfered with by the war should be restored. But this is not a restoration of things as they were. Science in many parts of the world has rapidly changed during the war. In the United States, as already indicated, it has developed enormously, but at the same time it has come more and more under the domination of big business and the military. In occupied Western Europe on the whole and in Germany and Austria science has not been able to recover fully. Not so much from war destruction as from the inaction of unstable, bankrupt, or reactionary governments whose policies are fundamentally opposed to the utilization and consequently to the support of science. On the other hand, there has been a great upsurge of science in the new democracies and the semi-colonial countries of India and China. The links between scientists in all these countries, though difficult, can be established and widened. None of this, however, touches the most important source of new scientific activity in the world, that of the scientist in the various republics of the Soviet Union. Here we know that great things are being done, and we catch occasional and fragmentary accounts in publications of the nature of the work. But real and intimate contact cannot yet be achieved. It is important that we should feel that this is one of the penalties we have to pay for the reactionary policies of the British and American governments. The first gesture made by the Soviet Union at the Academy celebrations in 1945-48 was marred by the prohibition by these governments of the attendance of some of their most distinguished scientists, and the way in which Soviet science has been treated in the general and scientific press of the capitalist world has not helped to promote scientific intercourse. Yet on the occasions of visits and international conferences when British and Soviet scientists have met, the resulting contacts have been most cordial and fruitful. The overriding reason for the lack of contact has been the major political and scientific issue of the atom bomb. As long as there is no agreement about the atom bomb, as long as the United States continues to stockpile atomic bombs which can only be intended for the destruction of the Soviet Union, so long will all science be wrapped in atom bomb secrecy and all international scientific intercourse with the Soviet Union burdened with suspicion. Nevertheless, in spite of this great exception, the movement towards effective cooperation of scientists throughout the world is a live and growing one. On the academic side, it has been expressing itself through the old and new international scientific unions. More significant, however, is the cooperation of scientists in the more objective tasks, the planning of science in relation to national reconstruction. More active scientists in all parts of the world have found a common basis in the integration of their work with that of planned national economies and, where such plans do not exist, with the building up of solid trade union scientific organizations. The new scientific workers in all parts of the world, particularly those in the new democracies or the colonial countries, start without the burden of the old traditions of science, tied as they were to ruling class patronage. They are capable, and willing, to form trade unions and join with other working class organizations. The World Federation of Scientific Workers, the Charter. It is in this spirit that the World Federation of Scientific Workers has been formed, a body still very young but which has already had the most valuable effects in pooling experience both in the professional status of scientists and in the organization and planning of science. The issue of the Charter for Scientific Workers is in itself an important stage in the formulation of the policies for 49. Science in each country and for its links through international science. The Charter lays down the responsibilities, as well as the rights, of scientific workers *. What needs to be done? The character of the activity of the scientific worker in the present situation is implicit in the analysis of that situation already given. As a scientist, he is concerned in a particularly intimate way with the future economic and social development of his country and of the world. But although his interest is a special one, the objects are common, and thus the scientist cannot, or should not, act alone but together with other groups concerned with the different aspects of the whole situation. In the first place, he has, together with other intellectual workers, artists, writers, etc., the responsibility of preserving the culture of the world against the danger that at present threatens it. The fight for peace. This was the theme of the recent Congress of Intellectuals at Wrocław, attended, among other intellectuals, by many eminent scientists. The scientist can, with other intellectuals, effectively combat both those who take a fatalistic attitude and think that war is inevitable, and those who more cynically and actively are working for immediate war. The part of the scientists in the struggle against war has now become of critical importance because of the close association of the atom bomb with world political developments, and because of the belief already described, that the possession of the atom bomb allows the American government to go to war with impunity, risking only the lives of its European satellites. It is the duty of scientists to demonstrate the falsity and danger of this view, following the lines admirably indicated in Blackett's book. Scientific workers are linked through the character of their work with other intellectuals. They are also, through the results of their work, linked with productive workers and the population as a whole. Science is not so much a distinct industry as a common productive service in which scientific workers are effectively in detailed contact with every branch of industrial and agricultural enterprise. They must work by associating themselves closely with the day-to-day activities of other workers, both individually and organizationally through the trade unions, shop stewards committees, and joint production committees. There should be no illusions as to any special prestige or importance of scientific and technical workers. Major industrial decisions can only be effective with the backing of the large manual unions, and it is on the political wisdom of their members that the future of the country ultimately depends. Nevertheless, the scientists have got an essential role, that of putting their knowledge and ability at the service of their fellow trade unionists and hence to the real welfare of the country. Both have a major interest in the long-term program of Britain's industry, towards the achievement of a fully independent status of the national economy. Both have an interest in removing internal political checks that prevent any honest attempt to achieve such a status, and both have an interest in resisting the disastrous foreign policy of subservience to American capitalism and war preparation which is diverting the industrial potential of this country away from productive and constructive industry. The scientific workers can help here because from the very nature of their work they are concerned with the future and therefore they are necessarily more sensitive to dangerous trends and more concerned with long-term solutions. It is only in the alliance with the whole working class movement that the conditions essential for the flourishing of science in Great Britain can be achieved and the peace of the world secured. DLRTCO int Leon Deo FPOs felon. In this task we must face at the outset the fact that we have ahead of us a very hard struggle. The ideas here put forward are in direct opposition to those expounded in unnatural harmony by Labour Party and Conservative leaders, aided by the whole battery of modern propaganda methods. We are told that if we work hard enough and do not ask for more wages, with the kind and unselfish help of the American people through the Marshall Plan, we will be able to achieve economic independence by 1953, if we are successful in restraining meanwhile the insidious growth of communist totalitarianism which is threatening our liberty and waging a cold war against us. Plus in this way the Labour Party apologists attempt to shift the blame for the economic crisis from its intrinsic origin in capitalism onto the shoulders of those who are trying to rescue the peoples of Europe from it once and for all. On the basis of this analysis they are forcing the acceptance of an alliance between capitalism and organized jabur which is working, as it is bound to work, entirely to the disadvantage of the latter. It cannot be denied that this line of propaganda has had a considerable measure of success. It is following the precepts of that great prince of propagandists, Adolf Hitler, with his two guiding rules, the bigger the lie, the better, and never tell people anything they do not already believe. Appeals to patriotism blend beautifully with the ideal of the national unity and can easily be pressed to the point of making all criticism of government policy equivalent to treason. Our allies, who lost 20 million of their people in our common defense, can be turned in 3 short years into the wicked oligarchy of Moscow. The 14 men in the Kremlin who rule over 300 million human beings with an arbitrary authority never possessed by any Tsar since Ivan the Terrible. It is not even necessary to be original. Everything that was said about communism by the Axis leaders in the days of the Anti-Comintern Pact only needs to be translated to be enunciated by a minister or trade union leader. The greatest and truest democrats the world knows today are in Germany and Italy. This community of ideas in Germany and Italy is found at present in the fight against Bolshevism, the most modern form of darkest Byzantine terrorism, the exploitation of the credulity of the lower classes, and in the fight against the government of hunger, blood, and slavery. We shall not accept the communist doctrine. That doctrine springs in the East. Oriental in its main conception, it does not belong to the mainstream of democratic thought. The communists have a vested interest in chaos. The further advantage that the propaganda enjoys is that all it demands from the people of the country are implicit obedience, hard work, austerity, and no dangerous thoughts. It consequently plays at the same time on the best and worst qualities of the British people. The exposure of reaction. This propaganda can only be met by argument and demonstration based on actual everyday experience and leading towards a better understanding of the underlying realities of capitalism. It is a fact that already the Labour Party has abandoned the essential features of socialism, it is a fact that it is allied to the worst reactionaries at home and abroad, and that it prefers to associate with them rather than with socialist workers of Russia, Eastern Europe, and the Far East. Nevertheless, we must recognize that this alliance with reaction and surrender to reactionary ideas has occurred step 53. By step in an imperceptible way, and that many of its leaders and the great majority of the followers of these policies have deceived themselves, or been deceived, into accepting a doctrine of the lesser evil, comforting themselves by such phrases as the defense of freedom and true democracy. Unconscious hypocrisy is the strong defense of social democracy. It is so much nicer to think that martial aid is a noble and useful gesture from the American people to assist the economic well-being of less fortunate countries of Western Europe and even of the whole world if the wicked communists would only let them. Indeed, this is probably the belief of the vast majority of the American people themselves, but although the American people pay, they do not control the allocation of payments, and all the reactionaries in the world, from the hangmen of Greece and Spain to the headhunters of Malaya, have reason to thank their blindness as to the real interests they are serving. We know that the people of the world, even of the capitalist countries themselves, do not want war, as witness the recent elections in the United States. To continue such reactionary policies and to drive them to the point of war requires that the people should be kept in effective ignorance of the nature of the action carried out in their name. It is our duty to dispel that ignorance, to make people face the facts of the international situation, and those facts will include not only the revelation of the dangers to which present policies are leading, but, even more important, the knowledge that it is in the power of the people to alter those policies and to build in peace the stable foundation for a better way of life. There is no need for war in the near future. It is perfectly possible, as many years of experience have already shown, to maintain harmonious and mutually beneficial relations between countries with capitalist and socialist economies as long as the people in the capitalist countries can restrain the financial and military groups from precipitating war in the service of their narrow interests. How far this can be done while preserving the capitalist control of economics and politics is another question. The essential thing is to apply in the developing situation the test as to whether this or the other system can foster human welfare. If in the end it should prove that capitalism and peace are incompatible, capitalism is not essential to human survival and peace has become so. 54. The Nazi attack. On international science. Joseph Needham. Compelling all to make their choice. A theologian who denies what more than 20 centuries of Europe have assumed to be the basis of civility. Our evil daimon to express, in all its ugly nakedness, what none before dared say aloud. The metaphysics of the crowd. The imminent imperative, by which the lost and injured live. In mechanized societies, where natural intuition dies. The international result, of industry's quickunk vault. The hitherto unconscious creed, of little men who half succeed. Auden's New Year letter. For the past 8 years international science, that great movement of scientific thought which began on the continent of Europe about the 15th century, has been facing the gravest crisis of its history, and on the continent of its birth. It was to the accompaniment of scientific advances that the old Christian Middle Ages disappeared, and now there threatens a new Middle Ages, not rude, peasant, and religious, but highly technical, urban, and based on the paganism of the newspaper reader who wants to be taken out of himself by some great movement, no matter what. In this new dark age, superstition will triumph over reason, science will be retained only in so far as it is necessary for a narrow technology, and this technology will be applied not for the common good of humanity, but for the domination of power-seeking groups by force of terrible armaments. The development of modern science. It will be generally allowed that all the nations of Europe have contributed in turn to the development of modern science. In the 15th and 16th centuries it was mainly the Italians and the Hollanders who set the ball rolling, the former by the discoveries of a Leonardo or a Galileo no less than by the Lombard invention of banking and financial techniques, the latter by the free atmosphere which the early capitalist centers such as Antwerp provided, both for trade and scientific invention. In the 17th century the English made perhaps their greatest contribution, it was the century of Harvey and Newton, and it saw the foundation of the greatest of all scientific societies, the Invisible College of 1649 which later became the Royal Society of London. The early fellows of that society were nearly all, as has been shown, of Puritan connections, and this, like the fact that the University of Cambridge was on the parliamentary side during the English Civil War, was no coincidence, for that war can only be understood as the first triumph of the rising capitalist middle class over the feudal aristocracy and the medieval religious conceptions of society. Science and the improvement of trade and husbandry were growing up together. When, however, we come to the 18th century, the English movement had spent its force, and the spirit passed to France, where the encyclopedists and other writers of the Enlightenment period prepared the way not only for the further political advances of the French Revolution but also for the great achievements of French science. Biologists like Bonnet, Buffon, Tremblay, Lamarck, and Cuvier, astronomers like Laplace, were able to say of their sciences, what the great Lavoisier said of his, La révolution en chimie est faite. Then in the second half of the 19th century German science produced its best contributions. In every field, in chemistry and medicine and biology, in physics and engineering, German genius powerfully set its stamp on international science. The names of Roux and Koch, of Helmholtz and Röntgen, of Miller and Liebig and Kekulle, to mention no more, suffice to illustrate this. It is worthwhile pointing out these historical facts, partly because the present racial prejudices of the Nazis go entirely counter to them, and partly also because enmity to the governments at present in power in Germany and Italy is not enmity to German and Italian culture in themselves. On the contrary, everyone must deeply admire these achievements, and hope that after the present nightmare is over, their peoples will be restored to the proper inheritance of them. I was myself once a student at the University of Freiburg in Breisgau, indeed I think the first English student to reach there after the War of 1914-18. The subject in which I am primarily interested, experimental morphology and embryology, has a German name, given it by its first founder, Wilhelm Roux, Entwicklungsmechanik, which we always affectionately retain. The great traditions of German culture are among the greatest of Europe. Nor, on the other hand, will this paper constitute any defense of British imperialism. All my political life in England has been in association with the labour movement, and as such in complete opposition to traditional imperialist sentiments and politics. Like many members of the labour movement in England, I hope to see much closer contact between the British democracies and the United States. I believe it would be greatly to the benefit of both, and I hope that when the present danger has passed we shall not again succumb to the old centrifugal tendency and go our separate ways. Anglo-American democracy is historically a unity, and the close reassociation of its parts can only be for the good of the whole world. The purpose of the present paper is to examine the nature of Nazism, especially in regard to its attack upon international science and learning. In probing the facts about the persecution, and exiling, and even murder, of men of learning on account of their race, their faith, or their political beliefs, the suppression of universities and intellectual centers, the abolition of free thought and research, and the concentration of intellectual effort on destructive ends, it is necessary to see what are the statements of the theoreticians of regimes which have put and are actually putting this across. Only in this way can we understand the full force of the evil power which has come into the world. Such an examination cannot be made without certain difficulties, because only a very small part of the writings of the Nazi theorists are available in English translation, and their statements are little better known in England than they are in the United States. 1. The development of Nazism and Fascism. The first problem which confronts us, therefore, is the intimate nature of Nazism and Fascism. Without some definite conception of this, we can hardly hope to analyze the nature of their attack on science and learning. Now it would seem that Nazi fascism is essentially a byproduct of a vast transition which is going on all around us, a transition from individualistic capitalist economics and all that implies, to some form of collectivism, whether closely modeled on present conceptions of socialism or communism we do not know. It is hardly deniable that we are in the midst of a secular trend towards a more highly integrated and organized form of society. And just as the transition from feudal aristocracy and kingship to capitalist democracy with its republican forms was accompanied, during the 3 centuries which it took to accomplish itself, by a number of violent wars and upheavals, the peasant wars in Germany and Bohemia, the 30 Years' War, the English Civil War, and the French Revolution, so we could hardly expect that so great an economic and social transition as we are envisaging could take place without analogous disturbances and social earthquakes. 1 Now Nazism might well be termed the apotheosis of gangsterism, the colossal prototype of all those systems which make hay for themselves while the sun shines. There are those in Europe who erroneously suppose that gangsterism was an American invention. Against this it may be pointed out that the Greek city-states and the towns of the Italian Renaissance probably knew a thing or two about gangsterism, as a social phenomenon it is like those biological phenomena which always or often appear when external conditions, such as temperature and moisture, are just right. The conditions for its appearance on a colossal scale in the history of Europe are those which govern all racketeering, namely the presence of two relatively powerful groups between whom exist relations of mutual fear. In such a situation the racketeer can enter between them and make his money or other benefits by playing off one against the other. Some such situation has surely been true both in the labor movement rackets and the prohibition rackets in the United States. In the former case the mutual suspicion and fear between capital and labor provided all the necessary conditions, while in the latter case the government on the one hand had the armed police forces, while the people on the other hand had the inextinguishable intention of paying for 1,000,000 drinks whatever the mechanism of their supply might be. And then just as there are parasites on parasites, so there were racketeers who exploited racketeers, and so on. Hitler's unique political genius lay, therefore, in playing on the mutual fear of those over whom he intended to tyrannize. In the early days of the Nazi movement some of the party speakers got the big businessmen into the big hotels and said to them, "We alone can guarantee to save you from Bolshevism," while others went among the working masses and said, "Only by following us will you get socialism in this century in Germany." After all, I saw it with my own eyes. Working at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute für Biologie in Dahlem in Berlin in 1933, I saw on the first Nazi May Day the banners going by with inscriptions such as "Nur ein staatliches Deutschland kann Arbeit und Brot geben." One might have thought that the World Cooperative Commonwealth would best give all of us bread and work, but for Germans it had to be a strong Germany, and hence a miserable everybody else. The question of exactly how far the promise to the working masses has been broken by the Nazis is an interesting one, but most economists consider that no true socialist measures have been introduced in Germany. Regulation of profits is not much of a step towards the nationalization of essential industries when profits are guaranteed at the same time. The Kraft durch Freude and Similat movements are little more than a meaningless fagade when the only openings for men aid in the army and for the women the slavery of the munitions factory or domestic service. But the significant thing is that in the 20th century, in order to succeed in their aim of winning power in Germany, the Nazis had to adopt, at any rate, socialist phraseology and an appearance of socialist propaganda. What had been so successful in the internal situation was then applied to the international one. Just as the Nazis rose to power within Germany by playing on the mutual fear of the capitalist classes and the working masses, so the same policy was possible as between nations, and the Nazis faithfully carried it out. To the capitalist democracies of the West their propaganda took the line, "We are your only possible bulwark against the barbarous Mongolian Bolshevik Asiatics," and to the Kremlin they privately said, "You had better play ball with us if you want to see Franco-British capitalism in serious trouble in the near future." It must by now be fairly clear that the reason why the French and British peoples went into the present war in so great a state of unpreparedness was because the former governments of Daladier and Chamberlain never for a moment believed that Hitler would attack the West. They expected him to attack the USSR and indeed gave him considerable help from time to time on that supposition without even taking out the obvious insurance policy. And the conclusion emerges that Nazi fascism could not have preceded the establishment of socialism in the Soviet Union, not because it borrowed certain minor techniques and certain floutings of traditional morality from communist theory, but because unless there had been a sociological magnetic pole in the East to match the magnetic pole in the West, there would have been no opportunity for the colossal racket which has captured the machinery of government in Germany and Italy at least as effectively as any racketeers in the bad old days captured the municipal machinery of any American city. So much for the mechanism whereby Nazi fascism has come into existence. Its existence seems to be a function of the fear field of social magnetism between the two poles of the socialist future and the capitalist past. Its initial and continuing impetus we cannot attribute to anything other than the will to power of the ruling Nazi group, Hitler and his immediate gang. Its total motive power derives, of course, from many sources, e.g. from the natural development of monopoly capitalism, from the failure of the democracies to act in a friendly way towards the Weimar government, From the long-standing incapacity of the German people to fit in with the Latin Slav civilization of the rest of Europe, and from the old established urge towards a socialism in Germany which forgets that the ideals of a socialist state matter no less than its internal structure. A nation of automata. The essential problem facing the Nazi-fascist rulers after attaining power was how to obtain a nation of tools sharpened to subserve their ends of world domination. Everything that they have done to science and learning in Europe can be derived from this one aim, pursued with maniacal perseveration and absolute ruthlessness. In the first place, as intellectualism, the fight against all scientific skepticism and rational judgment, for when a regime has ends not susceptible of rational formulation, it must needs have recourse to the intuitional, the emotional, and the anti-intellectual. Then racialism in all its aspects, the belief, commended to the German people by every artifice known to the modern technique of propaganda, that there are pure human races of varying abilities, that some of these are natural subject races, and that the dominant master race is German. A more shameless flying in the face of established scientific fact has never been known in human history. There follows Westernwissenschaft, the imprisonment of science within the sharp bounds of what is of military value, and the discouragement of all pure research and free scientific speculation. Finally, the Führerprinzip, the doctrine that men are neither morally nor intellectually capable of independent action, but must always accept the orders of some few of their number who are born endowed with such gifts of leadership as to require absolute obedience. It is worthwhile to take up each of these trends in turn, listening to what the apologists of the Nazis have to say, and viewing the effect that they have had on international science. Anti-intellectualism. Naturally, anti-intellectualism has always been the enemy of science. In modern thought it has had plenty of representatives in non-Nazi regions, such as the theological absolutism of Karl Barth and the cult of the solar plexus publicized by that eccentric genius, D.H. Lawrence. But the Nazis have brought it to its highest point. The moral laws of God for the tribe, says Staple, successfully resist all efforts to make them into any rational system. The revolution of the people is pure eruption, pure process, wrote Freyer, of which statement it has been remarked that no better designation could be imagined for a process designed to make the mighty mightier than before. In such universities as have continued to function in Nazi Germany, disparagement of the intellect is officially undertaken. Here is an extract from a speech by the rector of Frankfurt University, Krieg, in 1935. Blood and soil, as fundamental forces of life, are the symbols of the national political point of view, and the heroic style of life. By them the ground is prepared for a new form of education. What does blood mean to us? We cannot rest satisfied with the teachings of physics, chemistry, or medicine. From the earliest dawn of the race, this blood, this shadowy stream of life, has had a symbolic significance, and leads us into the realms of metaphysics. Blood is the builder of the body and the source of the spirit of the race. In blood lurks our ancestral inheritance, in blood is embodied the race, from blood arises the character and destiny of man. Blood is to man the hidden undercurrent, the symbol of the stream of life from which man can arise and ascend to the regions of light, of spirit, and of knowledge. In all the pronouncements of Nazi writers, this sinister and empty rhetoric replaces the exhortations to that brotherly investigation of nature which is the hallmark of places of sound learning and religious education. In his own book Hitler wrote the state must throw the whole weight of its intellectual machinery not into pumping children full of knowledge, but into the production of bodies absolutely healthy. The development of mental capacity is only of secondary importance. Our first aim must be the 1 cf. A. Rosenberg, Blut und Ebra, 1937, as an example. 164. Development of character, especially of willpower, and a readiness to take responsibility. Scientific training should follow far behind. What is the purpose of university education, wrote Krieg in another place. It is not objective science, which was formerly the purpose of university training, but the heroic science of the soldier, the militant and fighting science. In succeeding paragraphs we shall find many further examples of the fight of the Nazis against reason. Its origin is plainly due to the impossibility of stating the aims of Nazi imperialism in rational terms. Ideals of human community, of the right to work and play at peace with one's fellow men, these have a national appeal, not so the ideal of throwing away one's life in battle for some insubstantial glorification of Germany, or the leader's honor, or the domination of one's people over other peoples in no way obviously inferior or objectionable. Where rational persuasion is impossible, recourse must be had to the dark destiny incarnated in the blood of the master race or some such emotional fetish. But this is by no means a bad sign. For all history shows that rationalism has been the tool and armor of rising social classes, and the very fact that the Nazis operate with its antithesis reveals their intrinsic despair, reveals that time is not on their side. 1 The devil rages, as it says in Scripture, for he knoweth that he hath but a short time. The Chinese are intellectual allies. A point not generally recognized which arises here is that the struggle of China against Japanese aggression is basically identical with that of Western democratic thought against Nazi fascism. Chinese civilization, which owes its unique qualities to its wonderful combination of the romantic and the rational, is based on the sincerely philanthropic rationalism of Confucius. The Chinese are defending the rationality of man against a mystical racial national spirit quite akin to the spirit of Nazism but equipped with a special religious system of indigenous origin. The notorious persecution of liberal Japanese scholars who have dared to venture the doubt whether the Japanese emperor is really descended from the sun, is quite analogous to events in Germany. And we may perhaps glimpse the cynical nature of the system if we remember that the Japanese emperor is no demigod but a marine biologist, who would ask nothing better than to be left in peace to his studies. The value of Japanese irrationalism is fully appreciated at the western end of the axis, as witness the following quotation from Ludendorff: "The peoples which have been Christianized no longer find themselves in the happy position, like the Japanese people, of possessing a specifically racial religion such as Shintoism, founded in the cohesion of government and people, of people and army, and of the whole of ethnic life." Racialism. Since racialism rests on a basis devoid of scientific support, it might be regarded as a department of anti-intellectualism. Its historical road has always been similar. In 1853 Gobineau, a disgruntled aristocrat, conceived that a body of racialist theory would strengthen the hands of what remained of feudal aristocracy against the forces of bourgeois capitalism. 1 In our own time, the same set of ideas has arisen to aid in stabilizing the present economic system of Germany while the Nazi leaders assure their world domination. Here it will hardly be necessary to devote any space to a consideration of the scientific refutation of racialism, since this has been very well done in books such as We Europeans by Huxley, Hatton, and Carr Saunders. It must suffice to say that the idea that modern nations are biological races, and that conflicts between these national unities are biologically inevitable, possesses not a shred of scientific justification. The Christian aphorism, "He hath made of one blood all nations that are upon the earth," is abundantly supported by all that modern science has discovered, whether in paleontology, archaeology, ethnology, the study of blood groups and other physical and chemical genetic characteristics, or all the various departments of anthropology. That there are differences between different human groups is of course undeniable, but the infinite overlapping of characteristics makes it sure that there are no pure groups to be found anywhere in the world. We do not yet know enough to say whether there are really any differences in intelligence, assuming perfect equality of opportunity, and until we have positive evidence that all groups are not equally able to make valuable contributions to the benefit of humanity, we must act on the assumption that all the groups are, in order to provide the best conditions for getting them. In those parts of the world, indeed, where races meet in conditions of almost absolute educational equality, such as Trinidad, experienced teachers will freely admit that there are no detectable differences between the performances of whites, Chinese, Indians, Negroes, and Caribs. 1 The bestiality of the attacks of the Nazis upon the Jews and of the Japanese upon the Chinese, especially when it is remembered that these things have been done as part of a policy of terrorism and smoke screening, can only be regarded as a demonstration of the results of fostering the evil in man's nature instead of sublimating it to socially valuable ends. The trouble about the eugenic movement, upon the ideas of which much of Nazi racialism at first claimed to be based, is that even when it has been decided just what physical type is desired, there remains the impossibility of breeding for it in human society while retaining any liberty of choice in sex relations, and little or nothing is known about the inheritance of mental characteristics, which are much more important for society anyway. Moreover, the sterilization of the feeble-minded and other defectives cannot achieve anything very rapidly, since the great majority of these arise not from former defectives, but from socially valuable people who happen to be carrying the genes for the abnormalities. Above all, the introduction of sterilization in a society still based on privilege of cash and class amounts to monkeying with the works. Biological engineering in an unstable and unhealthy social order is a very dangerous game. Nazi writers affect to take the idea of the Nordic, Germanic, or Aryan race with great seriousness, but this has not prevented the conferring of certificates of honorary Aryanship upon certain men of Jewish or partly Jewish origin whom it was important for them to retain in Germany under conditions of more or less tolerable existence. Nor did it hinder the proclamation that the Japanese were to be regarded as Aryans within the meaning of the act. Political necessity is seen again in the fact that typical books of elementary biology, such as Karl Bromer's Grundrisse einer nationalsozialistischen Biologie, implicitly assume through Nuremberg sense, have been expelled from the German scientific societies. Here are transcriptions of actual letters connected with this Göttingen, December 1, 1938. To all full members, foreign members, and corresponding members of the Academy of Sciences at G6-Tingen, within the German Reich. In the following we beg to submit to your attention part of a decree of Reichsminister F. Wissenschaft, Erziehung, U Volksbildung. According to this, Jews, persons of mixed blood, as defined by the Reich citizenship law, and lastly any persons having any relationships to Jews, can no longer remain members of the Academy. We ask you therefore, to send in, if necessary, the declarations mentioned below. The Secretary of the Math Physical Section Philol Historical Section Rein. Keys. By introducing into the statutes the regulation that none but Reich citizens shall be full members, a guarantee will be established that Jews, by the definition of the Reich citizenship law, cannot in future be elected. It is clear that the same principle should be observed in electing corresponding and honorary members. For my part I will in the same way not confirm the election of a member of non-German nationality if he is a Jew by definition of the law. As far as the present body of members is concerned, the aim should be that full and honorary members who do not satisfy the said conditions should be removed from the roll of the Academy. At first those few Jews who are still members should be urged in the appropriate way to declare their membership ended of their own accord. I wish the same measure to be taken with the Jewish corresponding members in so far as they are Reich subjects. It is in accordance with basic philosophic principles out that the highest social entities conceivable by man are the national states of today, especially Germany. The analogy of the anthill and the hive of bees is constantly referred to, in utter disregard of the enormous differences between the nervous organization of the colonial insects and the social primates. Germans must think with their blood. Nothing can exceed the presumption of the Nazi writers in regarding German culture as the greatest contribution ever made to human thought and science. The blood substance of the German race, wrote Frank, constitutes so preeminent and unique an asset to the world, that we should be justified in counting it the duty of the entire human race, in gratitude, to safeguard the Germanic element. But while they all agree about this, they at once begin to disagree when, applying their racialism to the scientists themselves, they try to define in what way non-German science is so inferior and German science so preeminent. They are all at one in stating that science is a product of blood and that we do not know science, but only that science which is valid for us Nazis, or the achievements of science are not to be judged by the abstract ideal of the discovery of truth, but by their value for the German people. The principle of science for life's sake, which is opposed to liberalism, must replace the principle of science for the sake of knowledge. The concept that twice two make four is somehow differently tinged in the minds of a German, a Frenchman or a Negro. Or it becomes more and more urgent to lay the foundations of a race-bound scientific knowledge. But exactly what they are fighting against in science, and what its characteristics are, is by no means clear. The renegade physicist of Heidelberg, P. Leonard, the Heidelberg physicist, is one of the very few formerly eminent scientists who have ardently supported the Nazi movement. As a thinker, says Rosenberg, Professor Leonard has taught that all knowledge is not the same, but that souls of alien races produce bodies of knowledge of quite different spiritual content. Leonard has frequently declared that the Jews are absolutely unsuited for science, and this although more than 25% of Germany's Nobel Prize winners were Jews, and elsewhere, science has never started except from a basis of knowledge gained by Aryans. But in his dedication speech at the Physics Institute at Heidelberg in 1935, he said, "I hope that this institute may long stand as a battle flag against the Asiatic spirit in science, apparently a hit at the barbarous Mongolians of Moscow, whose output of first-class physics was by that year beginning to command worldwide admiration." One of the writers on race-bound science, Jansch, has attempted to describe the qualities of modern or French, Jewish, English and German science. Modern or French science he characterizes as mechanistic, Cartesian, and dualistic. Jewish science is, according to him, mathematical, full of non-material spirituality, purely intellectual, idealistic, projectionist. Typical English science he described as a conglomeration of unrelated theories. Finally, German science is vitalistic, organicistic, absorptive, and empirical, keeping right down close to the blood and soil. With this description Leonard in general agrees. For him the Aryan spirit is empirical, anti-theoretical, fact-accumulating, unspeculative, unmathematical, averse from paradox, etc., etc. But the other two greatest self-constituted experts on racialism in science, H. Gunther and F. L. Claus, make science in the genuine, creative sense of the term, the exclusive privilege of the eruptive, extensive, plastic soul inherent in the Nordic race. Its dull, nondescript, countertype, the Turanian or Ostic race, is passive, torpid, immobile, introverted, and can only produce scientists of the fact-collecting, filing, labeling sort, useful in their way, but devoid of speculative genius. Since experts differ so diametrically in the reasons they give for believing German science to be so preeminent, we are led to the conclusion that they knew beforehand the results at which they were going to arrive, and that so long as they produce what is essentially propaganda for the Nazi system, it does not much matter what exactly they say. The tragedy lies in the condition of a Ktiat nation which can allow such men to be its mouthpieces. The whole development of civilization hitherto has proceeded on the assumption, tested a million times, that a fact of nature is a fact, if well and truly observed, whatever may be the race, color, or creed, of the observer, and a scientific hypothesis is a good one, if it is found to help in the correlation of facts, whatever may be the race, color, or creed of the framer of it. Science is thus, and always will be, inter. 172. National, rational, impartial, autonomous, independent, and truly totalitarian. Against this fundamental truth the Nazis foam with all the weapons of insane nationalism. Living in the consciousness of one's nation, writes Moeller-Breuck, means living in consciousness of its values. The tribe is our universe. The proletariat must adjust its revolutionary dynamics to the iron truth that on this earth one nation is the other's natural enemy. What we must keep out at all cost is the formation of an international in which all differences are dissolved, a worldwide fraternity of the intellectuals of all countries, of all scientific, and of course, of all moral, authorities, on earth. And Homs writes, the only test of scientific truth is the firm shape of popular life which, reflected in the consciousness of the folk, needs no corroboration or justification by the persuasion of the individual intellect. Thus the Nazis furiously raged together against all three internationals, the black, the red, and the white. But ultimately none of these can be overthrown. The Black International of the Church rests, it is true, primarily upon certain beliefs, but these have arisen in history from the very nature of man himself, and so can never disappear, however different the forms may be in which they manifest themselves. The Red International of Labor has been based on the existence of deep-lying forces of social evolution, glimpsed, as it were, by social astronomers, and never to be overcome by fascist ranting, however desperate. But above all, the White International of Science is founded in the ever-changing, ever-constant rock of nature herself, and is impregnable thereon. We have already mentioned German biology and German physics, there is also German mathematics. A periodical under this title was founded in 1936, the editorial of which stated that we see everything from the point of view of the mathematical achievement of our people, and went on to say that the relativity theory was intended only to spread Bolshevism and immorality. A curious attitude regarding mathematics was that revealed in Leonard's comments on Heinrich Hertz's mechanics. The publication of this work, which I saw to after Hertz's death, often gave me great difficulties, as I could follow his trains of thought only with an effort. I did not recognize until later that they were the trains of thought of an alien race, and so necessarily different from my own. Many of us have had the experience of being able to follow the trains of thought of masters of our subject only with great difficulty, but in civilized countries this is more usually put down to the inadequacies of the reader rather than to the racial deficiencies of the writer. It is sad to see how these noxious ideas penetrate throughout the world. Even in New York City, in bookshops not far from 3rd Avenue and 68th Street, the whole gamut of race hatred propaganda can be purchased, though no doubt few people ever buy it. So bankrupt is the racial conception in science that besides the Jewish scientists themselves, it has been necessary to invent a new category, that of the white Jews, namely non-Jewish scientists who support theories proposed by Jews. This was the theme of an editorial in the organ of the Black Guards, Das Schwarzkorps, on July 15, 1937. There is one sphere in particular where we meet the spirit of the white Jews in its most intensive form, namely in science. To purge science of this Jewish spirit is our most urgent task. For science represents the key position from which intellectual Judaism can always regain a significant influence on all spheres of national life. The eminent physicists Jordan, Heisenberg, and Sommerfeld were all at the same time denounced as white Jews. We may conclude this anthology with a few passages taken from the introduction to Leonard's Deutsche Physik, valuable because they were not written by some paid hanger-on of Dr. Goebbels' ministry, but by a man who formerly enjoyed a more or less well-deserved international scientific reputation. A certain amount of heckling in the manner of Thomas Carlyle is irresistible here. In order to characterize Jewish physics, he says, one may be justified in recalling the activity of its most outstanding representative, the probably pure-blooded Jew, A. Einstein. His relativity theories were intended to reshape and rule the whole of physics. Confronted with reality, they have now completely broken down. Probably they were never even intended to be true. The Jew conspicuously lacks an understanding for truth, for a more than merely apparent agreement with that reality which exists independently of human thinking, and in this he finds himself in contrast with the will for truth of the Aryan scholar, which is as boundless as it is painstaking. Strangely enough, truth and reality seem to the Jew not to have a particular meaning or to differ from untruth, but they are to him rather one of the many existing different possibilities of human thought. The impertinence of the unrestrained Jew taken. 175. Together with the clever help of his co-racials made possible the construction of a large body of Jewish physics which already fills libraries. The eagerness to make public untested thought, characteristic of the Jewish mentality, proved contagious. Not only did it produce personal advantages, such as priority claims and Jewish applause for Jews, but in some it lowered the level of German science. The great Aryan scientists, on the other hand, test their new ideas on reality quietly so as to produce established facts rather than suppositions. In this way, rich new bodies of fact came to be published, each of which was a milestone in the advance of science. In Jewish physics, every hypothesis which was afterwards shown to be not quite inadequate, was regarded as a milestone. This nullified the Aryan type of activity and did great harm. The alien mentality is paralyzing. Everything racially alien is obnoxious to the German people. Much more could be quoted, but the material is its own condemnation. Stark, Leonard, and the rest never attack the quantum theory or relativity concretely and directly, but content themselves with denunciations and anathemas. Japanese copyists of the German model. So far the Japanese position hunters have lagged considerably behind their colleagues at the western end of the triple axis, but a biologist intimately known to me, who recently occupied a visiting professorship in Japan, informs me that the Japanese government has appointed a committee of scientists who themselves have never received any foreign training, to rewrite scientific books more in accordance with Nippon's racial national spirit. It will be interesting to see what kind of rubbish they produce. As I shall not have occasion to refer again here to the Japanese, I will only add that I found it necessary in a rather comprehensive scientific monograph which I recently completed, to discard on account of its poor quality some 70% of the relevant Japanese literature, while on the contrary I did not come across one single Chinese paper which was not worthwhile, whether as regards the value of the problem undertaken, the internal coherence of the results, or the convincingness of the argument and the conclusions. Hitler as a biologist. Returning now to Nazi Germany, it is sometimes urged that the racialist writers quoted above have little or no significance. But the movement which they represent has always been an integral part of the Nazi program. It has been so because Hitler himself designed that it should be so. No reader of Mein Kampf can fail to see that racialism was the foundation stone of the Nazi state. Here is a quotation from Oakeshott's analysis of the racialistic parts of the book. The whole doctrine of National Socialism appears, for Hitler, to be a superstructure built upon the foundation of what he calls the iron logic of nature. Others have sought to found National Socialism on the alleged chaos, political and economic, of contemporary Western Europe. They represent it as, primarily, an answer to a contemporary situation. But with Hitler this is not so. For him the true foundation is the law of nature, which decrees the internal exclusiveness of the species of all living beings upon earth, which decrees that each beast mates only with a companion of the same species. The argument by means of which we pass from this obvious truth to the more complex and sophisticated truths of National Socialist society is, in places, obscure, but it appears to run on these lines. Each beast normally mates with a companion of its own species, but when this is not so, nature resists by endowing the offspring with inferior strength and inferior powers of reproduction. This observation leads to the conclusion that the purest stock is always the strongest, and the strongest always the most pure. Both the crossing of species and the mating of two creatures of unequal stock produce inferior offspring. But nature's will is the continual improvement of all life, and consequently her law is the continuous victory of the stronger species over the weaker species, the stronger elements of a stock over the weaker over the weaker race. All crossing of species, stocks, or races results in weakness, so the law of nature is against the contamination of species, stocks, and races. Thus nothing could exceed the confusion of ideas in Hitler's mind on the subject of race and racial intermixture. He would appear to be denying that man forms one single animal species, for only between species is crossing impossible, or if brought about artificially does early death occur. There is absolutely no scientific reason for regarding Homo sapiens as other than a single biological species. Certainly Hitler is entirely ignorant of the procedures of those practical geneticists who have obtained by crossing new varieties of plants, such as the rustless wheats, of basic importance for the welfare of mankind. Evidently he has never heard of the common biological phenomenon of hybrid vigor. He does not realize that the only meaning one can attach to the appearance of sex in evolution is that it increased the possibilities of variation by better shuffling of the cards in each mating. he seems unaware that inbreeding is likely to produce much more regrettable effects than the widest interracial mixture. The logical conclusion of his ideas would be that once the essential pure blonde blue-eyed Nordic Aryan had been found, he should revert to coelenterate habits and reproduce further only by budding. But all stocks of mankind are equally pure, or rather, equally impure. It is hard to avoid the conclusion that we have here a case for the psychoanalyst rather than for the teacher of elementary biology. The havoc in German science. No, racialism is essential in the Nazi program, and it is only in the light of it that we can appreciate the dismissal and exiling of 1,880 scientific men of first-class distinction from the universities of Germany and Austria between 1933 and the spring of 1938. The number has since then considerably increased. But Nazi Germany has not only turned out the good, the bad have been put in instead. Dr. Kriek, whose words have already been quoted, and other rectors of formerly great universities such as Heidelberg and Frankfurt, were eccentric country schoolmasters called to power by the party which had satisfied their psychological needs. With my own eyes I saw the once famous veterinary college in Berlin stripped of its brilliant staff and reduced to a level of unbelievable incompetence. By the law of February, 1934, candidates for teaching posts have to satisfy standards of national consciousness, of physical, moral, political and racial fitness, so if these are the qualifications required for the teaching of crystallography or immunology, we can hardly expect that the standards will be maintained. This point is worthwhile examining further, and as the time has long gone by for mincing matters, I shall mention names. Whole laboratories have been completely dispersed, for example the Enzyme Chemistry Institute of Rona, the Tissue Culture and Experimental Morphology Institute of Erdmann, and the world-famous Department of Muscle Physiology presided over by Meyerhoff. Some of Meyerhoff's best colleagues, such as Lohmann, have remained in Germany, but have published nothing for years. The great subject of Entwicklungsmechanik or experimental embryology, founded by a German, Wilhelm Roux, and of the greatest theoretical importance for biology, is today a ruin in the country of its origin. Its most outstanding representatives in the younger generation are without exception in exile, or building a new life in the USA, and the chair of Speymann, the doyen of the science, at Freiburg, is occupied by a man who, though formerly a good embryologist, is now mainly interested in military aviation. Only one school of experimental embryology of any importance remains in Germany, that of Seidel on insect development, a shocking decline from the great days of Roux and his, of Haeckel and Rathke. Furthermore, the work now being produced in Germany, in such fields as I am in a position to criticize, is not worthy of the best German traditions. Men locally in important positions, such as Schenk in biochemistry, Druckery and Brock in cell physiology, Heidermann in comparative physiology, or Reis and Jersk in experimental zoology, all of whose work is representative enough, are not producing scientific work of caliber equal to that which was normal in their country before 1933. They must not, however, be judged too harshly, for we have to remember the poor conditions under which they are working. This we shall return to in a moment. The scientific journals are, of course, the best test of what has been happening. In size, the Biochemische Zeitschrift, the Zeitschrift F Physiologische Chemie and the Archiv F. Entwicklungsmechanik, even before the war, shrank in some issues to a fifth or less of their former size, and their standard would have fallen far lower than it has if the policy of their editors for years past had not been to include contributions regularly from Scandinavia, Switzerland, the Netherlands, Russia, Portugal, and even Palestine. In other sciences the decline is not so obvious. For example, the bulk of the Bericht die Deutsche Chemiskengesellschaft has been well maintained, presumably because much of it comes from industrial laboratories, and because the spirit of chemistry is persona grata with the Nazi General Staff on account of her connection with gas warfare. It seems that few statistics of the decline in German science have been published, so I shall add here some observations of my own on a typical German scientific journal of high reputation, the Biochemische Zeitschrift. The number of volumes published annually began to fall as soon as the Nazi regime was established, and is still falling. The figures show, furthermore, that even of the work actually published during the Nazi period, a good deal less than before was German, and a good deal more was non-German. If we take 2 volumes of the journal at random for the year 1930 and 2 for the year 1938, we find the following: 1930 equals 1938. Thus in the sample taken, the number of non-German papers remained the same, while the number of German papers declined to below the non-German level. It must be remembered that the total number published, as shown in the decrease in number of volumes appearing, was by 1938 reduced to half its previous value. Biochemists in the smaller European countries tended to send papers rather to the USA or British journals, or to publish them in the journals of local, sometimes not very widely known, learned societies. 182 Pister Eisen Tourside. For physics the same is true as for the biochemical and biological sciences. A recent article has reckoned that the Zeitschrift F. Physik published, in 1930, 700 scientific papers, of which 280 were non-German and 80 Soviet. In 1938, just before the war, only 150, of which 50 were non-German and none Soviet. Correspondingly, the number of issues per year fell from 7 in the 20s to 24 in 1938. The decline in value of the work may perhaps be gauged by the fact that in 1932 35% of all references in the American Physical Review were German, in 1939 only 15%. The detailed study of the decline of German science, as demonstrated by the periodical publications, is a sociological study of pressing need. The figures given above are only the result of an afternoon's work in the library of the author's own laboratory. Nor do they give any assessment of the decline in the quality of the work. It might be added that in recent years, some of the German scientific journals have adopted some peculiar conventions, such as the separate listing of references to papers by Jewish and non-Jewish scientists. The mass dismissals. Among men of established scientific reputation in Germany, some 18% were dismissed, though in certain universities the figure rose as high as 32%, while many men were compulsorily retired for political or moral reasons. The total number of scientific men of first-class reputation exiled from Germany and Austria up to the end of 1938 was 1,880, from Italy 225. From Spain 103, from Czechoslovakia 160, and smaller numbers from other countries such as Poland and Hungary. The organization which sprang up in England to meet the need for rehabilitation of these men, at first called the Academic Assistance Council, and later the Society for the Protection of Science and Learning, has achieved a very important place in English intellectual life. It was presided over, until his death, by Lord Rutherford, the physicist. It numbered on its governing council the names of all the most prominent of Britain's older intellectual leaders, and it succeeded in collecting very considerable sums of money with which to place the refugees in temporary or permanent positions. Those permanently placed were distributed in almost equal numbers between Britain and the United States. It would be superfluous here to mention their names in great detail, but we cannot overlook the following: more than 25% of Germany's Nobel Prize winners in physics: Schr 6 Edinger, Einstein, Frank, Hertz, Born and Hess; in chemistry, Hober; in physiology, Meyerhoff; and in pharmacology, Levy. Other famous scholars and scientists who passed through England to the United States are Fajans and Freundlich, Stern, Courant, Menger, von Mises and Zygmunt, Horkheimer, Lederer, Panofsky, Spitzer, Tillich, and Kohler. There are of course many eminent medical men, including a large proportion of the famous Vienna School of Medicine. The establishment of the new School for Social Research in New York after 1933 absorbed many German, and later Austrian, economists, lawyers, and sociologists. In Great Britain many have also been established, e.g. Born and Simon, Freud, Freundlich, M. Polanyi, Frankel, Friedman and Krebs, Hortiga, Castilejo and Cantaroas, Welles, Mannheim, etc., etc. In 1934 the well-known Warburg Institute of the History of Thought and Art was transferred from Hamburg to London, bringing with it a most valuable contribution to scholarship. The standards of the members of the Warburg Institute are of the highest, and their presence in England, and the lectures they organized, proved an extraordinary stimulus to museums, the Courtauld Institute of Art, and to individual scholars. The question arises here whether German technique will long be able to maintain the high standard which it has hitherto enjoyed now that its taproot has been so thoroughly cut and poisoned. Any answer to this must at present be quite speculative, but there are many who fully expect that should the present war last 4 or 5 years we shall have many examples of serious failures of the German war machine due to inadequate technical backing. It is quite possible that this failure will occur first in the field of public health and epidemiology, for the medical training in Germany has been curtailed for some time by 2 years, and in accordance with the Focky tendency in Nazi ideology, faith and nature healers of various kinds were granted license to practice medicine at about the same time as the use of vivisection methods was prohibited by law. Science the slave of Nazi militarism. What, then, is the direct cause of this decline in German science? It may be summed up in the one word Wissenschaft, the valuation of science only as it can contribute to military efficiency. The Nazi-fascist glorification of war is a sufficiently well-known and obvious propaganda trend arising out of the aims of the Nazi leaders, but a few examples may be added to the anthology. War alone brings up to their highest tension all human energies and puts the stamp of nobility on the peoples who have the courage to meet it. Not a community of men of free will but victorious war, is the true social ideal. It is in war that the state displays its true nature. War provides the ground on which the human soul may manifest itself at its fullest heights, in richer forms, and surging from more profound springs, than in any scientific or artistic exploit as such. War is a purifying bath of steel. It merely matters how, and not for what purpose, we fight. The order of human relationships upon earth cannot be kept up except by the struggle, fundamentally tragic, of national egoisms bent on self-assertion. What is fundamentally tragic here is rather the acceptance, by intellectuals and writers, of places on the Nazi dictator's military bandwagon, whether on account of their own egoism or not we may leave to their consciences. The attack on the schools and universities. The rot thus begins in the schools. The school is the preparation for the army. The periodical Wehrersiehung wrote in November, 1935, teaching in school can give the young bearer of race something that will later be useful to him as bearer of arms. Tables can be learnt with horseshoe nails. Logarithms find their most beautiful application in the science of ballistics. In geography the world war can come into its own limitless rights. History is full to overflowing with instances of war politics. Chemistry has as much application in the military struggle with poison gas as in the fight for daily bread. Physics problems can best be explained by aid of a motor or a tank. Biological lessons can be taught by the wanderings of peoples in the past and the forcible constitutions of states. The teaching of foreign languages is particularly bound up with military political explanations. And in German lessons, the great Moltke must be cited no less than Grimm. After this kind of preparation it can hardly be thought surprising that the young are not interested in science and learning and the arts of peace. But even should a desire be expressed for university training, there are great obstacles in the way. The American statistician, E.Y. Hartshorne, investigated the changes in the student population in Germany between 1933 and 1937, with the following results. Thus, after 5 years of Nazi rule, the number of students in German universities had dropped to about half its original value, and those studying science to about 1/3. Medical education was not quite so seriously affected, being down to 2/3, but the enrollment in journalism and education, no doubt owing to the demand caused by Dr. Goebbels' activities, had arisen by about a half. One can see how serious the effect of this trend would be on the flow of young men and women into scientific research. All scientific exiles from Germany tell of the widespread reduction in research facilities and financial support, the withdrawal of technical aid, and the impossibility of getting graduate students to carry on the work. Even those students who remained were constantly harassed by Kameradschaftern, work camp duty, and the like. And other, more mature, workers, in considerable numbers, must have been tempted away from pure research by threats, promises of better pay, etc., in recent years to join the technical research departments of the General Staff. Nor has the atmosphere in German universities been for many years past one in which free scientific thought is possible. It is easy to talk about the suppression of freedom of thought, and difficult to find concrete instances of what may be meant by it, but perhaps the following quotation from Reichsminister Frank, leader of the German jurists, in a speech made by him at Tübingen in 1936, crystallizes the situation as well as anything else I have found. The ideas of Adolf Hitler, he said, contain the final truths of every possible scientific knowledge. Nazism provided the only remaining possibility of doing scientific work in Germany. In our opinion, there can be only one starting point for the German historian of law, as for all scientists, namely the duty to conceive of German history as nothing but the prehistory of German Nazism. We believe that every scientific work must coincide in its results with the starting point of Nazism. The program of the Nazi Party has consequently become the only basis for all scientific investigation. The true front spirit is more important than scientific discussion. With such an attitude there can be no argument. German scientists and scholars had only two choices: to stay and accept an intellectual tyranny never before approached, or to quit and seek haven elsewhere. The multitude of those who chose the latter course will always remain one of the brightest features in the crown of true German culture, as Germans of future generations will be among the first to recognize. Nazi tribal mysticism. The apotheosis of tribalism in Nazi ideology has become apparent from what has already been said. Man is considered essentially tribal, amoral, and non-economic. The tribe's affairs are to be settled, not in the distinctly democratic way in which the affairs of most primitive peoples were and are settled, but by divinely appointed leaders, having the right to unquestioning obedience from the rank and file. There can be no allegiance of any kind to a higher unit than the tribe. This is the leadership principle. It might well, like the racialist set of ideas, be classified as a separate department of the anti-rational front, for the relationship between leader and followers is expressed in the most mystical terms. According to its exponents, the blood tie is mystically holy. The leader is a kind of racial genius who personifies the absorption of individual wills into the will of the state, as if he had the souls of all the individual citizens or folk comrades inside him. He sevens each one's mystical self. This is indeed leadership from above, as opposed to the Christian principle, not often formulated in the past but now to some extent embodied in socialist practice, of leadership feedom within. Nazi distortions of science. The aim of the leader will be, of course, the success of the predatory tribe in aggrandizing itself in military domination, and in obtaining more food, more clothing, more of every human commodity, than the subject races brought under its heel. In the various arguments brought forward to justify such ideas, there are detectable at least two basic distortions of scientific theory. In the first place, the so-called Darwinian doctrine of the struggle for existence is appealed to as justifying the belief that wars between nations as we know them today are forever inevitable. Thus Ludendorff, in his book Totalitarian War, writes the people ought to know what constitutes the essence of their struggle for existence, and this will not be done by indigestible scientific works on the subject of warfare, but by brief and understandable booklets. Or, no doubt the bombing of populations of open towns is not according to the usages prescribed by the rights of nations, where only the bombing of fortified towns is allowed. But in the struggle for existence, a people cannot renounce the use of means which are used by their opponents, and the destruction of the enemy's war industries is certainly perfectly legal. Inevitably some of the civilian population will suffer in the process, but this is the case in any purely military operations. English edition The Nation at War, 1936. In the use of these loose phrases, none of the German writers ever stopped to think what could be meant by competition. They speak of fitness, but of fitness for what? They overlook the immediately obvious distinction between interspecific and intraspecific competition, although it is a truism in biology that during the course of evolution excessive intraspecific competition has frequently led to the very extinction of the species in question. Thus it is certainly right for man to war incessantly with the forces of nature which oppose his will and with the lower animals which interfere with his business or his well-being, but it is not biologically right for him to engage in internecine war. As for fitness, the only way in which the concept was used by Darwin was to indicate such organisms as left the greatest number of offspring to perpetuate their type in posterity. But as we have seen, there are no rationally valid grounds for thinking that any one type of mankind is more desirable than any other, and it is therefore clear that when the world's subface has reached an optimum saturation with human beings of diverse types and colors, the time will have come to fix an optimum rate of reproduction. Humanity alone is capable of such conscious action, for only man's highly developed nervous system is capable of the conscious control of the environment. The wild reproduction urged by the Nazi-fascist dictators, who at one and the same time make birth control knowledge illegal and do all that they can to provide the conditions for making cannon fodder of the children produced, is analogous to the lemmings of Norway. In these small mammals fertility and reproduction periodically reach unimaginably high levels, with the result that the balance of nature reasserts itself in the destruction of the animal hordes by epidemic diseases, or in the case of the lemmings, by what seems to be an instinct to march in the search for food over hill and dale down to the shore and, like the Gadarene swine, right into the sea. Nazi population policy looks remarkably like this. In Robert Bridges' description there is no tradition among the lemmings of Norway how their progenitors, when their offspring increased bravely forsook their crowded nests in the snow, swarming upon the plains to ravage field and farm, and in unswerving course ate their way to the coast, where plunging down the rocks they swam in the salt sea to drowning death, nor have they in acting thus today any plan for their journey or prospect in the event. But man is above all a planner. The deleterious results of excessive intraspecific competition have been underlined by many of the best students of evolution. For example, when polygamy or promiscuity prevails, as Huxley has pointed out, the selective advantage conferred by characters which promote mating success will be very high. Females will tend to choose the most conspicuous or peculiar male at the mating time. For instance, in animals such as the peacocks or the Argus pheasants there are male characters of the most bizarre sort which, while advantaging their possessor in the struggle for reproduction, must be a real handicap to him in the struggle for individual existence in competition with other animals. In such a case, of course, a balance will eventually be struck at which the favorable slightly outweighs the unfavorable, but extinction may be the fate of such precariously balanced organisms if conditions should rapidly change. Again, the overproduction of pollen by anemophilous plants is due to intraspecific competition between pollen grains. And in the extinct reptiles and in mammals intraspecific competition has led to unwieldy size, overdeveloped weapons or threat organs, and overdeveloped devices of protection. Intraspecific competition among parasites, too, has led to monstrous exaggerations of fertility and complications of the reproductive cycle. Thus species are pushed by excessive intraspecific competition ever further along their line of evolution until they balance precariously upon the edge of extinction. Another important biological fallacy which underlies the Nazi conception of the state is the age-old analogy between the social organism and the animal body with its various members. Just as the animal or man has a brain, a stomach, and feet, so there must be in the social organism thinking parts, digestive parts, and locomotory or defensive parts. The comparison occurs in Pliny, is found poetically expressed in Coriolanus, used with some caution by Herbert Spencer and Bagehot, and carried to the pinnacle of absurdity by Morley Roberts in his book B/O Politics. It has, of course, the effect, and was always intended to have the effect, of impressing upon the worker that his servile position was an inescapable part of the order of nature, hence its value to Nazi writers today. Its futility arises from the fact that associations of organisms with nervous systems capable of rational thought and action, cannot be treated in the same way as associations of living cells, which, though of course enormously complicated as compared with simple molecules or atoms, have nevertheless only the primitive properties of assimilation, excretion, contraction, and the like, even though their normal work is in many cases highly specialized. Indeed, the fallacy which underlies the whole Nazi approach to man's estate, may be summed up in the word biologism. There are in the world, it is the clearest of the principles which science has established during the past 5 centuries, a succession of levels of organization, not only appearing successively in time but now enclosed within each other in successive envelopes. 1. There are the levels of the atom, the molecule, the colloidal particle, the micelle, the organelle, the living cell, the tissue or organ, the body of plant or animal, and the association in which the animal lives, and there are associations of associations. The psychological and the sociological levels seem to be parallel, and there are reasons for thinking that they may be identical. During the development of human society, the associations are constantly increasing in size, tribes giving place to states and states to federations and empires. But now it follows from this that sociological evolution is continuous with biological evolution, and the highly organized state of human society to which we all look forward is not a utopia, but a necessary consequence of all that has gone before. Insofar as the Nazis are developing new forms of genuine social organization, they are contributing, in spite of themselves, to this evolutionary trend, but unfortunately their tribalist psychosis is their utter ruin. We have an unshakable guarantee of their ultimate failure in the belief that however tribi leaders may rave, humanity W7//unite. From this point of view, the Church, covered with cobwebs though in the imagination of many it is, and always will be right, for the world's greatest religious leaders have been what they were precisely because they understood the trend of humanity towards union. All under heaven are brothers, said the East, and the West, in its better moods, has replied, He hath made of one blood all nations upon earth. Furthermore, from the scientific point of view, the Nazi mistake essentially is to suppose that higher levels of organization can be explained and handled in terms of lower levels. They try to reduce the human sociological to the zoological. Though boasting so much of their vitalism, they are strictly analogous to the mechanist biologists of the past, who maintain that all the phenomena of life will someday be explained in terms of the physics and chemistry of the inorganic world. This completely neglected the essential thing that distinguishes living from non-living things, namely, the presence of a higher form of organization, more complex, more integrated, the nature of which is the fundamental problem of biology. It is not inscrutable by any means, but it is not reducible to the lower levels of organization. Nor is that high level of organization which we call human society reducible to lower levels of life. It has its own laws and regularities which must be elucidated on their own level. But this is what the Nazis say: infrahuman nature is the prototype of all life, appropriate order, and true community. Man is nothing but a beast of prey. The royal idea of property implies the extreme degree and necessity of fighting, conquering, annihilating self-assertion. One assumes that this is not intended to apply to the followers, that would be somewhat inconvenient for the divinely appointed leader. Such poisonous rubbish would meet with its own condemnation if Nazi writers were only to read the best that has been written about those organizations which they so much admire, the anthill and the termite colony. In what was perhaps the most profound essay of that modern Aristotle, William Morton Wheeler of Harvard, it is pointed out that the main problem which all communities of social insects had to solve was the socialization of male aggressiveness. Bees and ants, in general, solved it by restricting the male members to reproductive functions only and even liquidating them when these were accomplished, but the termites, by a process we do not as yet understand, succeeded in producing a form of society in which each different caste is about equally 195. Composed of male and female organisms. 1 Thus the termite kingdom of heaven, inherited by the meek, has an important lesson for man, as is brought out by another of Wheeler's essays, Termito duoxa. So also Robert Bridges, in his long poem, The Testament of Beauty, where, though more consistently taking hold of the wrong end of the philosophical stick, in my opinion, than any other modern poet, he sometimes has a fine and applicable passage. Nay, some I have seen will choose a beehive for their sign and gloss their sole delusion with a muddled thought, picturing a skep of straw, the beekeeper's device, a millowner's workshop, for totem of their tribe, not knowing the high goal of our great endeavor is spiritual attainment, individual worth, at all cost to be sought and at all cost pursued, to be won at all cost and at all cost assured. But this high development of the individual can be attained only within a collectivism which ensures its possibility for every man capable of it, and only by an extravert selflessness on the part of the individual which puts the kingdom first and private interests afterwards. In no case are we to model ourselves on the social insects, or on any other animal prototype. Man in his society constitutes a new and higher level of social evolution with its own laws and regularities. The Nazis have not discovered them. Science in the dominated countries. What of the universities in those countries which have fallen under the yoke of the Nazi dictatorship? In certain cases there can be no question that the Nazis have used their utmost efforts to destroy and stamp out universities, just as the Japanese did in their invasion of China, and probably for the same reasons, namely, that intellectual centers are certain to be foci for the maintenance and advance of culturally nationalist feeling, whether in language, literature, or scientific traditions. This has been particularly true in Poland, where the buildings were destroyed and the staff dispersed at Warsaw and Poznan, while at Krakow the faculty, including a number of aged men of the highest international distinction, was imprisoned almost to a man in Nazi concentration camps. It was not long before the deaths of at least 16 of these men were announced, among them the well-known biologist, Siedlecki, and the historian, Krzyżanowski. In Czechoslovakia, the treatment given to the universities was not quite so brutal, but the University of Prague has been closed indefinitely. Very little information is as yet available about the condition of universities and research institutes in the captured countries. Not a few German and Austrian exiles were working in laboratories in Norway, Holland, Denmark, Belgium, and France, and of their fate nothing is known. It is, however, known that some of the more important laboratories of chemistry and physics in Paris are filled with German scientists, who are said to be trying to force the French scientists to carry out research work for them. Men of worldwide reputation such as Langevin and Lappick have been imprisoned. In this connection, it is very regrettable that more active steps were not taken both by England and the U.S.A. to get the most valuable scientists out of France, after the military collapse and the establishment of the puppet government at Vichy, for such men can do little or nothing now in their own country, and would have powerfully aided the war effort of the democracies. As regards the universities in the Scandinavian countries and in Holland and Belgium, a number of indications have come through that in Bergen, Oslo, Copenhagen, Utrecht, Brussels, etc., they are working on, though under difficulties. Any optimism about their future would, however, in my opinion, be entirely out of place. At the present moment Leviathan has other things on his mind, but at any moment which suits him, he has only to turn and put out those candles on the continent of Europe. There is nothing in this record to permit of any hope of permanent safety for them, short of his own utter destruction. Nazism as the attempt to reverse social evolution. K. Polanyi, in his essay In Christianity and the Social Revolution, has made one of the acutest characterizations of the Nazi mentality. Socialism and fascism take alternative roads to conditions of closer human community. But the Nazi-fascist road is illusionist. It involves regression, but regression how far back? The German nationalists, reacting against the Treaty of Versailles, proposed to go back beyond 1918. Reactionary romantics like Moeller-Breuck, decrying the principles of the French Revolution, proposed to go back beyond 1789. Span and the German Christians, so-called, proclaimed a counter-renaissance, thus extending the regression to half a millennium, and introducing a new medievalism in the name of organismic totality. The German faith movement, wholly rejecting Christianity, realized that unless we put the clock back by full 2,000 years, there is neither safety nor permanence in reaction. It was left to Clausius to show that the mere destruction of Christianity is not enough. In his vitalism he melts body and soul into one and casts mind out altogether, making the human individual melt into the animal tribe, and achieving a regression of at least 10,000 years. But social evolution is not a reversible process, and those who try to reverse it will break their necks. Enough has now been said to show that the Nazi movement, inspired by Adolf Hitler, has been forced, in the pursuit of his aim of irrational world domination, only possible at this particular stage of the world's history, to attack the great international movement of science and scholarship with such fury that it now faces the gravest crisis of its history. German science has been largely destroyed or at least severely damaged. How long will it be before the rest of intellectual Europe has likewise been made desolate? Should the Nazis be defeated, our watch will indeed not be over, since fascist ideas in other guise may spring up where we would least be expecting them, on our own side of the lines, and in our own democratic countries. But should the Nazis be victorious, science in Europe may disappear for several generations, and all social progress with it. Science in Soviet Russia. By 7 British scientists. Edited by Joseph Needham, Doctor of Science, F.Rs. Reader in Biochemistry and Fellow of Caius College, Cambridge. N. Jane Sykes Davies. London. Contents. Present-day Science and Technology in the Soviet Union. By J. D. Bernal, F.Rs., Professor of Pi in the University of London. Physical Research in the Soviet Union. By David Schoenberg, Ph.D., Research Assistant at the Royal Society's Mond Physics Laboratory, Cambridge, for a time guest worker at the Institute for Physical Problems, of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR, Moscow. Industrial Research and Development in the Soviet Union. By M. Ruwemman, Doctor of Philosophy, Research Engineer to Mayuri Refrigeration, Limited, formerly Assistant Director of Research at the Physico-Technical Institute, and Director of Research at the Low Temperature Research Station, Kharkov, USSR. Biological Science in the Soviet Union. By Joseph Needham, Doctor of Science, F.Rs., Sir William Dunn Reader in Biochemistry, University of Cambridge. Soviet Agricultural Science. By Arthur Walden, Ph.D., Research Assistant at the Animal Breeding Research Station, Cambridge. Soviet Medical Science. By Rusko Echarki, FRCS, First Erat in Ney at the British Postgraduate Medical School, London. The Development of Mineral Resources in the Soviet Union. By G. W. Tyrrell, Doctor of Science, FGS, Lecturer in Geology at the University of Glasgow, and Vice President of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. Present-day Science and Technology in the Soviet Union. By J. D. Bernal, F.Rs. Science is a collective human enterprise, it belongs to no country or race. Yet at different periods it has owed its chief advance to the activities of men first in one part of the world and then in another. Modern science originated in Italy in the 16th century, spread to the Low Countries, and thence to England and France. It was in England that it first achieved effective organization in the Royal Society. The 19th century saw it established in every industrial country of the world, notably in Germany and the United States. In each of these countries a characteristic contribution was made both to the extent of new knowledge and to the new means of gaining it. In this century the contribution that the new Union of Socialist Soviet Republics has made to science is as significant as any of the major contributions of other origins in the past. Science, of course, was not a new thing in Russia. It can date its introduction as a living force to the many-sided genius of Lomonosov in the 18th century, and Russians can well be proud of the achievements of such men as Mendeleev and Pavlov. but all these were relatively isolated workers. In no sense could the state of science in Russia before the revolution be compared with that of Germany or Great Britain. The great change which the revolution brought about was to make conscious for the first time the necessary connection between the ordered development of science and the life and work of the whole community. In this, of course, the new government was inspired by the ideas of Marx and Engels, who had taken a lifelong interest in the progress and importance of science. Lenin had a wider and deeper knowledge of science than any statesman of his day, and even in the most difficult period of famine and civil war he laid the foundations of an entirely new development of science. The conscious utilization of science by the state, though to a certain extent implicit in scientific institutions such as the Kaiser Wilhelm Gesellschaft in Germany and the Department of Scientific and Industrial Research in Great Britain, was foreign to the Western democracies, and this has made it difficult for many scientific workers to understand and appreciate the achievements of Soviet science. The task that was undertaken was not to push forward the bounds of knowledge by the work of a few isolated specialists, but to make scientific the whole productive and cultural activity of 160 million people, only a tiny minority of whom had any previous acquaintance with science or technology. The first 20 years of the Republic's life was occupied in a double task: the building up of scientific education, and the application of science to industrial, agricultural, and medical needs. It was first necessary to create a body of competent scientific workers, starting from the handful that had sufficed for the needs of the Tsarist state. In 1919 there were only 40 trained physicists in the whole of the Union. New schools, new universities, new scientific research institutes, had to be founded and manned, and the necessary scientific instruments manufactured for them. Meanwhile, immediate problems of electrification, communications, and agriculture had to be solved. This gigantic task could only have been achieved because it had behind it the enthusiastic interest and support of the whole people. It is characteristic of times of rapid progress that interest in knowledge should reach new heights. It was so at the dawn of the Greek city-state, in the Italian Renaissance, in Civil War England, and it was certainly so not only for the Russians, but also for the submerged subject races of the old empire: Mongols, Kazakhs, Turkmen, Tartars, Georgians, and Armenians. In the creation of a new world it would be idle to look for the quietly pursued excellence and sound and acute scholarship that characterize an old established and stable society. Science in the Soviet Union is not like science in Denmark or Switzerland. Nevertheless, the contribution to the advancement of knowledge made by the Soviet Union has been marked and important. In certain fields, especially in technology, Soviet discoveries and applications have already made a deep impression abroad. In physics, for example, the work of the Leningrad School on the mechanics of crystal deformation was the starting point of much of the recent great advance in the understanding of the strength of materials and of ways of improving them. The Soviet Union has also led in the application of low-temperature techniques to industrial uses, particularly for oxygen, hydrogen, and methane, where P. Kapitsa's new processes are being energetically developed. Proposals for radical innovations such as underground gasification of coal, eliminating at on stroke the whole of the laborious task of the miner, are characteristic of the Soviet approach. The widespread and strictly scientific survey of mineral resources has already led to discoveries of new mineral deposits exceeding all expectations. In agriculture, the advantages of a common scientific basis and the removal of obstruction from tradition or vested interest have led to remarkable developments, notably in vernalization, the production of new hybrids such as perennial wheat, and the improvement of stock through artificial insemination. The development of public health services on a universal and rational basis has probably contributed more than anything else to immediate human welfare, and the new and universal use of stored blood for transfusion is largely due to Soviet initiative. It is not in these achievements, however, that the ultimate value of the developments that have taken place in the Soviet Union is to be found. They are, so to speak, only an indication of what is to come when the principles of the organized development and utilization of science can be fully carried out, not only in the Soviet Union but also in the world at large. Nothing has aroused such interest, and at the same time such opposition, in scientific circles as the idea first adopted in the Soviet Union of the planning of science. The opposition is now largely silenced, because the conditions of war have made most scientific workers realize in their actual practice that planning is not only necessary, but is also quite compatible with individual initiative and enterprise. Curiously enough, the very consideration of a science planned in relation to social needs brings to light new problems, which in themselves act as a stimulus to radically new discoveries, by breaking up traditional associations of ideas which are the most effective bar to progress. The actual system of planning which has been evolved in the USSR in the past 20 years is much more comprehensive and more closely integrated with the life of the country than anything in Great Britain even in wartime. The general direction of research is in the hands of the Academy of Sciences, which has grown from being an honorific society into a body controlling directly the research of some thousands of workers mainly on fundamental problems. The Academy is closely linked with the universities, which have grown enormously in number and size while steadily improving the standard of their scientific teaching. All university students are selected for ability and are supported by the state, as are the new science bursars in Great Britain. In return they must accept 4 or 5 years of work allotted to them after graduation. This system ensures an ample supply of the best brains for scientific and technical work. Already in 1934 the proportion of young men and women going to the university was 5 per cent, as against 2 per cent in Great Britain. Allowing for the greater population and for the fact that a far larger proportion take science, the annual output of scientific workers must be about 20 times what it is in Britain. The greater part of the short-term research is carried out in the institutes of the commissariats of industry, agriculture, and health. Research and development are treated together, and the scientific workers are close to the problems arising in the workshop and the field. The actual plan of research is not imposed from above, but evolved after much discussion by the scientific workers themselves. It does not, however, stand by itself, but is closely linked to the State Planning Commission, and thus forms part of the general production and cultural plan of the Union. The major short and long-term problems are set by the needs of the country as a whole. How they are to be solved most quickly and effectively is left for the scientific workers themselves to determine. That is the essential safeguard for seeing that fundamental work is not neglected. The result of this integrated effort goes much beyond its immediate practical application. It is producing a society that is scientific through and through. The difficulties which, particularly in the years preceding the war, surrounded the work of Soviet men of science, have often led to doubts in the rest of the scientific world as to the ultimate efficacy of the system adopted. The bitter test of war is showing that in this field also the Soviets were building better than we knew. It is to be hoped that, fighting together in a common cause, scientific workers in Great Britain will come to understand, far better than from any description, the new spirit and method which characterize science in the USSR, and that, in turn, we may be able to provide some of the advantages of a long tradition of discovery and criticism. The new world for which we are all fighting and working will need every contribution that science can bring. Physical Researching the Soviet Union. By David Schoenberg. Quite apart from its intrinsic cultural importance, physics is essential for the development and maintenance of modern industry. Engineers can be properly trained only if there are good physicists to train them, and to create a body of physicists with the necessary breadth and independence of outlook a vigorous tradition of research must exist. An even more direct connection between physics and industry is, of course, that the results of physical research often have a direct application to the improvement and development of industrial processes, and the scientific attitude inherent in physics is important for rational planning and organization of industry. All this was clearly understood by the Soviet government, and when, soon after the revolution, it set out to transform the backward Russian Empire into a modern industrialized socialist state, it realized that a school of physics must also be built up. That a flourishing industry now exists is most strikingly shown by the magnificent fight which the Red Army is putting up against the Nazi invaders, for without such an industry this fight would have been impossible, but less is known of the successes of the physics upon which this industry itself is based. Soviet physics in its subjects of study is, of course, no different from physics in any other country, since the laws of physics are the same whoever discovers them, but in matters of organization and in the magnitude and scope of its activities there are many differences between physics in the Soviet Union and physics elsewhere. These characteristic features may perhaps be best illustrated by an account of one of the most modern Soviet physical institutes, and I shall describe the Institute of Physical Problems in Moscow, since I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity of spending a year there as a guest worker in 1937 and 1938. This institute is under the auspices of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR, which is roughly analogous in its 6. Physical research in the Soviet Union. 7. Activities to the Royal Society in this country. It is a purely research institute, and was built in 1936 especially for the work of Professor Kapitsa, which lies in the fields of low temperatures and magnetism. The general scope of the institute's work and the number of physicists working in it are very similar to those of the Royal Society Mond Laboratory in Cambridge, so that a number of interesting comparisons are possible which bring out some of the characteristic differences and similarities between Soviet and English physics. First of all, there is the question of size both of buildings and of staff. Although both the Moscow and the Cambridge laboratories are designed for something like the same number of research workers, about half a dozen or so, the Moscow laboratory occupies a territory of several acres, pleasantly situated on the famous Sparrow Hills, from which Napoleon looked down on Moscow before his short-lived occupation of the city, while the Mond laboratory has no grounds apart from its own floor space. Moreover, the floor space of the laboratory itself is several times larger in Moscow than that in Cambridge. The staff too is very much larger, for the Moscow laboratory directly employs about 60 people, as compared with only some 10 in Cambridge. Thus, very roughly, for each physicist in the Moscow laboratory there are 10 other employees, while in Cambridge there is only one. Part, but not all, of this disproportion is due to the fact that, as in all Soviet laboratories, the institute is responsible not only for providing working facilities for its scientists, but also for housing them and to some extent for feeding them. The housing is on a very generous scale, especially if the crowded living conditions of Moscow are borne in mind. Thus the director of the institute has a large detached house for the exclusive use of himself and his family. This house has a very grand exterior, with a facade of columns on one side to match the future architecture of the city which it overlooks. It is amusing to note that the Russians call it Kapitsa's cottage not from any false modesty, but because this is the Russian description of any detached private house. The quarters for the scientific and senior technical and administrative staff are not on quite such a grand scale, but are nevertheless very comfortable, with usually 3 or 4 rooms to a family. This communal living of all the employees of the institute is a very characteristic feature, and one which I found very pleasant in practice. Out of working hours it conveniently enabled a number of social activities to be carried on, such as lectures on subjects of topical interest, tuition by voluntary enthusiasts in subjects as diverse as foreign languages and modern ballroom dancing, and sports such as tennis in summer and skating on the flooded tennis court in winter. All these activities, and the fact that everyone participated on an equal footing, whatever their work might be during the day, led to an agreeable democratic atmosphere with friendly and informal relations between all members of the institute community. The provision of these communal services accounted for something like half of the 60 employees of the institute. These were the janitors, charwomen, cooks, boilermen, handymen, gardeners, etc. There was also a number of chauffeurs in charge of several cars and lorries, which considerably simplified the problems of traveling not only for legitimate business, but even occasionally for pleasure trips. However, even after allowing for all these extra employees, of whom there is no counterpart in the Mond laboratory, there was still considerably more administrative and technical staff in the Moscow Institute. Thus there were about 10 office workers, secretaries, bookkeepers, a librarian, and so on, as compared with only one who has to combine all these functions in the Mond laboratory. There was, of course, a good deal of paperwork involved in providing the non-scientific amenities of the institute, and also in running its political and trade union organizations, so that the size of the administrative section is not altogether surprising, but even allowing for this, there seemed to be a good deal of unnecessary red tape, or spoiling paper as the Russians describe it. It is only fair to mention here that there is a strong movement in the Soviet Union to do away with unnecessary bureaucracy, and that in this respect the Institute for Physical Problems represents a step in the right direction, since in proportion to its size its administration is smaller than that of most other Soviet institutes. Whatever doubts I may have had about the value of the large office staff, I had none regarding the value of the large technical staff. These technicians were a real boon. There were about 3 or 4 times as many of them as in the Mond laboratory, and their work was of excellent quality. Roughly speaking, they can be divided into 4 categories. First of all, there was a sort of supply and maintenance department, which dealt out stores and provided fitters responsible for all electrical wiring and light constructional work in the laboratory. These fitters could also on occasion assist in experiments, and most of them were keen and intelligent, studying science at evening classes so as to improve their qualifications. Then there was a large workshop staff, all first-class mechanics by English standards, and equipped with all the latest machine tools, of which about half were of Soviet manufacture. Timber has always been the traditional material for construction in Russia, and so it was natural to find a well-equipped carpenter's shop with 2 elderly carpenters in charge who had the real craftsman's pride in their work, and could turn out anything from a small stand to a writing desk. This was a refreshing contrast to Cambridge, where so often carpentry is regarded as a casual job for the most junior lab boy. Finally there was Petushkov, the glassblower. He is one of a family of famous Russian glassblowers, and he was not only exceedingly skillful and neat at his work, but most ingenious in designing apparatus and in inventing methods of blowing what seemed at first sight an impossibly difficult piece of glasswork. All this technical help made for much more efficient scientific work, instead of wasting time, as is so often necessary here, in painfully making a sealing wax and string job of some apparatus. I had merely to discuss the matter with the head of the appropriate department, put in a chit for it, and get the job done competently and reasonably quickly by experts. The electrical fitters I also found very useful, for at short notice they would do any wiring up for an experiment much more neatly and quickly than I could manage myself. These features allowed the research workers to concentrate on their real job, the planning, execution, and interpretation of scientific experiments, without wasting too much of their time on jobs at which they were amateurs. Another technical facility of quite a different sort was the presence in the institute of a theoretical physicist, Professor Landau, whose job was not only to act as a sort of tame mathematician, but also to help in the discussion and interpretation of experimental results and to suggest new lines of work arising out of them. This close link between experiment and theory is a very valuable feature of most Soviet institutes, and though it is to be found in Cambridge it is not so usual elsewhere in England. I mention this feature particularly, because one of the greatest benefits I derived from my Moscow visit was from Landau's stimulating influence. On the negative side of the picture there was a feature due mostly to the fact that Soviet light industry has always lagged behind Soviet heavy industry. This can be described briefly as the absence of anything corresponding to a Woolworth store in Moscow. Here in Cambridge before the war, at any rate if the laboratory stores had run out of some little gadget such as a screw of a particular size or some particular kind of plug or lamp, it was necessary only to go round the corner and buy it out of petty cash. In Moscow, however, the situation was very different. If the stores ran out of this sort of thing it was little short of a tragedy, for it could very rarely be bought across the counter, and one had either to make shift with something less suitable or else wait until the article in question could be obtained through devious channels. It was very similar to wartime conditions here, when the shops carry very limited stocks, and all sorts of juggling with priorities is necessary to get replacements quickly. Fortunately, the storekeeper was very good at his job, and in spite of these difficulties managed to keep his stores well stocked against emergencies, so that tragedies of lack of supply were comparatively rare. This similarity to English wartime conditions was very noticeable in many other spheres besides that of scientific supplies, and was by no means an accidental feature. Shopping for other things too was always an uncertain adventure. There was often a shortage of traveling and hotel facilities, and there were the same inconveniences of having to carry identity papers and to show permits for entry to any sort of official institution. The reason was, of course, that much of Soviet economy was already on a semi-war footing long before any fighting happened, since the Soviet government realized many years ago that an enemy attack at some time was inevitable, and thought it wise to be prepared for this attack when it came. The justification for the sacrifices and inconveniences which this preparation involved is only too evident now, for without them the Red Army could never have fought so successfully as it is doing. Scientific research in the Soviet Union is organized along characteristic lines, and it is interesting to compare this aspect of Soviet physics with physics in this country. Just as here, research is sponsored by a variety of organizations. There are the universities and technical colleges in all the chief urban centers. Then there is the Academy of Sciences, which is responsible for Kapitsas laboratory and for several other much larger institutes concerned with physics and with other branches of science. Research institutes for which there is no close parallel in England are the large physico-technical institutes run by the Commissariat of Heavy Industry. The first of these was organized in Leningrad by Joff soon after the revolution, and has been responsible for training most of the leading Soviet research physicists. Subsequently, other institutes of this sort were put up in Kharkov, Sverdlovsk, Dnipropetrovsk, and a number of other places. Originally, these other physico-technical institutes were offshoots from the parent institute in Leningrad, but they now flourish independently, and produce much important work. These physico-technical institutes are very large organizations, each of them about 10 times as large as Kapitsas Institute. They carry out research in all the branches of pure physics, and something like half the important physics publications of the Soviet Union come from them, but in addition to this they pay particular attention to the more technical applications of physics, and help industry with its scientific problems. Thus they have the important position of acting as a kind of link between the academic physics of the universities and the Academy of Sciences on the one hand, and the practical problems of the industrial engineer on the other. Finally, there is a great number of more specialized institutes associated with particular industries and factories. Since the work of this last group of institutes is of strategic importance, it is kept very secret, and it is only possible to say that it is most lavishly financed. All the work of these various laboratories is coordinated by a yearly plan for the whole Soviet Union, and a program fitting into this plan is worked out ahead by each institute. This coordination by planning is a very valuable feature of Soviet science, for it eliminates a good deal of overlapping and wasted effort, and at the same time it ensures that no branch of the subject is neglected if it is of practical or theoretical importance. Also, by setting a fairly definite objective for the yearly work of each researcher, it keeps him up to the mark and helps him to avoid an over-leisurely or complacent attitude. In the initial enthusiasm of the famous 5-year plans, some of these advantages were occasionally offset by a rather too literal interpretation of planning, in the sense of too slavish a copying of the type of plan suitable for industrial production. Thus in some institutes the plan would provide for a certain output of results, and an unscrupulous researcher who had undertaken to publish, say, 2 papers in the year would claim 100% or overfulfillment of his plan if he had published 4 papers, even if they were of very little scientific value. Fortunately, such absurdities, comparable to those of political careerists who would write learned articles on the importance of a Marxist approach to chess, have now largely disappeared, and there is a much more intelligent attitude towards planning. Kapitsa very sensibly realized that only the general program could be planned, and that it was impossible to foresee what new sidelines might develop in the course of a research. he was fond of explaining that the over-formalistic type of planning was rather like that of a doctor who tried to prescribe the medicine for an illness his patient would have in a year's time. In practice, Kapitsa had great freedom in deciding his program of work, and allowed his collaborators corresponding freedom in choosing their own problems. Just as here, research workers in the Soviet Union are recruited from university graduates who show particular promise for research, but there are some interesting differences. Perhaps the most important is that education is much more accessible than in this country. A comprehensive scheme of scholarships, which include adequate living allowances, ensures that no talent is wasted, and that, whatever his family circumstances may be, a sufficiently able man or woman has the opportunity of doing scientific work. Here in England, and more so in many other countries, too often good talent is wasted because a boy must help to support his family as soon as he is 14 or so. It may be noted that men and women are on a completely equal footing as regards opportunities for scientific work, but actually in the Soviet Union the women seem to gravitate more towards the chemical and biological rather than the physical sciences. It is difficult to say whether this is a question of innate disposition or merely the survival of a tradition. Another interesting feature is that education may be continued side by side with regular work in a factory or workshop. Thus those who have perhaps not sufficiently developed their talents at school still have an opportunity of higher education. Several of the technical assistants in the Institute for Physical Problems availed themselves of this facility and were given specially short hours of work so that they could have enough time for study. The status of the Soviet research worker is also different from that of his colleague in England. Things have, of course, changed here since science has become so vital in war, but before the war there was a tendency to regard research as a sort of hobby rather than a profession. This attitude, perhaps a survival from the 19th century when scientific research was often the prerogative of the leisured country gentleman, is in strong contrast to the Soviet attitude. In the Soviet Union, scientific research is regarded as a regular and moreover a particularly respected profession. Instead of having to rely for a living on scholarships and grants from outside sources, which often regard science as a sort of charity, the Soviet researcher is paid an adequate salary directly by his institute, and is reasonably sure of a permanent job in his own speciality. I found this a refreshing change from the vague and unstable status of an academic physicist in pre-war England, who outside of Cambridge and Oxford was liable to be asked, "But what do you do for a living?" Enough has been said to show that the material facilities provided for physics research in the Soviet Union for physical research in the Soviet Union pair favorably with those anywhere else in the world. This may not seem remarkable in view of the immense size of the Soviet Union, but actually it is a very great achievement when it is remembered that there was practically no physics research of any consequence before the revolution, and that most of the institutes that have been mentioned have had to be built up from scratch during the last 20 years. No less of an achievement has been the training of the scientific personnel who now work in these institutes. Before the revolution there were hardly any Russian physicists of international standing, while now it is possible to say that there is a serious school of Soviet physics. A brief account of some of the leaders of this school and their work will perhaps give an idea of how much the generous policy towards science in the Soviet Union has produced. The doyen of Soviet physics is Joff, who has not only been behind much of the organization and development of research, but has also directly participated in many important experiments. These have led to a better understanding of the mechanical properties of crystals and of the peculiar optical and electrical properties of semiconductors, and the results have been of considerable technical as well as purely scientific interest. In the field of optics, Mandelstam and Landsberg at the Moscow State University discovered the Raman effect, which has since proved of great importance in the study of the structure of molecules at about the same time as the Indian Raman. Kapitsa, while in Cambridge, developed a method of producing magnetic fields about 3 times as high as any produced hitherto, and also ingenious new methods of liquefying the permanent gases. This work he has continued in his Moscow Institute. Recently he has been investigating the remarkable flow properties of liquid helium below 2 degrees absolute, and has shown that it behaves like a superfluid with practically no viscosity. Also, he has invented a new and much more economical process for liquefying air on an industrial scale. For this work he has been awarded the Stalin Prize of 100,000 rubles. Shubnikov, at the Kharkov Physico-Technical Institute, has also built up a modern low-temperature laboratory and has done interesting work on superconductivity and magnetic properties. He was the first to measure the minute paramagnetism due to the magnetic moment of the nucleus, and the results of this very difficult experiment provided an independent estimate of the magnetic moments of the proton and deuteron. Another magnetician is Kikoin, of the Sverdlovsk Physico-Technical Institute. In collaboration with the low-temperature laboratory in Kharkov, he recently measured the gyromagnetic effect in superconductors. Akulov, of the Moscow State University, was one of the first to consider the relation between crystal symmetry and magnetic properties, and his work has helped in understanding the factors responsible for the important technical properties of ferromagnetics. In the field of nuclear physics there have been important contributions from Soviet physicists, especially recently, since the various large-scale installations, such as high-voltage sets, have come into exploitation. To mention only a few names, there is Liponsky, at Kharkov, who works on neutrons and was at one time director of the Kharkov Physico-Technical Institute. There is Skobeltsyn, in Leningrad, who was one of the first to discover the particles of very high energy in cosmic rays and has done much important work on the interactions of positrons and electrons with matter and radiation. And there are the brothers Alekhanov and Alekhanian, also in Leningrad, who have studied the beta rays from radioactive bodies. The leading figures in theoretical physics are Landau, Frankel, and Fock, who have made valuable contributions to modern quantum mechanics and its applications to various branches of physics. Landau, when only just over 20 years old, was the first to calculate the diamagnetism of free electrons. He has brilliant mathematical abilities and a remarkably clear insight into the proper relations that should exist between mathematics and physics. Unlike many theoreticians, he rarely loses sight of the physical realities behind the mathematical analysis of a scientific problem. Fock has been concerned more with the mathematical methods of quantum theory, and has contributed to the development of approximate methods of calculation. Frankel works mostly on the theory of the solid state, and his textbook on wave mechanics is well known in this country. Apart from the pure physicists, mention should also be made of the physical chemists Semyonov, Frumkin, and Talmud, whose names are internationally known, and who have established flourishing research schools in chemical kinetics and superficial phenomena. Finally, there are many physicists in the more technical fields such as telecommunications, aerodynamics, and so on. Just as in wartime England, such work is kept very secret, but that it must have been of good quality can be guessed from the successes of the Red Army in this most technical of wars. There has, in fact, been a good deal of solid achievement in the way of results, and any physicist who wants to be up to date must include the Festgesetzschrift der Soviet Union, or the Soviet Journal of Physics as it is now known, in his regular scientific reading. If in spite of this achievement there have as yet been no really revolutionary developments of importance comparable with Rutherford's work on the atom, or advances in the technique of physics of importance comparable with Lorenz's invention of the cyclotron, this has been due mainly to the novelty of physics in Russia. A deep tradition of original research, such as was developed in Cambridge by a succession of brilliant leaders, takes a long time to come to maturity, and 20 years have hardly been enough, especially when so much attention has had to be paid to the building up of the material facilities and to the training of personnel. Another cause which has undoubtedly hampered the development of Soviet physics has been the isolated position of Soviet scientists. Although adequate coordination of work within the Soviet Union has been ensured by the yearly planning, there has been far too little contact between Soviet scientists and the scientists and laboratories of other countries. This has sometimes led to an uncritical attitude and to the over-easy acceptance of their own conclusions by Soviet physicists, without sufficient appeal to international scientific opinion. Too often time has been wasted on some fruitless line of work by this lack of contact, and valuable ideas or techniques have been missed until much later, if at all, the Soviet scientist learns of them from a publication. This lack of contact has, of course, been mutually detrimental, in as far as we, too, often miss valuable ideas from the Soviet side, but on the whole it is probably the Soviet physicists who have been the greater losers in this respect. Perhaps it is not too much to hope that, when the Red Army has finally driven off the fascist invaders from Soviet soil, the present Anglo-American Soviet friendship will continue, and this Soviet insularity, formerly made necessary by the existence of hostile neighbors and fostered by differences of language and tradition, will disappear. Given time, we may hope to see the development of a vigorous tradition of research in physics. The nucleus of it is already there, and we may then expect Soviet physics to take one of the leading places in world science. Industrial Research and Development in the Soviet Union. By M. Ruehmann. The most fundamental concept in the Soviet world outlook is that the arrangements which people make among themselves for producing the necessities of life, and herewith also the laws, customs, and ideas prevalent at any time in any country, depend on the extent to which the inhabitants have made nature serve their needs. To a people with such a philosophy, scientific research, that is, the process of mastering nature's laws, must acquire particular significance, since its results are considered to determine the whole structure of society. That the specific needs of the Soviet people and their position in relation to the rest of the world literally force this outlook upon them can only enhance its effect, and explains the constant attention paid to scientific research by the Soviet authorities. This attitude may be found again and again in the speeches and writings of Soviet statesmen and authors, from the famous reply of Lenin to the question, "What is socialism?" Socialism is Soviet power plus electricity, to the assertion in a much more recent article in the Soviet technical press that the reorganization of scientific research is one of the principal problems of the state. Scientific research becomes an essential part of human activity, intimately bound up with the life of the people. Wealth and poverty, happiness and misery, are the fruits of scientific effort, not merely the work of professional research workers, but, in a much broader sense, the scientific attitude of the whole people towards the problems confronting them. It is essential to see Soviet industrial research against this background and in this perspective, otherwise it is impossible to understand the prestige that scientists enjoy among the population and the deep sense of responsibility that Soviet scientists feel towards the community. The absence of conflict between pure and applied science, between scientists and engineers, and between technical 18. and administrative experts. All this follows quite simply from the conception of science as the decisive weapon for developing the productive forces of the country. From the same standpoint, the planning of science is seen to be an essential part of the planning of production. One is inconceivable without the other. Not only is the planning of production a scientific task, but every production plan is necessarily bound up with the momentary level of scientific achievement. To base a plan for the development of production on the assumption that scientific knowledge is itself stationary is obviously absurd. If man is not able to control the progress of science, he can never plan production. The rapid development of Soviet economy has led to many changes in organization and methods of research. At all times the object has been to secure an all-pervading system of research institutions closely linked up with production units, and at the same time centralized control over the general line of their activities. Until recently, greater progress was made in developing the first of these principles than the second. Large numbers of scientific research institutions were built and equipped and attached to all state organizations concerned with production. Large laboratories, engaged mainly on fundamental problems, were attached directly to the people's commissariats. More specialized laboratories were controlled by the various sectors and state trusts operating under the commissariats, and still more specialized laboratories were operated by state factories, mines, etc., under the control of the trusts. Forestry, fisheries, and food industry each had a number of research institutes. The Commissariat of Health was especially well equipped. Moreover, many state and collective farms have their own testing and small-scale research laboratories. But there was as yet no sufficiently responsible body, comparable with the State Planning Commission, able to evolve a comprehensive plan for the development of science as a whole in conjunction with the centralized planning of production. Such a body came forward in recent years in the form of the reorganized and strengthened Academy of Sciences, which now runs a vast network of scientific research institutes of its own and lays down the general direction for scientific development throughout the country. Since all the details of the plan are worked out by the scientists themselves, on the basis of these general directives, one of the principal tasks of the Academy and the commissariats is to coordinate the joint initiative of some hundreds of thousands of research workers, each of whom is engaged in specialized work and has a very good idea of the general needs of the country. How Soviet methods of industrial research work out in practice can best be seen from a few concrete examples. About 12 years ago, with the rapid collectivization of agriculture and the transition to large-scale farming, the need for very large quantities of synthetic fertilizers was seen to be imminent. The initial substance for most fertilizers is ammonia, which must itself be synthesized from hydrogen and nitrogen. However, neither of these gases is available in the pure state. The nitrogen must be separated from air by rectification at very low temperatures, while the hydrogen can be extracted from various industrial gases such as coke oven gas and water gas. At this time the Soviet research institutes were in their early stages, and it was not yet possible to rely solely on them in order to build up this whole series of new industries. Accordingly, the first plant was ordered from abroad and, at the same time, Soviet research scientists set to work to study these processes themselves and to prepare to take them over and develop them further. Most of the scientific data required was unpublished and not available to the Soviet scientists. Organizationally, the whole problem was in the hands of the People's Commissariat for Heavy Industry, which has since been split up into a number of more specialized bodies. At that time, one sector of the commissariat dealt with nitrogen fixation. The research laboratory of this department, the State Nitrogen Institute of Moscow, then under the directorship of Chekhin, had the task of obtaining all the data required for the design of plant for synthesizing ammonia. Questions dealing with the production of nitrogen from air were treated at the Moscow factory of the All-Union Autogenic Trust and its laboratory, while the extraction of hydrogen from coke oven gas by low-temperature methods was to be studied at the low-temperature laboratory of the Physico-Technical Institute at Kharkov. However, this laboratory soon proved to be development in the Soviet Union 21. Too small for the task, and some scientists and engineers there engaged were instructed to erect and equip a special low-temperature research station, the first task of which was to obtain data on these processes and to test them out on a semi-technical scale. At the same time, an institute was founded at Moscow for designing plant for the nitrogen industry, and the copper works at Tambov were equipped with the necessary machinery for building and erecting the plant required. These are in reality only a few of the complex problems arising. Others concern the manufacture of suitable compressors, the preparation of catalysts, etc., all of which were tackled at the various factories and research laboratories of the Commissariat of Heavy Industry. The first plant was erected by German and Italian engineers in the Donets coal basin in 1932. By the end of 1933, Soviet engineers had mastered the complicated technique. The vast plant was in full production and various improvements had already been introduced. In 1935 the first Soviet plant was designed, and erected in 1936. It was put into operation in 1937, and worked satisfactorily from the start. This was before the low-temperature research station had been completed, and it was noted at the time that the scientists had not moved fast enough for the engineers. Most of the new data on the separation of coke oven gas did not appear till 1937 and 1938, and it was doubtless fully utilized in subsequent improved plant. The expenditure on research and development was approximately £1 million. The low-temperature research station alone cost 7,500,000 rubles, which corresponded in purchasing power for articles of heavy industry to about £250,000. In 1937 about a dozen scientists were employed at the station and the same number of highly qualified engineers. The total complement, including technical and administrative staff, was about 150. The Nitrogen Institute employed well over double that number. At a later period, beginning in 1936, a different but equally complex problem was treated in an even more coordinated manner. This was the rotting of wheat when reaped by combine. Combine reaping has to take place while the grain is still somewhat moist, and it had been found that considerable losses occurred through rotting during the subsequent drying period. By this time, the Academy of Sciences had begun to fulfill its function as a central coordinating body for science. Consequently, it was to the Academy that the Commissariat of Agriculture applied for assistance to solve the new problem. The organization of the work was undertaken by Professor Bach, a member of the Academy and director of the Karpov Chemical Institute in Moscow. 14 scientific research institutes from all over the country combined to study the problem and work out a solution. They were specialized laboratories of chemistry, plant physiology, microbiology, biochemistry, physics, etc. A plan of research was evolved and divided up among the laboratories concerned. After about a year's work, a solution was found, and a group of research workers was organized to test it out in practice. A large farm a few hundred miles east of Moscow was put at their disposal, but when the group arrived, an unfortunate accident occurred in the form of a sudden drought, which ripened the corn earlier than had been expected. The result was that the reaping had to be done by hand and the plan seemed likely to fall through. However, a few telegrams secured the loan of a new tract of land in western Siberia, where the harvest is gathered a fortnight later. The group of scientists was transported over the Urals, and the experiments were successfully concluded. In his article, Bach was confident that the solution was satisfactory, though it still required some elaboration. One of the most significant achievements of Soviet engineers is the underground gasification of coal, an idea first suggested by Mendeleev in the last century, later elaborated by Sir William Ramsay in this country, and taken up with enthusiasm by Lenin many years before the Russian Revolution as of immense economic importance. Here little information is available as to the part played by research workers, but the comparatively rapid progress of the scheme in the USSR suggests that much spade work had been accomplished in the laboratory. In the first experimental plant, built in 1933, 2 inclined shafts were sunk to the seam, connected by a short horizontal drift. Air with or without surplus oxygen and steam was blown down one shaft, the coal was ignited in the drift, and combustible gas was drawn off through the second shaft. After several of these experimental plants had proved successful, the first industrial works was erected in the Donets Basin in 1937, supplying a neighboring factory with gas for heating boilers. In subsequent years several such stations were built in the Moscow area and the Ukraine. By this time the sinking of shafts had been found unnecessary. They were replaced by a series of vertical boreholes, through one of which oxygen and steam were introduced, while the combustible gas was piped away from the others. Thus all underground labor is eliminated. Shortly before the German invasion, a very large aggregate was being designed in conjunction with a chemical works and a power station. The oxygen for this aggregate is to be produced by a new method recently developed by Kopitsa, which makes use of an expansion turbine. This plant is to produce 530,000 cb. Foot of oxygen an hour from 2,500,000 cb. Foot of air, and will simultaneously extract 17,000 cb. Foot per annum of krypton and xenon, elements contained in the air in minute quantities and very valuable for filling incandescent lamps. Their use in such lamps, replacing nitrogen and argon, is calculated to save the country several million kilowatt-hours of electricity per annum. The elimination of underground labor in mines can only be considered as an unparalleled boon to humanity. The energy thus produced in the form of gas costs about 1/10 of the same energy in the form of mined coal, and the quality and calorific value of the gas can be adjusted by regulating the flow of oxygen and steam. It appears that Lenin's prophecy of a revolutionary change in the world's productive forces will be fulfilled. Biological Science in the Soviet Union. By Joseph Needham, F.Rs. It is obviously impossible for one scientific worker to do justice to all the many sides of work in such a vast field as biology in the Russian world, but in this respect I am so far happy that in some of the departments with which I am familiar, such as experimental morphology, the Russians have won a position of generally acknowledged leadership. It is certainly true that since the revolution of I-917 science has enjoyed greater state support, both moral and financial, than in any other country. But it seems on the whole that, owing to the policy of concentration on heavy industry and all those branches of science which connect with it, biological science at first rather lagged behind physics and chemistry. Russian biology also suffered from isolation from the rest of the world, an isolation partly due to the difficulties of language, but much more to the boycotting of Russia by the capitalist powers after the revolution. I visited Russia in 1935 in connection with that very successful organization, the 15th International Physiological Congress, and although my impression in viewing Russian laboratories at that time was that the general standard of work was not quite up to the prevailing standards in Western countries or in the United States, I formed the belief that its upgrade was faster, and that parity would before long be reached or passed. In biochemistry this has proved to be the case. Two instances of fundamental biochemical discoveries recently made in Russia may be given. First, the identity of adenyl pyrophosphatase with myosin by Engelhardt and Ljubimova. This connected for the first time the energy-providing phosphorylation cycles with the contractile machinery of the body. The main constituent of muscle is the protein myosin, and we now know that the chain-like molecules of this protein actually contract and relax. Hence the importance of Engelhardt's finding that it is also a ferment, able to break down, and thus to liberate energy. 24. For itself from, the much smaller molecules of adenyl pyrophosphate. Secondly, the elucidation of the phenomenon of transamination by Bronstein and Kritzmann revealed the transfer of nitrogen in the living cell parallel with that of phosphorus and hydrogen, about which so much is known. An interesting sidelight on the freedom of choice of work in Russia is that the biochemists at the Military Medical Academy at Leningrad specialized on problems of chemical embryology, an exceptionally unwarlike subject in which valuable contributions were produced by Galvialo, Vladimirov, and their colleagues. Similarly, the well-known vitalist and founder of the mitogenetic ray hypothesis, Gurewitch, has always retained his chair in Moscow, in spite of his differences from official views. Little is now heard of this subject in any country, but it is well to remember that the majority of the work which claimed to support the existence of the rays was done outside Russia, and that some of its first and most sharp critics were Russian, such as Moissakhjiva of Kiev. In experimental morphology and embryology there were formerly two main schools, one American, dealing with the development of invertebrates, the other German, dealing with that of vertebrates. Since 1933 the workers in this field, which in view of its German origin bears the name Entwicklungsmechanik, have almost all been driven into exile, and the mantle fell upon the newer Russian school. Among its leaders were Koltsov, Schmalhausen, Balinsky, Filatov, Dragomirov, and others. Balinsky and Filatov have specialized on the induction of the nose and ear. They discovered the extraordinary powers which nasal rudiment and ear vesicle have in inducing limbuds on the flank of the amphibian neurula. Umansky discovered the induction power of cancer tissue, and explored the integrity required in tissue responding to neural induction. Wolffian regeneration of the lens of the eye has been intensively studied by Popov, Manuelova, and their colleagues. In this literature it is interesting to note the appearance of names such as Sikarulaj and Murtasi. From those Near and Central Asiatic races which hitherto have never had an opportunity of contributing to the advance of science. One characteristic line of attack developed by the Russian experimental morphologists is the fusion together of several pieces of the same material, a technique possibly suggested by, and certainly in line with, the dialectical materialist idea of the transformation of quantity into quality. Thus Lopeskov, in important work, surveyed the results obtained in differentiation when from 1 to 10 organization centers are isolated and grown together. Similarly, Polziev went far to settle the disputed question of whether limb-bud blastomas are undetermined or not by transplanting several of them at once, not only one, onto the new site. In this way it was found that development is always self-wise, 7.e, in accordance with the old environment and not the new. The problem of the loss of regeneration competence has been much studied by this worker, with Shaxel, Liesner, Voronzova, and others, while the biochemical aspects of the regeneration process, never before explored, have been investigated by Okonat, Blocher, Orkovich, Kosmina, Vladimirova, and many more. The association of the action of various proteolytic enzymes with the differentiation processes proceeding in parallel has thus been studied. Another case of comparisons between chemical and histological data would be the study of insect metamorphosis, which has been successfully pursued by Domjanovsky, Zolotarev, and others, or the respiratory studies in fish development by the school of Trifonova. It seems specially worthy of remark that the far-reaching support of experimental morphology in the Soviet Union has occurred in a country where, according to a common opinion, only research of immediate practical applications would be expected to find support. The fact is that no one can tell what practical applications a science may have. The Russians have, as it happens, benefited greatly by their backing of this pure science, because increasing knowledge of eye transplantations has permitted of the grafting of parts of the eyes of dead persons into living blind patients, leading to the restoration of their sight. This operation is associated with the name of Filatov. On the borderline between physiological morphology and genetics a great deal of work has been done. There is space only to mention the work of the Ilgins on coat color, of Rappaport on the production of phenocopies by treatment of flies with salts of metals, and of Vassin, who recognized in a naturally occurring semi-lethal genetic abnormality the persistence of the embryonic gill slits in sheep. In pure genetics also there has been a vast effort. Vavilov, one of Russia's greatest men of science, traveled over the whole world and made collections of plant material which have no equal. A great deal of work is still being produced by his school, which came into conflict, in a celebrated controversy, with that of Lysenko. Lysenko was originally a plant physiologist, who discovered a method, known as vernalization, of producing a spring-sown cereal from a winter-sown one owing to the Russian winter climate, a most desirable thing. It is not yet certain whether this achievement will have worldwide application. Later, Lysenko and his school became extremely critical of the generally accepted principles of classical Mendelism, and they are now repeating many of the fundamental experiments on which Mendelian theory has been based. Only time will show whether their experiments on the inheritance of acquired characters will have the same results as all previous such experiments, or whether perhaps in the process some valuable information hitherto overlooked will accrue. Some geneticists believe that certain of Lysenko's results may be explained by virus infections. In any event, this controversy is an outstanding instance of the benefit which would be derived could the scientific workers of the Soviet Union in the future come into much closer contact with those of other countries. Where genetics touches animal husbandry, enormous progress has been made in Russia. The Soviet improvers of stock have not been hampered by the difficulty which exists in other countries, namely, that the pedigree breeds are in private ownership while the mass of cattle are unimproved. Artificial insemination, introduced by Ivanov and others, is practiced on a large scale, permitting the wide dissemination of useful qualities. In the foregoing survey little has been said about the Russian zoological and botanical systematists, but they have cc. 28 biological science in the Soviet Union. Been worthily keeping up the great traditions of the last century on the foundations laid by Pallas and von Baer. A word should be added, however, about the marine biological stations, of which there are several, at least one near Murmansk, another on the Crimean coast, and a third near Vladivostok. The first named of these produced valuable work on comparative biochemistry by Krebs and Verjabenskaya, and on comparative physiology by Koshtohans. The third aided Okona's work on regeneration. There are, moreover, certain special stations of interest, such as that at Sukhumkale on the Caucasian coast, devoted to the experimental neurology of apes, probably the only one existing anywhere apart from the physiology school at Yale University in America. In conclusion, a word on the facilities available to Russian biologists. My impressions are that work in a Russian laboratory resembles closely enough work here in Great Britain or in the United States, with the exception that there are considerably more technicians available for the use of the research workers, enabling them to concentrate on what is their proper business, the planning, carrying out, and interpretation of experiments. There can be no doubt that the USSR has a vast contribution to make to world science, a contribution with a special quality that cannot be spared. We must hope and insist that, after this war, contact between the scientific workers of the democracies and those of the Soviet Union may be far more intimate than has been possible in the past. Soviet Agricultural Science. By Arthur Walden. Roughly speaking, agriculture in Russia and in the countries which now form the USSR has gone through much the same transitions from subsistence farming and primitive communism to modern mechanized production as in other countries of Western Europe. Again, roughly speaking, the order of these transitions has been the same. Subsistence farming, the three-field system, possession in severalty, commercialization, and mechanized production. Like Western European countries also, the transition has not developed with equal speed in all districts. Climate, soil fertility, facilities for transport, and access to a market are all factors which affect the rate of agricultural development in any given district, and in Russia all these factors varied enormously throughout the country. But what is most characteristic of Russian agriculture is that progress before the revolution was on the whole remarkably slow and the country extremely backward, much more so than the natural features would appear to warrant. Before the revolution there were districts in the north where the most primitive subsistence farming prevailed. Stretches of forest were burned, cultivated for some years until exhausted, and then allowed to regenerate naturally. Livestock was herded in common on the wasteland and in natural clearings in the forest. In most parts of Russia the three-field system was still the basis of cultivation. In medieval times the arable land was roughly divided into three areas, one being cultivated and sown in autumn with rye or winter wheat, one being cultivated in spring and sown with spring crops such as spring wheat, beans, peas, and oats, and one area being left fallow. Up to the 18th century the Mir or parish council determined the rotation and had power to redistribute the strips of land in the fields among the households in the community. When, however, commercial relations developed between country and town and profit could be made from the sale of surplus produce. 29. Ownership in severalty replaced primitive communism. Redistribution of strips by the Mir was gradually abandoned, but custom still regulated the rotation of crops in the arable fields, and livestock, although owned in severalty, was herded in common on the wasteland and natural pastures. Now private ownership of land, which emerges from the communal three-field system with its tenure of land in small strips, has a very detrimental and retarding effect upon the development of agriculture as a whole. In the absence of a law of primogeniture the small strips on the death of the owner tend to be subdivided among the heritors until the diminished estates with smaller and more isolated strips become economically untenable and the poorer peasants are driven off the land. On the other hand, this process is advantageous to the kulak or richer peasant, who can now buy land and add field to increase his holding and can exploit the labor of the dispossessed small farmer. Even this process of kulakization is slow, and only when compulsory legislation such as the Enclosure Acts of Britain, the shifts of the Scandinavian countries, and collectivization in Soviet Russia is resorted to can the bulk of agricultural holdings become sufficiently consolidated to enable full use to be made of machinery and modern technique. In R1GRO there were still 10 million wooden plows and 17,700,000 wooden harrows in use on the peasant farms in Russia. Only by consolidation of holdings is it possible to develop animal husbandry. Improvement requires a high standard of nutrition and the growing of fodder crops which are not easily fitted into the three-field system. Furthermore, improvement requires selection and the use of an improved sire. The small individual peasant, owning only a few head of cattle, cannot exercise sufficient choice, and cannot afford to purchase a first-class male for improvement of his few cows. In accounts of collectivization which have appeared in this country, the tendency has been to stress the importance of the abolition of the small strip and the employment of machinery in crop husbandry, but the effect upon the livestock is equally important, and as the standard of farming rises it will gradually become relatively more important. The first decree of the October Revolution was the nationalization of the land. Most of the large estates of the nobility and landed gentry were broken up and given to the poor peasants, although some were retained as state farms. This did not solve the agricultural problem. In fact, it had the effect of increasing subdivision of the land. The peasant, essentially conservative, saw in the revolution only the opportunity of becoming rich through the method he had always been accustomed to by ownership of the land, individual effort, and parsimony. In thousands of villages, however, a more cooperative spirit prevailed. In some, practically all the resources were pooled and the produce divided. In others the basis of cooperation was the artel, a free association of the peasants for the joint culture of the fields with distribution of the produce in proportion to the individual contribution in land, livestock, and labor. Members of the artel still retained private ownership of their houses, small implements, and vegetable plots. In some of the larger villages an artel would be formed by the poorer peasants only, and this resulted in conflict with the kulaks who remained outside the artel, but whose fields might lie within those of the collective. Throughout the period of war, communism and famine, the Soviet executive had little opportunity to devote attention to the organization of agricultural production, but by 1925 and for the 3 years following there was prolonged debate on the problem. An increase in productivity was urgently required if poverty was to be liquidated, and particularly if the program for the development of heavy industry and national defense was to be carried out. It was realized that consolidation of the peasants' holdings and the employment of machinery alone could offer a way out, but there was disagreement on how to bring this about. On the extreme right wing it was proposed that more encouragement should be given to the kulak to consolidate his holdings, even at the expense of the smaller peasant. On the extreme left this proposal was countered by the suggestion that the kulak must be ruthlessly suppressed, since his acquisition of wealth would endanger the revolution. Finally, a constructive policy, for which Stalin was chiefly responsible, was adopted. Every encouragement was to be given to the formation of collective farms on the basis of the artel. Encouragement was to be given by intense propaganda, by supplying the collectives with tractors, and by legislation which would restrict the kulak and force him to enter the artel. This policy did not meet with universal success at first. Ignorance and conservatism of the peasant, active hostility of the kulak, incompetence of local administrators, failure to supply sufficient tractors, and a series of bad harvests, were among the contributory factors which made for failure. It was only by a great effort on the part of the Communist Party, by adopting coercive measures where necessary, and by putting every effort into the organization of tractor stations, that the plan succeeded at all. By 1933, however, the crisis was past, and, although there was still some opposition in certain areas, it can be said that from this date increasing production and prosperity have been gaining speed year by year. To those critics who, although they now admit the ultimate success of the plan, still deplore the disturbance and the measures of coercion which had to be introduced, it should be pointed out that in England the transition from the three-field system to a mechanized cooperative economy began in the 14th century, and was carried out by kulakization and coercive legislation at the expense of the poorer peasants. The resistance and sabotage of the latter were met by hanging and deportation. Today the landless peasantry is the worst paid skilled labor in the country, and a fully mechanized cooperative economy has not yet been achieved. It is also important to note that some extremely successful collective farms have been established under British protection in Palestine, and have been able to compete both with the small peasant proprietors and with large capitalist estates. I have purposely devoted considerable space to the discussion of the political history of Soviet agriculture, because only with this background can one appreciate the work of the agricultural scientists in this early period. For them there could be no ivory tower, No pure research institute, not even the comparative isolation of the university. Much of their work had to be done on the collective farms, where, if they were sure to meet intelligent appreciation and cooperation from some of the peasants, they had also sometimes to face ignorance. 3. Hostility, and sabotage. They could not keep aloof from the political and economic struggle. Many had to undertake party duties in addition to their own work. Their work had to stand the test of practical application, satisfy the immediate needs of the farmer, and meet the urgent demand for increased productivity. It is with the field work of the agricultural scientists, who form the base of the pyramid of research personnel, that a description of Soviet science should begin. On the 243,300 collective farms of the Soviet Union, it is the aim to have at least one agronomist, one animal husbandman, and one veterinarian, and this aim is near realization. These men and women are responsible for advising the manager on technical problems, supervising technical processes such as pest control, artificial insemination, treatment of sick animals, etc., and collecting data. Their value in the villages as an educative factor cannot be too highly stressed. On 20,000 of the larger collective farms there are already small, but well-equipped laboratories. While these are mainly engaged in the application of scientific techniques and the study of local problems, there is considerable opportunity for small-scale research. Higher up on the pyramid are the 507 experimental farms and 367 experimental stations distributed throughout the Union. These are concerned mainly with regional problems or specialized research. Finally, there are 90 agricultural research institutes, mainly situated in or near universities, and these, although specialized, are concerned with national or universal problems. In 1939 there were over 14,000 scientists at work in the higher branches of agricultural research. When one considers the excellent facilities and wealth of experimental material which are placed at the disposal of these scientists, and the close contact which they have with agricultural practice, one need not be surprised at the rate with which discoveries are made, nor at the speed with which new discoveries are disseminated and put into practice. Above all, it must be remembered that only when production is developed for use and not for profit, when there is no frustration by vested interests, and when every advance in technique aids production and not overproduction, can there be that complete harmony between theory and practice which is a basic principle of Marxist philosophy. Of course, the pyramid of research personnel was not built in a day or even a decade. Like a modern building, the structural administrative framework was laid down first from plans drawn up by Lenin and the Central Executive Council and on the general lines of democratic centralism. The framework was then filled in with the best material available. The apex was occupied by eminent scientists who had been won over to the new regime. These were men and women who had for the most part received their education and training before the revolution, and had been brought up in the ideology of capitalist academic society, with a strong bias towards the ivory tower point of view, maintaining the superiority of pure as distinct from applied research, and lacking contact with the immediate needs of the workers and peasant cultivators. At the base of the pyramid were mostly younger men and women, products of the new regime, less well educated in academic spheres of knowledge, but with a greater appreciation of practical realities. Much of their research was at first somewhat immature and even primitive, but at the same time adventurous and vigorous. The safeguard against undue optimism was that all research had to stand the test of application to practical farming. Although for the most part a common aim united both the old and the young, some conflict was inevitable. In the realm of genetics, for example, this conflict reached a crisis in 1937 in the controversy between Vavilov and Lysenko, but it was already apparent in the realm of animal breeding when I visited the USSR in 1934. At Askania Nova Zavadovsky, an eminent geneticist, had crossed the native Ukrainian cattle with the yak from Siberia. The resulting hybrids showed many peculiarities arising from the diverse anatomical structure of these two species and were of great interest to the geneticist, but of little interest to farmers. On the other hand, one of the younger men, whose name I have unfortunately forgotten, had taken as his aim the production of a new breed of cattle which should be suitable for the arid lands of southeastern Russia. After a careful study of the adaptability of the two species to their respective environments, he crossed the Ukrainian Soviet Agricultural Science 35 cattle with the Arabian zebu, and obtained hybrids which showed few genetic peculiarities but were of much greater interest to the farmer. The first experiment illustrates the orthodox geneticist's approach to research, interest in peculiarities of little economic significance and studied without relation to the environment or practical needs, in other words, pure research. The second illustrates the Marxist approach, the study of the animal in relation to its environment and with a definite economic objective. I need not discuss here the theoretical aspects of the 2 points of view, but the conflict is certainly not a new one. It is the basis of the separation of the work of Burbank from that of the American plant geneticists, and of the work of Hammond from the English animal geneticists. It is safe to predict that in the USSR the various aspects will be hotly debated and that the ultimate criterion will be the practical results. Among the most outstanding successes of the Soviet Union is the development of animal husbandry. Here again the Marxist viewpoint is important, namely, that one cannot improve stock by racial selection alone. Of equal importance is the environment. Hence the great effort to improve nutrition by the growing of fodder crops, which, in fact, have shown a greater relative increase than almost any other crop. Secondly, there has been the liquidization of frustration by vested interest. In capitalist agriculture the large farmer can, owing to the larger size of his farm and herd, both feed his animals better and exercise selection of his stock for reproduction, but it is in his interest to maintain a monopoly of the improved animals and sell them at a high price. This is done by forming an exclusive pedigree breed society. The small farmer, however, cannot afford to purchase a pedigree sire at a high price, and, if he did do so, the services of the sire would be restricted to a few females and not utilized to full capacity. Thus in England, although pedigree breeds have been in existence for over 200 years, only about a quarter of the stock in the country is pedigreed. In the Soviet Union, state stud farms have been set up at which the best animals are concentrated, and these are used as centers for the dissemination of improved stock to the surrounding collectives. This process of dissemination has been enormously increased by the use of artificial insemination, the development of which has been in the hands of academician Liskin, O. Newman and V. K. Milovanov. Semen from the best males is sent out to the collectives in small capsules to be inserted into the females. In some cases the distribution is by aeroplane, and pigeon transport has also been used. By this means the semen of one ram can be used to inseminate several thousands of ewes, and that of a bull from 1,000 to 1,500 cows in 1 year. Over 50 million head of livestock have already been obtained by the use of artificial insemination in the USSR. Although dissemination of improved stock has been an important objective of Soviet husbandry, intensive improvement has not been neglected, and on some of the state farms the performance records of the stock are beginning to equal and even exceed those of the best herds in Britain or America. In other spheres of agriculture progress has been equally spectacular, but in this short paper cannot be described even if I were competent to do so. I have mainly confined my account to the sphere of animal husbandry with which I am familiar. However, the general public in England is already familiar with the work of Vavilov, Lysenko, Michurin, and Tsitsin in the field of plant breeding and their creation of new agricultural and horticultural crops. Through the medium of the films it also has some idea of the immense strides in mechanical cultivation. Finally, when today we have to express our admiration and gratitude to the leaders and men of the Red Army, let us not forget the workers on the agricultural front. Many of their homes and their laboratories have been destroyed and the lands which they helped to cultivate laid waste. The only way we can repay their sacrifice is by equal exertion and perhaps equal sacrifice. Soviet Medical Science. By Rusko Clark. Formerly science was divorced from life and alienated from the people, but now I see that it is otherwise. The whole nation respects and appreciates science. I raise my glass and drink to the only government in the world which could bring this about, which values science so highly and supports it so fervently to the government of my country. I.P. Pavlov, from a speech delivered at Ryazan in 1935, quoted in Volume 2 of Pavlov's Lectures, 1941. Everything connected with public health in the USSR is in the hands of the state and is provided for by the state budget. N. Proper Grashchenkov, Assistant People's Commissioner of Public Health of the USSR, in the USSR. Speaks for Itself, Volume 3, Democracy in Practice, Public Health Protection, 1941. Everything in the Soviet Union is in the hands of a state which fully recognizes the role of science in every aspect of modern life, in medicine no less than in war. The planning of the health services attempts to make the best use of existing knowledge. The organization makes it possible continuously to evaluate the results of methods in use. Extensive and rapidly expanding research facilities and an intimate link between work in the laboratory, clinical study at the bedside and in the clinic, and routine preventive and curative practice, make for the rapid development of medical science. Research is not regarded as a luxury but as a vital necessity, as an essential weapon in the fight for the health of the people. Scientists are an integral part of the leadership of the state. They are numerous among those who make the laws and those who are responsible for carrying them out. Science in the Soviet Union belongs to the people. Medicine in the Soviet Union is more completely scientific than anywhere else in the world. This development of scientific medicine is only possible on the basis of tremendous advances in the general organization of healthcare. The progress of medical science and the expansion of the public health services are in 37. Separably linked. The one cannot be studied or understood without the other. The Soviet state provides free health care for all. The conception of public health is very wide. The objective of prevention pervades all the activities of the health authorities. Progress in health organization cannot be assessed except in relation to the other factors concerned with health. State medicine in the Soviet Union must be viewed against the background of the development of socialist society, which has done so much to improve the social environment of the Soviet peoples. More food and better food, improving housing conditions and sanitation, shorter hours and better conditions of work, adequate sickness benefits, pensions, maternity allowances, etc. Increased leisure and regular holidays, opportunity for sport and physical development, education and the wide extension of culture. All these things are directly relevant to the public health. An appreciation of the Soviet attitude to health requires an understanding of all that has been taking place within the boundaries of the Soviet Union during the past 24 years. Here it is only possible to discuss certain aspects of the health services, of the development of medical science and research, and of the interrelations between the health organizations and the life of the people. The Webb's monumental account of the Soviet Union contains a chapter entitled The Remaking of Man. They quote a slogan from the Moscow Sports Club: "We are not only rebuilding human society on an economic basis, we are mending the human race on scientific principles." Marx wrote, "The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, the point, however, is to change it." Lenin, Stalin, and the Bolsheviks in carrying out this task were not content merely to change the economic environment. Human nature is being changed in the process of building the future. Mankind itself as a biological species is being transformed in relation to the new society. That transformation has become the objective of medical science under socialism. The remaking of man in what used to be the empire of the Tsars started from an incredibly low level. The new state began its work of reconstruction after 7 years of war and civil war, amid poverty and famine. The old regime had left a heritage of oppression and ignorance, of dirt and disease. In 1912, 25% of the population were registered as suffering from some infectious disease. 7,000,000 cases of typhus, 3 million cases of tuberculosis and syphilis, 0,000 of trachoma. Child mortality for the period 1907-92 was 244 per thousand. In 1913, 34 provinces with a population of 80 million had only 2,790 medical stations, there were districts with only one doctor to every 40,000 inhabitants. During the war things got much worse. Economic and sanitary conditions deteriorated, mass migrations encouraged the spread of epidemics. Doctors were sent to the front, where thousands of them lost their lives. Hospitals were unable to carry on owing to lack of food, clothes, medicines, and trained staff. In the midst of all this, the Soviet government took power. Only slowly was it possible to introduce some sort of order, yet the health services had to be got going again. At one time the very existence of the new state was threatened by discontent bred by the spread of typhus. The plague was controlled, and by IG-21 it was possible to begin the building of health services which exist today. By 1928 it was possible to plan for the future development of the health services as part of the 5-year plans. The first 5-year plan saw a great advance in the extent of the health services. The second 5-year plan concentrated more upon the quality of those services. The third 5-year plan envisaged a rapid all-round development. The extent of the progress that has been made during this short time is illustrated by a few figures given in the accompanying table. A little consideration will reveal the difficulties implicit in any such rate of development. It takes longer to train physicians, nurses, technicians, etc., than to build tractors, aeroplanes, or even bridges and theaters. As a more leisurely rate of progress became possible, many discrepancies and weaknesses were eliminated. Higher standards of medical and scientific education were demanded, more mature scientists became available. The speed of development produced innumerable new problems. Mistakes were made, but the elasticity of the Soviet system allowed them to be rapidly corrected. New methods were tried out, new leaders were given scope for the development of their initiative. No aspect of Soviet life can be evaluated from a static point of view. The state is young, everything develops at a prodigious rate. Even the impact of war will not hold back the progress of science and the care for the health of the people. Soviet health services are free. How are they financed? The vast majority of workers of all kinds are employed in state or collective enterprises. The profits of such concerns are not the property of individuals, their disposal is planned in the interests of the community. Part is allocated for the development of industry and agriculture, part is devoted to state expenditure, including defense. A very large part, however, constitutes the social wage. In addition to wages in cash, the Soviet citizen receives extensive free social and cultural services of which the whole health services are part. The proportion of the total budget allocated for their services is derived in various ways. In big industry, a percentage of the total turnover is deducted for social services before wages are paid out. This goes into a general pool, and the planning of its use is subject to the central authorities. Nevertheless, there is considerable local freedom with regard to detailed expenditure. In 1941, turnover tax amounted to 124,500 million rubles out of a total state revenue of 216,840 million rubles. Of this total, 59,320 million rubles were devoted to the development of the national economy, new factories, mines, railways, transport, etc. 13,580 million rubles were allotted to agriculture, 47,800 million rubles were available for social and cultural services, including the protection of mothers and children, sanatoria, rest homes, and medical care. These estimates were made before the Nazi invasion in June of that year. It is likely that the health allocations have been increased since then in proportion to other less urgently necessary services. The fact that all health services are free facilitates their unification and planning. Wealthier districts do not necessarily have the best health services, the money can be spent where it is most needed. Soviet health services constitute a single unified system under the direction of the People's Commissariat for Public Health of the USSR. The former scattered medical organizations have been replaced by the single directing body. This again facilitates planning and makes for the maximum organizational efficiency. The central direction is, however, only one side of the picture. Central decisions are operated through intimate connection with the whole Soviet democratic apparatus. District, town, and village Soviets have their own public health departments, which correspond to the local government public health boards in England, but have much greater powers and responsibilities. Even these, however, are only directing authorities. The basic responsibility for health rests on the health committees, which exist in every factory, collective farm, office building, research institute, in every block of flats and every street. Doctors, nurses, and members of the public elected from their associates work together in these committees. The lay members are able to get special training in health matters to fit themselves for their job. Thus is put into operation the famous slogan, "The protection of the health of the workers is the task of the workers themselves." The medical personnel are the general staff in the fight for health. The work of the doctors is assisted by these voluntary workers. Without this aid the work of prevention would be impossible. These lay health workers are responsible for education and propaganda among their fellow workers. Without interfering with the work of the skilled technical workers, they are able to see that the health services supplied are up to standard. They can see that the proposals of the medical personnel are carried out. This participation of the people is breaking down the barriers between doctors and patients, between the public health authorities and the people. It is undermining the mystical, priestly, witch-doctoring relics in medical practice. It one's allowing preventive medicine on the widest possible scale to become genuinely scientific. A feature of the Soviet system which is not peculiar to health, but which needs to be understood, is the machinery of planning. This is not done solely from the top, the whole health organization is involved. Every factory health nucleus, every village Soviet health department, every health commissariat, keeps a continuous check-up on the work that is being done. Successes and failures of previous plans are continuously under review. Reports from the periphery contain proposals and suggestions based on local needs. From these are prepared the data from which the central planning authorities can begin their work. The needs of the localities and of the developing health services as a whole are correlated with the local and general budgets. The plan for health on a yearly or 5-yearly basis becomes part of the general plan of industrial, social, and cultural development. The results of such planning are reflected in the giant strides that have been made in the growth of the Soviet health services. These must not, however, be considered solely in terms of hundreds of hospitals or thousands of doctors. Some idea must be given of the actual functioning of these services. The basic units of medical care are the health centers. They exist in various forms with various names. They consist essentially of teams of doctors, nurses, and technicians, with equipment and secretarial staff. They are closely linked with the hospitals and with the rest of the health services. Such units have taken the place of the individual general practitioner. Wherever possible they are directly related to the unit of production, the factory, or the collective farm. Where this is impracticable they work on a regional basis. There is a basic health station with full preventive and curative medical care for everyone, either where they work or where they live. Soviet Medical Science 43. In the large factories the basic health units are the factory health stations. These are not only responsible for first aid and supervision of working conditions, but for the routine medical examination and general supervision of the health of the workers. They are fully responsible for treatment when the workers are ill. Their close link with industry is a great advantage. The medical staff get an opportunity to see their patients at work and to study their whole environment. This is facilitated by the fact that in the Soviet Union the industrial unit is usually the center of social and cultural life. When the individual requires treatment or diagnosis beyond the scope of the factory health station he will be referred to a polyclinic. This is a larger team of doctors and specialists, with full X-ray apparatus, pathological facilities, massage and physiotherapy departments, etc. Frequently they are attached to the hospitals. Small factories may have a single polyclinic or share one with other factories in the neighborhood. There are regional polyclinics for those not catered for under the industrial schemes. Here in a single building will be collected all that is necessary for full general and specialist outpatient treatment. Patients are seen by appointment and are to a large extent able to choose their own doctor. If they are too ill to come to the polyclinic, they will be seen at home by one of the same team of doctors. The provision of adequate secretarial staff and the existence of a single standardized record system mean that wherever the patient goes in the country, his full medical record will follow him. These records are available for study and are particularly valuable in research into the earlier stages of disease. Thus, statistical study becomes possible on a vast scale. Health stations and polyclinics are linked directly with hospitals. A given industry or factory may possess its own hospital or have access to beds in a regional hospital. The medical staff work closely together, and the hospital serves as the center for interchange of opinion, lectures, meetings, etc., for the doctors working in the area. The relation of these health stations to industry is of particular importance in the prevention and treatment of industrial diseases. Close contact exists between the factory health committees, the trade unions, the factory inspectorate, and the research institutes. Careful records, routine examination of workers in dangerous occupations at stated intervals, continual research into the causation and prevention of industrial accidents and diseases, all play their part in effecting the gradual elimination of factors operating against the health of the workers. An interesting feature of Soviet healthcare is the arrangements that exist for the provision of special diets for workers. The organization of public catering enables some 20 million people daily to take their meals in restaurants and communal centers. Special sections cater for those on prescribed diets. All the individual has to do is to get a special menu and select his meals. The rest is done for him by expert dietitians. The health center system is not confined to the large towns and factories. In the smaller towns and country districts, the same team approach exists. Collective farms have their own health station or share a polyclinic with neighboring farms. In the remoter parts, traveling polyclinics do their rounds, attending regularly at given places so many times a week. Emergency care in the wilds is brought by aeroplane or parachute. Hundreds of patients are brought to hospital by aeroplane each year. In addition, there are large district polyclinics and hospitals. A significant feature of the health services is the development of sanatoria, rest homes, health resorts, night sanatoria, prophylactic institutes, forest schools, and camps. These play a tremendous part in the prevention of disease and the restoration of health. In 1927, 74,200 free passes were issued for sanatoria. In 1938 the number had risen to 555,000. In the same period the number of passes for rest homes had risen from 437,000 to 1,900,000. Allocation of these passes is largely in the hands of the trade unions, which have contributed so much to the development of these facilities. Recommendations from doctors in the health centers are considered by joint medical and trade union committees, who make specific recommendations based on their knowledge of the patient and of the various types of institution and health resort. Where these resorts offer special medicinal facilities, they are subject to careful scientific study. The medical personnel receive special training. Patients are carefully selected and sent to the center most likely to benefit their particular condition. Balneology is no longer in the hands of the quacks, it has become a science. Another innovation is the night sanatorium. This is a rest home for convalescents and those who are run down. The occupants receive extra care, special diet, and medical supervision without leaving their work. This is particularly important in enabling those who have been cured of tuberculosis to return to work under supervision. This process is helped by special arrangements in the factories. Sick or injured workers are able to reacclimatize themselves to normal working conditions by doing their own work for shorter hours and at a slower rate. In automobile factories, for example, this is done by means of conveyor belts running at slower rates. This provision of substandard work is of vital importance in eliminating waste of valuable man-hours. It is equally important to the individual in ensuring a rapid gradual return to full productive activity. These and other such plans are only part of the wider attack that is being made upon tuberculosis and other widespread diseases. The incidence of tuberculosis has decreased by over 80% since the establishment of Soviet rule. The mortality from tuberculosis in the large towns has been halved. Hundreds of special dispensaries are carrying on prophylactic work, including education. Early cases are detected by the extensive use of miniature mass radiography. A new type of X-ray apparatus known as the tomograph has been in wide use for a number of years. The full power of modern science is being brought to bear upon these key social problems. Consistently biological in their understanding of the task of the remaking of man, the Bolsheviks began not with Adam, but with Eve. The care of women and children has been predominant in all the health measures of the state. Mothers and children are provided with constant complete medical care. Antenatal and child guidance clinics are available everywhere, often as part of the polyclinic. Everything has been done by the provision of these creches and nursery schools, by adequate hospital accommodation, of time off with full pay for 12 to 16 weeks at the time of childbirth, and by one health resorts of the USSR, 1941. 46 Soviet medical science. The opportunity to continue nursing after return to work, to make motherhood as easy and as safe as possible and to remove from it all social and economic disadvantage. As a result of this, the status of woman generally has been raised. This is reflected in the fact that in 1938 over half the doctors were women. Doctors and nurses, like all other workers, are able to have a normal family life without being handicapped in their professional work. In industry, this practical realization of woman's right to motherhood and work is enabling millions of Soviet women to play their part in the extension of the war industry. This is only possible through the extent and excellence of the organization of creches and nursery schools. In these the children receive not only food and medical supervision, but expert care, kindness, and training, while their mothers are at work. The medical care of the children is directly continuous from birth onwards. Children are trained from a very early age to play their part in the general campaign for health. Elementary hygiene and physiology are part of the regular school syllabus. Each class and each school has its health committee, in which the youngsters work alongside the doctors and nurses in the education of the other children and of the parents in the principles of preventive medicine of the positive approach to health. Education in health matters is a vital part of the health plan and is not confined to the mothers and children. Adult health education centers around the institutes of health culture which are to be found throughout the country. Every device is used to arouse interest: films, models, exhibitions, lectures, plays, posters, the press, and the radio. The principles underlying campaigns are explained so that all can understand. Special exhibits illustrate such things as the reasons underlying inoculation and the methods of early diagnosis in cancer. The advances of medical science are brought to the people whose increasing interest allows these advances to be made full use of in the prevention and cure of disease. The medical profession is an essential link in the structure of the health services. In the early days, a large proportion of the doctors were hostile to the new regime. After the War of Intervention, the Soviet health program began to be understood and many of them were won over to active support. Pavlov himself was at first suspicious of the Bolsheviks, but became subsequently one of their staunchest supporters. Today the majority of doctors are young and have been trained since the revolution. During the early years medicine was unremunerative. Many of the best students became engineers. Within the last 10 years the economic status of the profession has risen so that it is on a par with that of the other skilled specialties. Throughout there has been a shortage of doctors. Deficiencies in early training have had to be made up by postgraduate study. The opportunity for such study is there for all, particularly for those who work in the outlying parts away from contact with the medical centers. Private practice was never abolished, but with the rapid extension of excellent free services has gradually died out. Conditions of work for medical personnel have improved with the general economic development of the country. Doctors are paid for a 5 or 6 hour day. The rest of their time is supposed to be free for study and contact with the other health workers, and for participation in the general voluntary social activities. While numbers have been short, many doctors have worked a double period for double pay. This practice is no longer encouraged. Regular hours, a regular salary, regular nights on duty, a month's annual holiday with pay, the opportunity for postgraduate study, access to hospitals, the provision of modern equipment, full health care and education for their families. These things have changed the whole outlook of the Soviet physician. There is a minimum of bureaucratic interference. The appointment system and the avoidance of the crowded surgery have improved the personal relation between doctor and patient. The doctor is a scientific worker, playing a part with his co-workers in the health care of the community. His training is adapted to the work he will be able to do. He has the opportunity for special training or research after a few years in general clinic practice. The medical profession is recruited solely from those interested in the work. There are no class barriers. All who have reached the necessary standard of preliminary education are able to enter medical school. As students they receive a salary. After qualification they need no financial support to enable them to buy a practice or put up a plate in Harley Street. A large majority of the students are required to work for a few years in what would correspond to general practice in England. This is helping to destroy the artificial division between specialists and general physicians. Would-be research workers are given special opportunities. As students they can apply for special training. If accepted they are given a full course in research methods before being attached to a research institute. After a period of probation they are taken onto the permanent staff or advised that they would be better off in some other branch of medicine. Owing to the shortage of fully trained doctors, the health work of the Soviet Union has relied to a very large extent on what are known as the middle personnel. The feldsheers of the old regime were a combination of male nurse, orderly, and first aid worker. Their training has been regularized and they have filled an important gap. As the number of doctors is increased, their importance will decrease. Nursing in the Soviet Union is an important and respected profession. The nurse in full training is regarded as a student. The trained nurse works a 7-hour day with regular time off. Most of them, except some of the senior staff, live at home and are married. The opportunities for interesting work in factories, creches, or in the equivalent of district nursing are many. Those willing to do the extra study can easily become doctors. In addition to the fully trained nurse, there are assistant nurses with a short period of training who do much of the routine non-skilled work in the wards. The opportunities that exist for those anxious to do research work are dependent upon the general attitude of the state to research in general and to medical research in particular. Research as a whole is planned and coordinated with the rest of the health program. Special institutes are responsible for research in particular spheres. The largest and most important medical research institute is the All-Union Gorky Institute of Experimental Medicine. This is responsible for the general development of medical research and theory in association with the extension of knowledge in the allied fields of biology, chemistry, physics, etc. The institute has its own beds and clinics. Soviet research institutes are closely linked with the general health services. Work on a given problem is not confined to the leading institute. Clinics, hospitals, and other institutions all over the country supply reports of their observations in the particular field or take part in the planned project of investigation. The Leningrad Traumatological Institute, for example, was able to collect and collate reports and statistics with regard to injuries from all over the country. Pamphlets are issued with reference to the prevention and treatment particularly of industrial accidents. Unsolved problems of treatment are selected for special study, and cases of this type are collected, studied, and treated in the beds of the institute and in its special orthopedic clinics. The results of this research are circularized in similar pamphlet form. A large number of institutes are working directly upon the problems of industrial diseases. Others confine their work to infectious diseases, to cancer, to rheumatism, etc. These institutes take a great part in postgraduate education by organizing short and long revision courses and longer training courses for teachers and research workers. The training of teachers in medicine, as in other spheres, is given special attention in some of the bigger medical centers. Research, teaching, preventive and curative medicine, are closely linked throughout. In the early days of the growth of Soviet medical science, the emphasis has been upon the development of a high standard of general medical care. Only now are we beginning to see the result of the work of a generation of medical scientists trained under socialism. Already a number of outstanding contributions to medical science have been made. These have received recognition throughout the world. The nature of the best known advances are clear evidence of the effect of the inculcation of a consistently materialist philosophy, an essential feature of all Soviet scientific training. Where the last trace of mystical or metaphysical thinking has been eliminated from the education of the scientist and from the official outlook of the rulers of the state, death itself has become a problem for solution rather than a mystery to be feared or worshipped. In the Soviet Union there is no fear of death. It is regarded as the dialectical counterpart of life, that without which the very term life becomes meaningless. It is an essential process of nature. It is studied by the chemists, the biologists, the physiologists, and the physicians. That study has already yielded significant byproducts. The study of the preservation of corpse blood led to the modern methods of blood storage. The techniques originated in the Sklivosovsky Institute in Moscow are now in use all over the world. Professor Filatov of the Institute of Experimental Biology perfected a technique for grafting the corneal membrane from the eyes of the dead to restore the sight of the living. His work is a triumph in surgical technique, but was only possible on the basis of the study of anabiosis, the suspended animation of tissues removed from the dead and artificially preserved. This is but part of the work of the Institute. It illustrates well the Soviet attitude that there is no such thing as pure science. All scientific work will sooner or later find a useful application. All scientific work must be encouraged. The same attitude that insists on investigating death with the techniques of modern medical science has refused to accept the existing limits to the age of man. A school of Soviet scientists under Bogomolets is conducting a planned investigation of old age as a clinical problem. They are studying individuals who have lived to a ripe old age. They are studying the diseases characteristically associated with age. Bogomolets has put forward provisional theories which are made the basis for further research. He is convinced that within the next few decades it will be possible to extend the period of healthy life by anything from 20 years upwards. Finally, the work of Pavlov is being continued by groups of scientists in a number of different spheres under the leadership of such brilliant academicians as Orbely, Razenkov, and Speransky. The gap between physiology and psychology is being narrowed. There is no room left for any other view than that which regards mind and thought as the functioning of a living brain in a living being. Speransky has put forward a tentative basis for the fundamental reorganization of our views of medicine and pathology. His work has yet to be evaluated, but two of his main conclusions are worth mentioning. First, that medicine must no longer be regarded solely as the application of other sciences to the problem of disease. It wants a science in its own right, with its own laws, its own techniques of study. Secondly, disease is not simply the result of struggle between man and external factors. It is a reaction characteristic of the species, the end result of processes taking place within the organism. These processes are under the continuous influence of the nervous system, which acts as a whole. Disease cannot be fully studied, nor can the best forms of therapeutic interference be discovered unless these influences are recognized. Speransky's conclusions are based on a wealth of original experimental work and upon the synthesis of results from numerous other investigators. Speransky's work has already inspired the clinical experiments of Vishnevsky on local anesthesia. Vishnevsky, as well as popularizing new techniques which enable him to use local anesthesia for all operations, has studied the effect of Novocaine injections on inflammatory processes, and claims extraordinary results. One thing is certain: Soviet theories will never be discussed in an atmosphere of academic scholasticism. Experiment, laboratory, and clinical, is the sequel to theory, practice the criterion of truth. The opportunity for experiment, for controlled practice, is growing rapidly. The scope of scientific progress in medicine is limited solely by the development of the Soviet health services and the training of scientists. The future of medicine is vital for the remaking of man. The development of mineral resources in the Soviet Union by G.W. Tyrrell to appreciate the advances made in geology, geological mapping, and mineral prospecting since the Russian Revolution. It is necessary to state the facts against the background of pre-revolution standards. The old Geological Committee, founded in 1882, was entrusted with the task of preparing the geological map of European Russia, but the money and personnel allotted to it, although up to the standards of other countries at that time, were totally insufficient to achieve this aim. Nevertheless, the Geological Committee accomplished fully as much as was possible with its limited resources, and served the incidental purpose of bringing into European prominence a galaxy of brilliant Russian geologists, of whom A. Karpinsky, Th. Chernykov, F. Lowenson-Lessing, and V. Obruchev achieved worldwide fame. In 1918, however, only 10 to 25% of the Russian Empire had been surveyed on the scale of I, 400,000, and the main large-scale features of its geology ascertained. Only 0 to 25% was covered by geological maps on the scale of I, 200,000, and only 0 to 45% on the scales of I, 100,000 and I, 10,000. After the revolution, the Geological Committee took on a new lease of life and played a great part in the beginnings of economic reconstruction. It was completely reorganized in 1929, and again in 1931, when the Central Institute of Geology and Prospecting took over the entire work of geological mapping, mineral prospecting, drilling, boring, mining, water supply, road metals, building stones, oil, and coal. In 1936, while the actual budget of the Central Institute with a permanent staff of 500, for its purely geological and prospecting work, was 12 million rubles, the total amount spent on geological and ancillary work by the Central Institute and its affiliated organizations throughout the country was no less than 1,000 million rubles. More than 6,000 geologists, about half of whom were 53 women, were in the field in 1937, one account gave the number as 12,000. This is a measure of the extreme importance attached by the Soviet government to geology and related scientific activities. Geology is regarded as the basic science, the study of which underlies provision of the essential raw materials necessary for the fulfillment of the successive 5-year plans. Because geology is thus regarded, the Soviet educational authorities make the most strenuous efforts to popularize the science among the workers, and interest is fostered and sustained by every possible expedient in press, platform, and museum propaganda. According to the monthly review, a further centralization of work connected with the earth sciences was then projected. Previously, prospecting had been conducted independently by some 400 central, provincial, and district organizations, only loosely affiliated, if at all, to the Central Institute. The unification of all geological exploratory work was to be effected and expenditure was to be doubled. Further, while this new central organization was to be charged with all practical aspects of the science, the USSR Academy of Sciences was to undertake all the purely scientific and theoretical treatment of the problems of Soviet geology. The rewards of these intensified efforts have been enormous. Innumerable new discoveries of minerals have been made over the whole vast area of the Soviet Union, and the mineral industry has undergone a remarkable expansion. Under Professor E. Sampson's method of assessment, the rating of the Soviet Union for mineral resources among the countries of the world rose from 3 to 7% in 1929 to 9:2% in 1936, and at the present day its rating must be much higher. On January 1937, 43.2% of the total area of the USSR had been geologically mapped on some scale or other, 8 to 5% had been mapped on the scale of I, 200,000, and 4:2% on the scale of I, 100,000 and even larger scales. A beautifully executed, color-printed geological map of the USSR on the scale of I, 5 million. Was presented to every member of the 17th International Geological Congress, which was held at Moscow in 1937. The mineral resources, actual or potential, available to a nation or political unit may be grouped in 5 categories, namely, oil, coal, iron and metals associated with iron in steel manufacture, other metals, and non-metallic materials. Petroleum * in 1913 Tsarist Russia produced about 9.25 million tons of oil. In 1940, although no precise figures are available, the Soviet Union produced over 30 million tons, and was thus second only to the United States in world oil production. The oldest, and still the major, petroliferous field in Russia is the Caucasus, with its main center at Baku on the Caspian, and other fields along the northern front of the Caucasus to the Sea of Azov. The Georgian fields within the Caucasus, the fields on the eastern side of the Caspian opposite Baku, and perhaps the Great Emba field to the north and northeast of the Caspian, ought to be included in this Caspian Black Sea or Caucasian group. Even in these old established fields, new discoveries and extensions are constantly being made. Rich new fields have been prospected in Dagestan, and successful borings have been sunk on the shallow floor of the Caspian Sea near Baku. In Turkmenia, east of the Caspian, prospecting since 1927 has shown the existence of a vast new oil field which may in time rival the Baku field. Even now the output of some of the new wells in this district exceeds that of many Baku wells. Furthermore, a method of rejuvenation of so-called exhausted wells has proved successful at Mako and elsewhere. Heated air at a temperature of 600 degrees Celsius is pumped down abandoned wells at high pressure. The residual oil held in the interstices of the sand, which it is impossible to extract by ordinary methods of pumping, is thus forced to migrate to, and accumulate in, other boreholes, from which it can be pumped by normal methods. The hot air also causes partial distillation of the lighter gasoline fractions which are recovered as gas. The most spectacular developments in Soviet oil, however, are the discovery and exploitation of the new Volga fields between the Volga and the Urals, a vast region of 1 million square kilometer, outlined by the rectangle of which the corners are the towns Kirov, Perm, Chkalov, and Saratov. This great new field has been christened the Second Baku, and its development, under the late I.M. Gubkin, is an outstanding achievement of the second 5-year plan. The main oil-bearing horizons are in the lower Carboniferous strata, with further promising developments in the overlying upper Carboniferous and Permian, and in the underlying Devonian. The existence of small seeps of oil, and of asphalt and pitch, had long been known, but large-scale prospecting and exploitation dates from an unexpected discovery of oil in a boring made in 1929 to explore the Solikamsk potash deposits. The production in 1938 from 7 centers in this area was 550,000 tons, and the 1939 output showed an increase of nearly 50%. The most recent figures show that in 1941 there was an increase of IR per cent over the high production level of 1940. It is possible that the western border of this great Ural-Volga field has not yet been reached. There are good geological reasons for the belief that it extends west and southwest in the directions of Moscow and the Donets Basin respectively. In the latter region drilling is in progress which may prove not only the presence of oil, but also an extension of the Donets coal fields towards the Volga. The economic importance of such a development cannot be overestimated. In the West Siberian Plain investigation is actively proceeding throughout the vast region of some hundreds of thousands of square kilometer between Sverdlovsk and Chelyabinsk on the Uralian border, Novosibirsk on the east, and Kazakhstan to the south. Indications of oil are known in many parts of this region, and structures favorable for boring operations have been selected during recent prospecting. In the Kyrgyz Republic 15 oil fields had been registered in 1938, and in Transbaikalia and in Far Yakutia many gas and oil discoveries were made some years ago. Wells were sunk, and production may be presumed to be taking place, although no further information has yet been published. Coal. The coal output of Tsarist Russia in 1913 was 29 million tons, mainly from the old established Donets Basin, which produced 87% of this total. In 1937, 137 million tons of coal were produced, to which the contribution of the Donets Basin, notwithstanding a large actual increase of production, amounted only to a little over 50%. This is a striking illustration of the increase in production from the newer Soviet coal fields. For later years accurate figures are not available, and according to some estimates production has fallen off slightly. At all events, the coal mining industry has undergone an enormous expansion since the revolution. This happy result is due to the intensive efforts of Soviet geologists and prospectors, who have discovered a great number of new coal fields in practically every province and have greatly extended the areas of the older coal fields. Before the revolution by far the greater part of Soviet coal came from the Donets Basin, the remainder from the Moscow, Uralian, and Kuznetsk fields. The increase in the number of Soviet coal fields and distribution throughout the whole area of the USSR have added considerably to the economic strength of the country. The exploitation of the Kuznetsk Basin, with the largest reserves and the second largest output of coal, provides one of the best examples of the new Soviet energy, enterprise, and initiative. In the guidebook for the Siberian excursion issued by the 1937 Congress there is a plate exhibiting juxtaposed panoramas, one of the Kuznetsk area in 1927 showing a wide valley, empty except for a small village on the banks of a meandering river, and the other a picture of the same area taken in 1935, showing a great town, with metallurgical works covering many acres. These are the Kuznetsk steel and iron works. 58. The development of second largest in the Soviet Union, which smelts ores obtained locally, but mainly from Magnitogorsk in the Urals. To economize in transport, the trucks which carry the ores from Magnitogorsk to Stalinsk are laden with Kuznetsk coal on the return journey to be used in the Uralian smelters. This enormous field, which exceeds in area all the British coal fields put together, has thus undergone an extremely rapid development. Space does not permit any further details of Soviet coal mining. It should be mentioned, however, that the USSR occupies first place in the world for peat production, and in 1937 25 million tons of peat were extracted. Iron and associated metals. According to Mineral Industry, Soviet production of pig iron and of steel in 1940 was exceeded only by Germany and the United States. About 28 million tons of iron ores were raised in 1940, two-thirds of which came from the Krivoy Raj mines in the Ukraine, now, unfortunately, in German hands. But the Soviet Union has vast reserves of iron ore, and producing fields in the Urals and western Siberia in regions far beyond the reach of the Germans. The total output of Uralian iron ores is in the neighborhood of 8 million tons. Some 2 million tons are sent eastward to Stalinsk, and Magnitogorsk receives in return the same quantity of Kuznetsk coal. To reduce this haulage of coal and iron, it is planned to locate smelters near the Karaganda coal field in Kazakhstan, about halfway between the Urals and Kuznetsk, and to supply Stalinsk partly from sources in the Shorida highlands only 100 miles distant. The writer was privileged to see one of these mines, the Temirdu magnetite at Akhun, the southern terminus of the Kuznetsk branch railway line. This mine is situated in a region which, 15 years ago, was virgin forest tenanted by bears and wolves. Today there exists a large mining community, and 1 million tons of high-quality ore are raised every year. Manganese, titanium, nickel, cobalt, tungsten, molybdenum, chromium, and vanadium are metals used with iron in the production of the special steels vitally necessary for modern industry and war. Hence search for the ores of these metals is a matter of urgent importance. The present level of world steel production requires a manganese ore output of 3.5 million tons annually, and as for the past few years, world production has been well above this figure. The excess must represent stocks accumulated by aggressor and aggressor-resisting nations. Fortunately, the Soviet Union has vast supplies of manganese ores, and, in fact, occupies first place in the world for its production, the output having been about 2.25 million tons in 1938. Soviet reserves of manganese ore were calculated at 700 million tons in 1936. The best-known Soviet deposits of manganese ore are those of Nikopol in the Dnieper basin below Zaporozhye, which has been overrun by the Germans. As the Soviet government, however, has had the foresight to accumulate large stocks of this ore. Notwithstanding the considerable export of recent years, no deficiency will arise through the German occupation. Other large deposits occur in Georgia, in Kazakhstan, in the Central Urals, and in the Krasnoyarsk province of Siberia. The writer visited the Mazulka mine near Achinsk in the last-named province, which supplies the ore to the foundries at Stalinsk. Its reserves are calculated at 4 million tons. Titaniferous iron ore occurs in the Chelyabinsk area of the Urals. This ore also contains vanadium. Dr. R.J. Bridges once states that the problem of the utilization of these refractory ores has been overcome by an ingenious method of smelting with a special coke, which produces vanadium cast iron and slags rich in titanium. The vanadium-bearing cast iron is subjected to retreatment in an open hearth furnace, or Bessemer converter, and a vanadium-bearing slag and a high-grade steel are produced. The titanium and vanadium-bearing slags serve as raw material for the recovery of these metals. Vanadium is also recovered from the iron ores worked in the Kerch Peninsula. Deposits of titaniferous iron ore have been discovered in the Kola Peninsula, where the ore reserves are stated to amount to 157 million tons. Nickel and cobalt are metals in which the Soviet Union is not rich, and in 1936 8,500 tons of nickel had to be imported. The nickel plant near Sverdlovsk treats ores from several places in the central and southern Urals. These ores consist mainly of silicate of nickel and are derived from the intensive weathering of outcrops of ultrabasic igneous rocks and serpentines. They usually carry small quantities of cobalt. An important low-grade nickel ore, presumably similar to the Petsamo deposit in northern Finland, is now being worked in the Kola Peninsula. It is said that when these deposits are fully developed, the USSR will be freed from the necessity of importing this metal and may take second place to Canada in world production. Lastly, mention should be made of the nickel deposit of Norilsk, near Igarka, in the estuary of the Yenisei. This is said to contain 200,000 tons of ore averaging 4 per cent of nickel, and is being rapidly developed. A short railway line, the only one in northern Siberia, connects Norilsk with Igarka. The main deposits of chrome ore occur in the central and southern Urals, along a belt of ultrabasic igneous rocks which also provide much iron, titanium, nickel, platinum, and asbestos. The principal mine is about 140 miles northwest of Sverdlovsk. Its annual output is over 50,000 tons, and its reserves are estimated at 7 million tons. The Soviet Union is among the world's largest producers of chrome ores. Although the figures are not known after 1936, when the production was 226,500 tons, it is probable that the USSR is second only to southern Rhodesia and Turkey. The USSR has enough chrome ore not only to satisfy its own requirements, but also to export large amounts to other countries. About half the output goes to the Chelyabinsk foundries for the production of ferrochromium, and to other centers for chemicals and the manufacture of high-grade refractories for furnaces. Molybdenum ores, like those of tungsten and tin, usually occur in association with granites. The United States is far away the largest producer with 34,313,000 pounds of the metal, the second largest being Norway with only 900,000 pounds. The Soviet Union figures only among other producers for this metal. Molybdenite has been found in the Caucasus, Baikalia, and the Far East, Karelia and Kola, and in Kazakhstan. The last named occurrence seems to be the most important, and the first molybdenum smelter in the Soviet Union was erected in 1940 on El-Bakash. Ores of tungsten are mined in the Urals south of Sverdlovsk, and these ores are used in making ferrotungsten at Chelyabinsk for high-speed tool steel. Workable deposits of tungsten have been opened up in Transbaikalia and in the Far East. Tungsten is perhaps the most essential metal of the steel group, and China leads in world production. The Soviet Union has important reserves of the ore, but no production statistics are available. If there is a shortage of this key metal in the present emergency, Russia will no doubt be supplied from friendly China. Other metals: tin, copper, lead and zinc, aluminium, gold, and platinum, are the principal industrial and strategic metals apart from the steel group. Unfortunately, the Soviet Union is short of tin ores, and in 1936 11,000 tons of tin had to be imported. However, there are reports of many new occurrences, especially in the Urals and Transbaikalia, and tin occurs in most of the tungsten fields. The position as regards copper is much better. The center of Soviet copper mining is at El-Bakash, in Kazakhstan, where the most important mine has an ore reserve containing nearly 3 million tons of the metal. At another great mine, cupriferous sandstones are reputed to contain 3 million tons of copper. A belt of pyritic copper ore deposits 500 miles in length occurs in the central Urals, and important reserves are known in Armenia and Azerbaijan. The output of copper in 1936 was 83,000 tons, but a setback subsequently occurred which has occasioned severe criticism. 4H and zinc ores generally go together. The largest lead zinc deposit in the USSR is at Sadon in the Caucasus, from which 20,000 tons of lead and 10,000 tons of zinc are smelted annually. Another group of large lead-zinc mines center in the Altai, and the ores are also worked in the southern Urals, Kuznetsk Basin, Kyrgyz Republic, and Kazakhstan. The USSR now ranks third among the aluminium-producing countries of the world. Up to a few years ago, the only known bauxite field was that of Tikhvin, 135 miles east of Leningrad, the total reserves being 8 million tons. This material is mainly low-grade, and is unsatisfactory for smelting, but it was worked in lieu of better material and is apparently still in use. However, high-grade ore has lately been discovered in the Sverdlovsk district, the reserves of which are provisionally estimated at 10 million tons, and a smelter has been erected. Promising deposits have also been prospected in Bashkiria, Kazakhstan, and in the Uzbek and Kyrgyz republics. Efforts are also being made to extract aluminium from alunite in Transcaucasia and from the huge occurrences of nepheline in the Kola Peninsula. In 1937, the Soviet geological authorities claimed that there were 150 dredgers, 164 amalgamating plants, 83 chemical works, and 53 factories operating in connection with gold mining in the USSR. Figures of production are difficult to obtain, and are often contradictory. Estimates for 1937, 1938, and 1939, however, average about 7.5 million Oz. This makes the Soviet Union second only to South Africa in world gold production. The best-known gold field of the USSR is that of the Lena Basin, where the gold is found in auriferous placers and deep lodes. The oldest gold mine in Russia is near Sverdlovsk. The writer had the opportunity of inspecting this mine in 1937, and was much impressed by its modernity and efficiency. Modernization since the revolution has had the effect of increasing the production fourfold. Numberless occurrences of gold have been reported from practically every province of the Soviet Union, notably Kazakhstan, Altai, the Krasnoyarsk district in the Yenisei Basin, Transbaikalia, Yakutia, and the Far East. Nevertheless, there has been much public criticism in recent years of the inefficiency of certain gold trusts. Of the platinum group of metals, no official data of production are published, but figures from importing countries make possible an estimate of Soviet production in 1938 at 170,000 ounces. Russia thus runs a neck-and-neck race with Canada for first place in world production. Soviet platinum is found in alluvial placers derived from a number of occurrences of olivine rock in the north-central Urals. Non-metallic minerals. The chief non-metallic minerals mined in the Soviet Union, apart from oil and coal, are phosphates, salt, potash, sulfur, pyrites, asbestos, fluorite, gypsum, talc, mica, graphite, kaolin, magnesite, and the rare earths. We have space enough to deal with only a few of these materials, but all of them are found in sufficient amount to supply Soviet industry, and some in such abundance as to provide export. One of the richest developments of Soviet mineral industry of recent years was the discovery and exploitation of the unique phosphate deposits of the Kola Peninsula. The ore is calcium phosphate, and is found in genetic connection with the largest body of nepheline-rich igneous rocks in the world. Besides apatite, nepheline is also mined at the rate of 500,000 tons per annum for the production of soda, potash, and pure alumina. Molybdenum ore, rare earth minerals, and pyritine are also mined, the last named for the production of sulfuric acid. In 1938 I wrote, "The great new phosphate mine at Kirovsk, developed in 8 years, is one of the industrial wonders of the world." This achievement is entirely due to Russian enterprise and energy. Owing to the close collaboration of 7 organizations: the USSR Academy of Sciences, the Arctic Institute, the Apatite Trust, the Scientific Institute of Fertilizers, the Central Geological and Prospecting Institute, the Rare Metals Trust and the Leningrad Geological Trust. Apatite is now being mined at the rate of 2 million tons per annum, and a reserve of 2,000 million tons has been established. The southern face of Kukisvumkor mountain has been blasted back into 5 broad ledges to a height of 1,500 feet. There are now more than 20 miles of underground galleries 6 feet in height, electrically lit and with electric haulage. A tunnel which admits the ordinary freight train has been driven to the heart of the mountain to facilitate loading. The social and industrial development of the region, which 9 years ago was a desolate Arctic waste peopled by a few Lapp families, has kept pace with its scientific and technical investigation. The new town of Kirovsk, with 40,000 inhabitants, and villages with the picturesque names of Nepheline and Apatite, have been built, and hundreds of miles of railway have been electrified. Besides apatite, nepheline is mined for use in the ceramic industry and for its content of potash as fertilizer. The new mineral lovechorite, a massive form of wrinklite, chemically a fluorine-bearing titanosilicate of calcium, strontium, and sodium, with up to 20% of rare earths, is mined from pegmatites at the rate of several hundred tons a year. Another new mineral, loperite, occurs in deposits of economic importance. Titanite is also mined at the new Yuxper mine, for what reason was not disclosed, but presumably for titanium, and possibly for its content of niobium and tantalum. The investigation and subsequent exploitation of the kola-apatite deposits thus give us a vivid insight into the cooperative methods of planned Soviet scientific research, and of the success that has attended these methods. Vast deposits of phosphate rocks of sedimentary origin occur in other parts of the Soviet Union, notably in the Volga, Dnieper, and Don basins, and in Kazakhstan. The prospected phosphate deposits of the USSR are now said to constitute 63% of world resources in this mineral fertilizer. The discovery and exploitation of potash salts is another instance of the success of Soviet scientific methods. Up to a few years ago, Germany had practically a world monopoly of potash owing to her possession of the great Stassfurt deposits. Potash is an agricultural ore, to use the Russian terminology, and is as essential for the successful development of Soviet agriculture as an abundant supply of phosphates. The German monopoly, however, was completely broken, and the Russian supply assured for all time, by the discovery in 1929 of a vast deposit of common salt, together with potash and magnesium salts, at Solikamsk in the western Urals. Salt springs had been known in this region for 400 years, but the chance discovery of a piece of carnallite led to a boring campaign, with the eventual discovery of enormous deposits of salts within a depth of 1,000 feet and over an area of 1,000 square km. It was the appearance of oil in one of these borings that led to the investigation of the Volga oilfields. The late I.M. Gubkin, in a pamphlet Mineral Resources of the USSR, says that an expedition of the USSR Academy of Sciences discovered rich deposits of potassium salts in western Kazakhstan, the composition of which is such as to permit the extraction from them of potassium sulfate, a valuable fertilizer for cotton, tobacco, and other crops. Between these and the Solikamsk deposits, the USSR now possesses 27,700 million tons of potassium salts. Exploitation of the Solikamsk salts began in 1932, and the production of potassium salts in the Soviet Union for 1936 was round about 1,800,000 tons, but had fallen to 1,585,000 tons in 1937. Production has not kept up to expectations, owing to technical difficulties and accidents, and to unexpected trouble in connection with the long transport needed to carry the material to the main centers of consumption. Enough has now been written to demonstrate the variety, abundance, and richness of Soviet mineral resources. The USSR may now well dispute the preeminence of any other national or political unit in the world for mineral wealth. There are certainly a few deficiencies which militate against complete national self-sufficiency, but the Soviet Union possesses nearly all, and many in abundance, of the strategic and critical minerals which are necessary under modern conditions for the arts and industries of peace, and also at the present time for the pursuance of the world's struggle against fascism.